So good morning, everyone. Are we on over there, Lindsay? So thank you for being here. This is a great crowd, and I know part of the reason is because we have some wonderful people and that we are going to thank and recognize, and also some great proclamations. My name is Patrice Horseman. I am chair of the Board of Supervisors and also the supervisor for District 1. And we are in the middle of a budget 2 weeks. So if we seem a little bleary-eyed, there's a good reason for this. And but we take our responsibility here to make sure that people's money is well used and that we're able to provide the very highest and best services for our communities. So it's interesting. It's time consuming. We have great staff that has spent a whole lot of time to help us figure it all out. And we look forward to a productive 2 weeks. But today we have our board meeting. And so welcome. And our first order of business for this is going to be our call to the, no, it's not. It's going to be our call to order. As I said, I'm the chair, Patrice Horseman, District 1. District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2. Current Vice Chair.
I'm so sorry. Vice Chair. District 3.
Good morning, everyone. Tammy Ontiveros, District 3.
District 4.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. It's nice to see the staff here and others that are going to be recognized here. Thank you so much for your interest today. And I just want to say thank you. And then Judy B. Gay, District 4 Supervisor.
District 5.
Yeah, Evelina Fowler, District 5.
All right, and with that, we are moving on, and we are going to do the Pledge of Allegiance. Please, those who can, please stand. I pledge allegiance to the of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And next, and as is consistent with making sure we hear from our community, our next area is call to the public. Any comments that you may have, you are welcome to make them to the board now. Please understand that call to the public are for information only. The board cannot address it or really take that up. And if possible, we'll put it on a future board meeting, or we'll refer to our staff to take appropriate review or action as may be necessary. We are asking that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. We are also asking you to understand that we are a welcoming community, and we're asking you to use civility in your comments here today. And we look forward to hearing from you. So with that, our wonderful Lindsay Daly, who takes good care of us, is there, she will ask if there's any call to the public here with us, and then also we'll take any call to the public that may be online. These are for items that are not on the agenda. So for items not on the agenda, this is the call to the public. Lindsay, do you have do you want to explain the call to the public?
Sure. Thank you, Chair Horseman. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to make a comment during the call to the public, we have comment cards on the table by the door. And also, if you've joined virtually by Zoom, you can hit the raise hand icon that will appear if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. It looks like a hand. If you click on that, that will raise your hand. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand. And if you didn't fill out a comment card, but you're here in the room and would like to make a comment, you can go ahead and make your way up to the podium. And we just ask that you state your name for our minutes. And at this time, Chair Horseman, we do not have any comment cards or hands raised.
We're going to give it another 30 seconds. Again, this is your time, members of the public, to address the governing board under call to the public.
And we do not have any comment cards or hand raised.
All right. Well, with that, members of the community and members of the board, we will continue. And we have a great recognition today. Jesse Heath for his work as the Recovery Court Coordinator. And we have joining us Rose Tohi, a woman who wears many hats in this community, including the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, Indigenous Affairs Administrator, and Communication and Civic Engagement Division. That is the longest title. You got to come up with a shorter title, Rose. So you are the chair. So we really appreciate you being here, Rose, and look forward to your introduction.
Thank you. All right, I don't want to mess up this computer right here. So I want to take this time, Chair Horseman and board members. I really want to say for letting me have this time to honor a very special person. My clans, Coconino, the Einschnido, and the Chini Bashichin, Ashkaza, the Chanaldo, Shin, the Shiche, but I son. My name is Rose Tohi, as Patrice said. And do I need to say my address or anything? Okay, and I live in Donny Park, Flagstaff District 4. Yay. Okay. First, I want to say for allowing me to do this. And today I'm borrowing some words, a write-up from Judge Reed to paint the wonderful gift that Jesse is. Jesse has been part of the Coconino Courts team for the past 7 years. Jesse was born and raised in Flagstaff and is deeply committed to a life in service to others. As a youth and a young man, Jesse became embroiled in the legal system due to a severe substance abuse disorder. In 2016, Jesse found himself in the Coconino County Jail again. He had a poor prognosis of success on probation and seemed destined to start serving cyclic prison sentences. Thankfully, he was given the opportunity to participate in the Exodus program and then recovery court. Jesse found the Exodus program to be life transforming. The first week after his release from Exodus, he got a job and engaged wholeheartedly in the recovery community. In treatment and in peer-to-peer work, he was passionate to learn about his addiction and its underlying causes. He worked very hard to heal and soon became a strong yet humble leader, finding his purpose in service. Following his graduation from Recovery Court in September 2017, Jesse received a call from his former probation officer and was directed to apply at Hope Lives to become a peer specialist, peer support specialist. Jesse was surprised by the opportunity, having always believed he would work in manual labor. Of course, Jesse excelled as a peer support specialist, using his lived experience as an asset to connect with and to help others through their own struggles from addiction to recovery. He was soon recruited to become a surveillance officer for the Coconino County Adult Probation Department, the same department that had supervised him countless times on probation before and during his time in recovery court. His partners were his prior surveillance officer and his prior probation officer. Jesse was assigned as surveillance officer for recovery court, where he quickly became an integral part of the recovery court team. When there was a retirement from recovery court in August of 2021, Jesse was again recruited, this time to become the recovery court coordinator. In his interview, he said he was the most qualified and unqualified candidate for the job because of his extraordinary lived experience. He has described his life as a blessing, having been given the opportunity to live 2 lives in 1 lifetime. Jesse again embraced the opportunity within this new challenge and excelled as our recovery court coordinator. He has not only revised and expanded the services we provide to our communities, but has become a powerful influence for positive change in our justice system, both regionally and nationally. Jesse is regularly called upon to speak at conferences and has been influential in starting a nationwide treatment court alumni group. Jesse's work has positively influenced the lives of countless people struggling with addiction, as well as their children, families, friends, and communities. He is extremely compassionate, having walked much more than a mile in their shoes, yet also firm in his counsel that a whole different life can be earned. Starting from an unyielding kernel of motivation, determined application, the right assistance, honest engagement with problems, and building one's own positive support system. Jesse worked tirelessly to make effective justice easily accessible to those in need. So at the end of April, Jesse left the Coconino County team to continue his education in social work at Northern Arizona University. While we are sad to see Jesse move on, we are also tremendously proud of him and excited for his future. We know that Jesse will continue his life of service and strive in his mission to alleviate the pain of others. We thank him for his extraordinary contribution to our Coconino Courts team, his outstanding service to our communities, and wish him well in his amazing next chapters. Thank you, Judge Reed, for writing these words. It so touched me when I first heard them. So today, Jesse Heath, we say your name in this sacred space here on the lap of our sacred mountain, Dogo Aslid. May the blessing of this place fill the prayers you say for your life and decisions. Again, Sago, a super large thank you for all you've done for the relatives who have gone through and still going through recovery court. We know it's a team effort. You had many relatives who helped you to be successful because they knew your heart. Today, we want to appreciate your life and the kinship attitude you have for the relatives who sometimes have nowhere else to turn. So at this moment, I want to introduce my helpers, Priscilla Key and Jason Apache. Priscilla, she is a member of our Indigenous Initiatives with the subcommittee with CJCC. And Jason is a graduate from Recovery Court. And he's also been involved in Sundance too. So we have some powerful medicine here. So in this honoring ceremony, our people used to bestow buffalo robes or deer robes to a warrior who gave selflessly to his community. Today, we honor with blankets and other items of distinction. This is placed on your left shoulder to honor you, Jesse. Here is I also have an arrowhead to give to you to protect you and to give you the strength and steadiness that you deserve and that you pray for. So I'll have. So when we present a robe like this, the opening has to be towards the east or away so that the blessings can come to him. And then it's placed over his left shoulder because he is a male warrior. So I just wanted to let you know. And then we also have an arrowhead to give to Jesse. Mhm. Jesse, I just want to say, and as a group, working with you has been such a pleasure and such an honor to know a person like you has so much heart. And you've helped so many of our relatives, especially Indigenous relatives. And I just want to say thank you for the person that you are, for the person that you're becoming through your studies. And we just wish blessings upon you in this sacred space and at the lap of the Goaslead. And then for my helpers, I just want to give them a little item too. So that's all I have right now. Thank you, supervisors, chair.
And Jesse, before you leave, we are really honored. Thank you for the prayers, Rose, and we are so honored to have you with us here today. And we are really honored to also acknowledge what you have given to our community, your service, taking your struggles and being there and offering help and service to others. That's the highest calling, truly, that we can ever answer. And you did answer that calling. And I want to, and we want to here on the board, acknowledge that with a certificate of appreciation. Certainly, pretty minor compared to the wonderful honor that's been bestowed upon you, but it's what we can do as members here of the Board of Supervisors. And I also want to open it up to my colleagues if they would like to make some words. So, and we would love to get a picture with everyone just to commemorate this wonderful morning. So, any other comments that you may have, Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, good morning. Congratulations. Thank you for all your service. It means a lot. I've been on the board for a little over 4 years now and going to your recovery court events and events because they're celebrations for folks. And you help guide that and lead that. And your leadership during those times was so important to so many folks in that room. And it was evident. And so sad to see you go. Happy for you to move on to better things and bigger things. And hopefully down the road, there'll be another time where you come back in service of the county because we'd love to have you back. Thank you.
Other members of the board? Yes, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Good morning, Jesse. Thank you for being with us this morning. I'm going to keep my words brief, but I think I had shared possibly with you my appreciation with you personally, and now I'm going to state it publicly. But it's often said that an understanding heart has wisdom, and you have true understanding in the people that you help, and you have wisdom in helping them. And the work that you have done, the fruits of your labor are going to be for many generations past just the people that you met and worked with personally. So thank you very much for that and for your service. And I would just like to say, Mr. Yazzie, I see you sitting out there. I actually attended recovery court upon your graduation and was very touched by your story as well. And I wish you the absolute best as you go forward. And Jesse, you as well.
Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. Thank you, Jesse. I am really moved by this presentation. And I just, that our county has had the approach of helping individuals rather than just putting them away. And this is another testament. Exodus program that is in the detention center. It's 90-day program. It's voluntary. Someone has to commit themselves to be able to be admitted. And the judge and our criminal justice system works together to be able to help someone. And that's where you found yourself. And the recovery court is there to help people to change their life around, to find that. And we have all attend these recovery courts to see the change in people. And it's just the way that the county approaches individuals. We believe in second chance. We believe in helping individuals to help themselves. You know, that's the end result, is people helping themselves. And that's what you've done. It's just your journey is just like many others, just at loss. A lot of times in a deep world, in a deep well somewhere, and then somehow you're brought out of there with the recovery court, Exodus program, and now you're going to be at NAU studying social service. That's a true commitment. Thank you. Really, you're sharing your journey and helping us to help others, and then you continuing to commit yourself to helping others help themselves. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank our own departments with our court system, as well as our sheriff's department and all the other service providers that are in partnership with these programs. We don't do it alone as a county. The courts have many partners, and the sheriff's detention has many partners, and you've discovered that. And now you're going to be working forward, and hope you do come back. Thank you. Yeah.
Supervisor Begay.
Wow. It's nice that recognition is there. No doubt about it. I've been to recovery court also myself, and I believe I was there when the other person was there. Jason. And I really wanted to get up and say something. And I was telling Judge Reed, I said, I really want to go up there, because a lot of these are indigenous people that are out there. And in meeting with Department of the jail, we find that there's over 50% of the indigenous people that are really alien from drugs, alcohol, addictions, and stuff like that. So I, as a supervisor, really would like to see our Hogan and our sweat lodges and that area to be beefed up, because that way we can use our native tongue, our native traditional culture, to traditions that we can do to help our own people too. So I think it's very important that we do that. So I've been talking about this for quite some time now, and I really would think that that would really help us. Right now, we have people coming in and we just let them go and they're back into it again. But, the way you do ceremonies, the arrowhead that you got, keep it in a safe place. If you have a safe, put it in there. Buy something, put it in. When you want to take it out, and when you feel a little down or whatever, take it out and bless yourself with it and pray with it. And that's going to really take you a long way. So I just want to say thank you for all your help and all the people that you have helped. And it's not an easy thing to talk to anybody that is ailing from certain things, but somehow you got through, to some of them, and And then you yourself, you got to know what, the ailments, and you got to know what it's like to be in that situation in order to talk about it too. And so and that's what my father used to say, so I just want to say thank you again from the bottom of my heart, and thank you, Rose, for giving him a blanket. And, it gets cold here in Flagstaff. So, but just make sure that the arrowhead is secured. And thank you for the courts and also the judge, for really helping out. And you guys do things that can help people in a roundabout way. And there's more ways that we can probably find out how to help people. So I just want to say thank you, and I thank you, my colleagues, and all the people that are here, and the whole staff, because each one of our families somehow we have that experience, and we see that in our families, extended families or whatever. So just want to say it's something we have to, it's not only take one person to try to fix it. It's going to take a lot. And thank you, congratulations, and moving forward, get your degree and come back and work for us. Thank you.
And before you leave, I also want to see if Judge, would you like to say a few words?
I just want to say that it's been a privilege of a lifetime to be able to meet Jesse and see his transformation. He was always impressive in recovery court. He came in, as I mentioned, ready to make those changes necessary to build a new life. But almost immediately, he found his power in helping others. And that's, I think, going to continue to be his life force. And I think his possibilities of influencing the world for the better are unlimited. I'm really sad because, I think that working together, we've become really good friends. And I know we're going to continue as really good friends. But I'm also really excited for him to see where his future lies. I know that he'll stay rooted to this community and to that founding principle that his life purpose is to alleviate the suffering of others. So, Jesse, it's just been a real honor and a privilege.
And as I said, we'd love to commemorate this with a photo. And so if we can, Jesse, would you like to? Sometimes I already put the judge on the spot. Jesse, thank you.
Thank you. I'm a little shaky. I can't put into words what this means to me. If I was in any other county, in any other city, and I still made the same choices in my past, I might very well still be in prison right now. And that's the sad truth. Right now, there are other leaders right now incarcerated, and they just don't know it yet. I never imagined my life would be like this. And so I'm just so honored and thankful for your leadership, Shay, Sharon, Judge Reed. Each step of the way, I've had amazing leaders help mentor me. Our previous sheriff, Driscoll, was a good friend of mine. And what a weird world it is, right? Where you start off in a jail cell and then you start hanging out with the sheriff. And, you get to go do jujitsu with the presiding judge. I grew up here. I'm extremely proud of Coconino County. I do plan on going and getting the highest education that I can get and then coming back to Coconino County government. So thank you so much for everything that you do. And, I just hope that you guys remember that there are people right now that need your help and they're counting on you. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And let's take a picture if we can. And there's so many. Why don't we do it maybe right out? I think there's a number of people here, aren't there? Let's go ahead and do it right on the other right outside there. We'll take a picture. This is why you like this gavel, isn't it? All right. And thank you, and really appreciate that. Was a wonderful honor, and a wonderful honor for us to be part of. So, and a great recognition of Jesse Heath, and we're going to move on because we have a proclamation. This is a consideration and possible action to approve a proclamation designating May 2025 as Mental Health Awareness Month. And with us is our wonderful, dedicated Michelle Oxland, our Health and Human Services Director. Please take it away.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, Board. I'm happy and pleased to introduce our team who will be reading the proclamation today, our opioid crisis response team, who's made up of Sarah, Rob, Jackie, and Buddy, and our youth behavior health director, Brandy, will be reading today. So thank you for celebrating with us.
Thank you. Please. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, so whereas our country observes National Mental Health Month during the month of May to increase awareness about mental health and as a pledge to prioritize the mental health and well-being of all residents, to raise awareness that mental health is a vital component of overall health, to acknowledge that mental illnesses are common and treatable, and that recovery is possible. And whereas people are inherently worthy of life, love, and healing, no matter what they look like, no matter where they are in their journey, and no matter what they are or aren't able to do. And
whereas Coconino County stands in solidarity with those who are experiencing mental health challenges and the family and friends who support them, along with the dedicated mental health providers whose services and support improves the lives of so many individuals. And whereas sharing the personal experiences of living with mental illness or the loss of a loved one to suicide can reduce barriers and normalize the process of seeking mental health treatment. And
whereas 1 in 5 adults experience a mental health condition each year, and everyone faces challenges in life that can impact their mental health. And whereas Health and Human Services remains committed to optimizing the health and well-being of our residents, supporting the recovery and resiliency of all of our community members. And
therefore, be resolved that the Coconino County Board of Supervisors proclaim May 2025 as Mental Health Awareness Month, pledging to continue supporting Coconino County Health and Human Services and our community partners as they expand access to behavioral health care, disrupt stigma around mental health, and continue finding innovative ways to promote mental health and well-being. Signed and sealed on May 6th, or 6th day of May 2025, Coconino County Board of Supervisors.
Thank you so much. And what I'm going to do first is I will ask for a motion, and then after that, we will hear from you if there are any events to honor this. And then after that, we will take some comments from the board. So let's first go forward with a motion. Is there a motion?
Yes.
Madam Chair.
Oh,
I move
I'm sorry, I got Supervisor Begay and a second by Supervisor Fowler. You're almost. This is an important one, so thank you. Members of the board, we have a motion and a second proclaiming May 2025 as Mental Health Awareness Month. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? And there are no abstentions. Thank you, and we'd love to hear what you've got planned for us.
We actually have some calendars in the corner that you can take, and we would highly encourage you to attend our Lunch and Learn with our peers. They'll be talking about their personal journey and story, as we talked about Jesse. Our peers will be sharing their story. We have a board game day this afternoon. I imagine you're a little busy today.
But that sounds better. So.
Touche. Next year we'll plan better on that one. And we also have some activities that you can do on your own. We have a wellness walk this weekend, so please grab a calendar and come share with us. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Michelle. And with that, I know this is obviously very near and dear to this board's heart, and I'm going to ask for comments. Supervisor Ontiveros.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for bringing this proclamation to us. I kind of suspect that everybody, including myself, has been touched by somebody that has experienced mental illness. So thank you for, again, the work that you're doing, and I could not be more supportive of this proclamation.
Supervisor Begay.
I didn't have my hand up. Well, thank you so much for bringing this proclamation for us to consider, and it's been approved. But yes, mental health is real. Somewhere along the way, we do have other people in our families, extended families, that do have experience, in certain areas of it. So, and the good thing about it is it's treatable in certain ways. And so I just want to say thank you for bringing this up to our attention, and thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for all of you who read the proclamation. This is so important. Mental health affects so many folks in our community, and it's so important that we recognize, acknowledge the issues that we all go through and our families go through, and support each other. And that's what mental health awareness is all about, is making sure that we're getting the support to the people that need that support, and being patient and compassionate and empathetic with each other, because we all go through a lot of difficult times, and it's together that we get through it. And so thank you for putting on these events. I look forward to seeing how I can participate, and appreciate the work. Thank you.
Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for those, for reading the proclamation and bringing it to us, and working with people that are in a situation where they find themselves a lot of times that they can't help themselves. But they don't realize that they need help a lot of times. So just want to thank you for that. And when we think about mental health, it's people that are professional. It's our own colleagues. It's people that have a great career, have amazing homes, amazing. They look like they're doing great, and yet it may be a challenge for them, and somewhere in the area of their life, and that's where you don't know that you can make a difference just by smiling at someone, or just greeting them, and it just really does make a difference. So I think that we need to make sure that we're kind to everyone, and to not take things to extreme with people. And it's just not really a good way to help individuals. I really think that people that are in that situation, they need a little bit of help just to help themselves. That's the field that you're working in. So I really want to thank you for that. It's a great dedication to you, and you have to take care of your own self, your own mental well-being, because you're dealing with people and their energy. So, thank you.
So I'll just wrap it up, and then we'll ask for a photo if we can. So, first, I really enjoyed what you what you said in your proclamation about all are deserving of life, love, and healing. And most importantly, we want all to feel that they are deserving. And it is for that this board has made a concerted effort with the ARPA funds that we had to really emphasize mental health, especially youth mental health programs, although we are all deserving of our mental health and mental health programs. And I'm really looking forward to the Youth Behavioral Health Center that's going to be over there on King Street. Got a little bit of a tour of it and could see the vision, and really looking forward to that. It certainly adds to our community and to the wellness all across our community. So thank you for being here. Thank you for reading this proclamation, and for all the work that you do to help our community. And with that, let's get a photo, okay? Should we go outside? Because there's a few of us. Probably easier to do it out there. Let's go right on the other side of this wall. We are proceeding. This has already been a great morning, but we have more fun things coming. We have, as you know, we have our consent agenda. Members of the board and of course, members of the community. Our consent agenda are considered routine in nature, and they are done by a single motion and a single vote of the board. Items on the consent agenda are not discussed individually. So if the board wants to discuss a consent agenda item individually, they remove it and it goes for discussion, then individual motion and vote. So at this time, colleagues, are there items you would like to remove? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. Yes, I would like to remove item number 16, please, which is the consideration and possible action to appoint Nate Reisner as county engineer.
Very good. That will be removed. Other items separated from consent.
Items 6 and 7,
Items 6 and 7 will be removed from the consent agenda.
and also item number 5.
4, 6, I'm sorry, 5, 5, 6, and 7. And I would like to also remove number 9.
Oh, you just did. Okay. Mine were removed 9 and 16. So
All right, 9, 16, and I think also item number 17 was to be removed as well.
For clarification, I said 17, but the agenda that county manager gave me shows that the item is number 16 now.
Very good. I will take 17 out. Members, colleagues, let me know. I have for removal from the consent agenda, item number 5, number 6, number 7, number 9, and number 16. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Then I would take a motion to approve the
Okay.
consent agenda exclusive of those items.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda and removing 5, 6, 7, 9, 16.
Very
Second.
good. And we have a motion and a second. All those in favor of accepting the consent agenda as presented with those items removed?
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Now let's go back to the items that we've removed from the consent agenda. Item number 5 is consideration and possible action to approve a funding agreement with the Museum of Northern Arizona to provide a total of $9,000 from community initiative funds, $3,000 from District 1, $3,000 from District 2, $2,000 from District 3, and $1,000 from District 1 to pay for the cost of performers, lodging, including the education of culture and traditions of people indigenous to the Colorado Plateau for the Museum of Northern Arizona Heritage Festival. And I know with us from the museum is Tori Foster. And Tori, we're going to come on up, please. And we're going to make the motion and second, then we'll hear from you. And then we will go forward with comments from the board. Do I have a motion? Who's District 4? I'm sorry, District 4. Supervisor Begay in District 4 has contributed $1,000. I'm sorry about that, Supervisor. With that, do I have a motion? We have a motion by Supervisor Begay. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second from Supervisor Ontiveros. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous, so we'll go forward. And Tori, first of all, thank you so much for being here today. It's certainly my honor as supervisor for District 1, and I know my colleagues who have joined me to contribute towards this. It is really one of the highlights of the summer, and I certainly enjoy attending and appreciate the showcase on our culture, on our art, and on really the richness of our community. So really appreciate you being here. And if you have some words about the Heritage Festival, we'd love to hear from you.
I do. Well, thank you so much for the generous support and for inviting me to be here today. And I know how busy you are. So I'll be very brief. I did look back at our records and I just thought you would think it was of interest to know that Coconino County has supported the museum's heritage programs, which have taken a wide variety of different forms over the years, but those programs that celebrate the indigenous cultures of the Colorado Plateau for over 30 years. And that is just as far back as our particular records go. So it may even be longer than that. So just want to extend our deep appreciation for that support and the acknowledgement of the museum's role in the community. So this year's Heritage Festival of Art and Culture will take place June 28th and 29th. If you have not been to the festival, of course, we welcome you to come, and I hope you will. But I wanted to just paint a brief picture of what it will be like this year. On Friday, the 27th, we have a juried art competition. So the artists who are participating in our art market can enter their best pieces into that juried art competition. And then we invite our members to come and celebrate the winners of that competition on Friday before the festival starts. And then the festival itself will include an art market. I wanted to be sure to note that the artists who will be participating in the art market, we have about 100 artists from indigenous cultures across the Colorado Plateau. We do have an artist advisory group that selects those artists. So it is a competitive process to get into the art market. And there's a lot of verification of the authenticity of that work. So the art market, also the weekend includes a lot of cultural presentations with support from the county. That includes dances, music, demonstrations, and just celebration of Indigenous cultures. We are expecting about 2,500 visitors this year. And it is really an opportunity for just cross-cultural connection between visitors, artists, performers. And we have visitors from Flagstaff across Coconino County, many visitors from the Valley, and even international folks who come specifically for the Heritage Festival. So just to rattle off our confirmed performers and presenters this year, we'll have the Zuni Ola Maidens, that's a dance group. We always have puppet shows for children. We'll have a presentation about the use of ant garnets in Indigenous culture. I'm just going to leave it at that. You're going to have to attend to find out what that's all about. The intersection of the natural world and culture. It's really interesting. We have Hatali and Jacob Jacques, which is a musical performance. Dr. Kelly Hayes-Gilpin, who's our curator of anthropology at the museum, will be giving a talk. We have the Dinéta Navajo dance group, the Pueblo dance group, a group of hoop dancers, a group of Hopi youth weavers, which I think will be really fun, and the Descendant Band performance. That's just everything that's confirmed. We're working to confirm even more presentations this year. So just again, want to extend our warm invitation to attend the Heritage Festival and really thank the county and the board for all of your support this year and over the years. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Tori. It's our pleasure to be part of that. Thank you. Any comments, members of the board? Supervisor Vasquez.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and for putting in the CI. It's always good to be able to help use community initiative funds for these kinds of projects for our community that strengthen our different cultural expressions. And so it's really exciting to hear what this year's festival is going to have, and look forward to attending. Thank you.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Ditto.
There you go.
Thank you.
Short and succinct. Anybody else? So, then thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I
Thank
didn't
you.
see you down there. So please speak up. So, Tori, thank you for being here. We look forward to taking part, as always, in the Heritage Festival. And it has gone on. I have been not on this board, but I've lived in this community a long time. It's gone on way beyond 30 years. So thank you.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving along. So item number 6 is consideration and possible action to approve a funding agreement with the Flagstaff Shakespeare Festival in the amount of $4,946 from Community Initiative Fund. Of that, $1,723 from District 1 and 2, and $1,500 from District 3 for theater performances at the local senior center. And I know that Supervisor Vasquez and myself have attended these in the past. They've been marvelous. And I hear Dawn Tucker is with us. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair. Dawn is on.
Very good. Dawn, thanks for joining us today. We will go ahead and take a vote on this. And then from there, we will turn it over to you to get some words from you. So do I have a motion for the action to approve?
So move.
There's a motion by Supervisor Ontiveros and a second by Supervisor Vasquez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. So Dawn, please let us know a little bit about what's going on here with the Flagstaff Shake Festival.
Hi, thank you. Sorry, I am somewhat in the dark here. I'm at our new theater down on Beaver Street. So thank you so much for supporting this. A lot of thanks goes to Cindy as well, who sort of helped us brainstorm on how to expand this program and make it even more accessible to seniors. So we've done it 2 years running up at Lowell Observatory. The seniors who have attended have really enjoyed the programming. One of our actors, directors, playwrights works at Joe Montoya Senior Center in their lunch program. And he was the first one to bring this up. And after last year, he suggested that perhaps we would see even more accessibility if we actually performed at the senior center. And we had a show this year that was mobile enough on its feet to be able to do that. So we decided that we would do it at Joe Montoya, but also in Williams, because we have had interested seniors from Williams, but they're only able to bring 9 in their shuttle. So this way we go to them and we perform for them, and many more will be able to attend. And then Cindy suggested that perhaps we could also expand it locally to Highgate and Peaks, and they both just leapt on the opportunity to have this sort of cultural enrichment on site for those with less mobility so that they can come and watch the show and just really enjoy the performance from a place where they're very comfortable and they have easy access to. So that's what it's going to look like this year. And we'll be performing a very hilarious play called The Complete Works of William Shakespeare, abridged, revised again. So it's a very funny play. It goes over a little bit of everything from Shakespeare, and actually Matthew Wyndham, who works at the Joe Montoya Senior Center, is going to be directing the show. So he will be working with the actors, the set, everything, to make sure that it not only works really well under our tent at Lowell, but he'll be visiting each of the senior centers, checking out the space, and then sort of redirecting the show to fit in those spaces. So we're very excited. We are extremely grateful. We could not do this without the funding from all of you. It goes directly to pay the director and the actors and the stage manager. So it pays local artists. And we're also, very proud of that, to be able to support them at this time.
Thank you, Dawn. And by the way, we've been able to take part in that with some of our seniors that were brought up to Lowell, which I loved it. But every time we were up there, as you know, we had monsoons, which was probably a very good thing. But this is wonderful. And thank you for expanding and being willing to be flexible to bring it directly to the centers themselves. I know how much our community seniors really appreciate that and help to spread the art around and make it accessible. So thank you for that very much, Don. And Supervisor Ontiveros.
Good morning, Don. This is Supervisor Ontiveros, and I am the supervisor for District 3, where the city of Williams is at. And I just want to personally thank you for taking the show on the road, so to speak, and making it accessible to the seniors in that community as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Our pleasure.
And Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Again, this is another example of a CI fund that we can invest into our community that has a great public benefit. I have attended one of these with Chair Horseman before, and just seeing the joy and the seniors that get to participate, that get to see these plays, it's really cool. And so it's exciting that this program is expanding, and I feel honored to be able to contribute to it. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. I also wanted to mention, you were talking about mental health earlier, and the ability to participate in these sort of communal experiences, like theater, where they're all experiencing the same thing in real time together and bringing that joy. There have been lots of studies that show that participation in live performance art as an audience member or a performer is incredibly beneficial to mental health.
Absolutely. Appreciate that. We look forward to it. So
Yeah.
we'll be there. We'll definitely be there for the Joe Montoya and maybe try to hit all of them. So thank you so much.
Great. We'll see you there.
All right. Thanks, John. All right. And we're moving on. Number 7 was also removed. This is consideration of possible action to approve a funding agreement with Southside Community Association to provide a total of $10,000 from community initiative funds, $2,500 from District 1, $5,500 from District 2, $1,500 from District 3, and $500 from District 4 to pay for rental space, street closure for safety, entertainment, tent rentals, stage rental, DJ services, sound system, photography, videography service, advertisement, and social media advertisement for the 2025 annual Juneteenth Gala and Festival. It sounds like a party. So I know that we have Ms. Deb with us. Deb Harris is with us, and please feel free to come up. And beforehand, we're going to go ahead and make a motion. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Supervisor Vasquez, do I have a second? Supervisor Ontiveros has a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. And Ms. Deb, good to see you this morning. Thank you for joining us. Please let us know a little bit about what's going to happen.
Yeah, it is a party. Everybody that knows me knows I love a party. Every time I have an opportunity, I do a party. Chair Horseman, Vasquez, and supervisors, thank you so much. You all don't have to do CI funding for all of these groups that come before you, but we are so happy that you do. Even though people say this is our money. Well, you also have control over that money. And so we elected you because of the hearts that you have for our community. And so I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, because we could not do Juneteenth without your support. This year, we have expanded Juneteenth. It is starting on Wednesday and it is going through Sunday. Wednesday, we have a community workshop. We can take 30 to 35 people, and that workshop is designed to bring our community together to talk about resiliency. We're living in some times right now where things are kind of tough and people are not able to find their joy. Well, we want to help them find their joy. We want to also help them figure out how they reach out to their community members, their neighbors. We're all in this together. And so we have to be a community. It's the only way we're going to survive. So that's Wednesday. Thursday, we're going to do a symposium and a workshop. That's going to be, everything is at the Murdoch Center other than the gala. And so that Thursday, we're going to talk a little bit about the Green Book and the stops in the South Side where people, African-American people, could stay when they came to, when they were traveling Route 66 from the South to wherever they were going. And so that's going to be there. We'll talk about the history and the culture of African-Americans in Northern Arizona. Sometimes when people who live down in those other places in the valley, they forget that, you know, African-American people lived in Northern Arizona. And we had huge populations in Northern Arizona. So we want to talk a little bit about that. And then Friday is the gala. That's the party. And so you will not want to miss that. We've titled it Rhythm and Resiliency. And so if you look at the supervisors have some information, yes. And so that will be going out to the entire community. We will be going out to other sponsors. All of these events are free other than the gala, because we know that our community, we live in a high cost of living community. And I'll just take a little bit of a personal privilege here. When I was a young mom, just starting out with a single mom, and every time the circus or the theater or children's plays or whatever came to the town I lived in, there were a group of older women, and they would always come up to me at church or wherever, and they put their hand in my hand, and they'd either give me tickets or they'd put a little money in there because they wanted to make sure that Lawrence did not be able to go to any of those things. And so when Southside started this, I said, we have to make sure that the events are free so that kids can come and play and parents can not feel like, well, I can't take my kid because I can't afford the price of the ticket. And so all of the events are going to be free other than the gala. And the gala is celebrating Southside Communities Association 20th year. We have been a nonprofit in this community for 20 years. And as I tell people, we have survived on a wing and a prayer. And so this is our fundraiser to help us continue to fund the one staff position that we do have. And that's our new executive director. And Sunday is celebrating dads. So we're going to have an old-fashioned barbecue, hot dogs and hamburgers. Come out, sit in the park, enjoy being those of us who are still blessed to have our dads, bring them out, spend that time with them. And I will enjoy your dad because mine isn't here, so I will have fun with your dad. So please bring them out and enjoy. And and I forgot, we are dedicating the Miss Cleo's park on Saturday. So it'll be a formal dedication of the Miss Cleo City Park that's on the back side of the Murdoch Center. And so if you haven't seen the park, please come out and see the park and also the newly remodeled Murdoch Community Center. So that's a lot. Any questions for me?
Any questions, members of the board? Yes, of course, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Deb, thank you for being here this morning, and thank you for sharing that story. That was touching and meaningful. And I just want to know that it was my great pleasure to be able to contribute to this event. Thank you for the work that you do.
you do throw a good party. I'm going to say that. And Ms. Cleo's tea party was fabulous as always. And the Juneteenth celebration has always been so fun and so wonderful to attend. And people dress wonderful. Not me. I do not dress wonderfully, but everybody else does in fact dress wonderfully. And it's just a wonderful event. And certainly look forward to a whole week of celebration. And as you say, Black history is American history, and it's important that we are out to celebrate our community and all members of our community. So thank you, Ms. Deb. You do a great job of that. So
Any
And any-
excuse, oh, I was just gonna say, any excuse to buy a new dress, ladies.
Oh, yeah. See? Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes. Thank you, Ms. Deb, for being here today. I'm glad we finally pushed this through the finish line. Again, another great example of what CI funds are supposed to be used for, helping the community put on events that celebrate our culture, that celebrate our diversity, and celebrate our history. Thank you. The theme of resiliency is so important right now. It ties in with what we just spoke about, mental health awareness. And one way to help people get through hard times is to connect with who they are, remember who they are, remember what they've been through. That gives them strength to know how to move forward. And so this event is so important, and it's such an honor to be able to contribute to it and continue to support Southside Communications efforts, especially the fact that it's the 20-year anniversary.
That's cool.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Other comments? Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you for always working to strengthen the communities, bringing people together. So thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
My friend. Just want to say thank you for all the activities that you guys are going to be having there. It's going to involve a lot of people, and you know, I've been to certain parts of it last year or the year before, and I plan to be there this year to help celebrate. And you really know how to party, because I've been there. Lots and lots and lots of food. So thank you so much for all the work that you and others that you work with do for us and for the community. Thank you so much.
You had a photo booth at the last one.
Yes,
And-
yes.
And Supervisor Begay and I hogged that photo booth, you need to know. So we had a
think
very
it'll be
good
there
time.
again.
Thank you. All right, thanks for being here. Number 9 also was withdrawn, and this is consideration and possible action to approve Resolution 2025-18, approving an intergovernmental agreement between the City of Flag and Coconino County Provisions of Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, CJCC Management, for a period of January 21st, 2025 through December 31st, 2030. And I believe that Supervisor Fowler, you withdrew this for discussion?
Yes, I did, Madam Chair. And I really just want to highlight the importance of the CJCC and these partnerships that are agreements that are signed. And we just heard from, we just honored and recognized a young man that has gone through and really changed his life and was able to, improve his whole, turn his life around. And that's part of these agreements. So I just wanted to just highlight that. And if there's someone that can maybe speak on that and elaborate more on how the CJCC and these partnerships work to benefit our communities.
Just so I don't forget, you want to make the motion? We'll do that first.
Yes.
All right, there is a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
A motion and second. All those in favor of passing item number 9, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. So we'll go forward. Is there anybody here on for CJCC? I know both Supervisor Fowler and I do sit on the CJCC board, and it's our great honor to work with so many people across our community on criminal justice, with the emphasis on justice. So is there anyone that would like to speak to this?
Chair Horseman, members of the board, I'm pleased to be able to speak to this IGA. So we have great partnership with our CJCC Coordinating Council with the City of Flagstaff, and this IGA is the document that allows us to share the costs of our CJCC coordinator with the City of Flagstaff. We wanted to renew this IGA to continue that partnership and have those costs continue to be split between the two agencies. So as you may know, the CJCC director, is a county employee on the county payroll. And we are so fortunate to have Diana Calandros in that position. She was selected by the full executive committee of the CJCC, of which Chair Horseman sits on that executive committee and in that partnership. And so the city of Flagstaff pays for half of Ms. Calandros's salary and her operating expenses as well, as she supports not only the county, but the city, but is on our payroll and housed with us at the county.
We are very lucky to have her, and she just walked in the room. Do you have anything you'd like to say on this?
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. I really appreciate this. It is an honor for me to be in this community, in this role. This role is something that I feel very passionate about, and I want to work very hard to support this community and to support the initiatives of the CJCC.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being with us. We did approve it. You'll be happy to hear that. So, and just real quickly, you know, obviously we saw this wonderful dedication this morning of the importance of the CJCC and what we're able to offer in our community when we're all working together as part of a criminal justice system that does in fact believe in justice, that does in fact believe in second chances, that does in fact believe in building a community for us all. And we appreciate you joining us in this effort and coming to our community with us, and look forward to all the wonderful futures that programs that we look forward to implementing here. So thank you.
Thank you. I'm actually on my way over to the Flagstaff Shelter Services to do some preliminary information about the warrant resolution event we have next week for removing that as a barrier to permanent housing.
It's fabulous. Supervisor Fowler, you have any additional comments?
No, I just think that this partnership with the city, as well as other partners, it is many agencies that come together really to just help individuals help themselves. So I really appreciate this this agreement, and thank you, Diana, for all the work that you're doing. Thank you.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for all the hard work, and so important. The CJCC is so important to bring all our justice partners together to be all on the same page. And when the community identifies areas that need to be adjusted, that's the committee that can work on it and have those conversations to see how we can improve our justice system so that it's equitable and fair for everyone. And so thank you for your hard work, and look forward to seeing how the program blossoms under your leadership. Thank you.
All right. Supervisor Ontiveros.
Diana, I'm only going to state publicly now what I have shared with you personally. You know how much I appreciate the work that you do behind the scenes. So thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
Yes, thank you so much for being there for people that need help, and also the organization. You make the organization look good, and thank you for all the hard work that you and your staff and others that you work with. Thank you so much to all of you, for making all the efforts to ensure that, we're out there for our communities. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we also had item number 16. This was our county manager who asked to withdraw this. This is consideration of possible action to appoint Nate Reisner as the county engineer and recognize Chad Ocker for his continuing service as Deputy Public Works Director. So I'm going to take a motion, and then I'm going to turn it over to our county manager. Do I have a motion?
Also move.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. So we're going to move forward, and you would like to say a few words first, county manager.
Thank you, Chair Horseman, members of the board. And we have 3 engineers here before us. And I don't know if we need to do a passing of the slide rule here.
I think so.
From one to, and I'm just really thankful, proud of this team that we have before us. And Nate has earned the position of county engineer in his work with both the Arizona Department of Transportation, City of Flagstaff. Prior to that, I met Nate when he was working there. I'm in fact interning, earning his engineering degree, and now with Coconino County. And it's just to see the growth and career of all of these fine gentlemen is really an honor to be a part of. So thank you, and I'll turn it to Christopher.
Hello, Christopher. Thanks for joining us.
Hello, Chair Horseman and members of the board, and thank you, Andy. We wanted to bring this to the board, and for public record, it's important to note that this is a board-appointed position. And while Chad Ocker has done an exceptional job as county engineer, and as part of our succession planning, and to recognize the distribution of work that we felt it's appropriate to bring to the board and ask if we could appoint Nate Reisner as county engineer. Chad will remain a deputy public works director, and he'll continue to lead the engineering division and supervise the road maintenance division. And the org structure, Nate will continue to report to Chad Ocker. But I want to recognize the great things and a lot of safety related things that Chad Ocker has done for the county. And he's a part of community development meetings with proposed developments and helps guide that infrastructure. And then also talk about Nate, that he's a professional civil engineer. He went to NAU. He has years and years of experience working in our community. And frankly, he gets it. He gets the understanding of Coconino County and why we do things and how we want to do things. Nate also holds certification of professional transportation operations engineer. So he's positioned himself well to handle the workload that he's going to experience here. And if it's all right, Chad's going to say a few things.
Absolutely.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chad.
Chair Horseman, members of the board. Yeah, first of all, my name's Chad Ocker, Deputy Director for Public Works, and I served as the county engineer for 1.5 years, and I want to thank you for trusting me with that responsibility. But this isn't about me. This is about Nate. Nate, I've worked with him for the past 11 years, and he's the best engineer I know. I mean, his knowledge, his technical knowledge is phenomenal, but it goes far beyond that. He's built partnerships and relationships that benefit the county. You know, his leadership skills with the engineering division is phenomenal, and his dedication to the public. I mean, to the traveling public. His dedication to creating the best transportation system, most safe and reliable transportation system. You look at what he's done with the capital improvement plan for the past 2 years. He led the effort in delivering that. He's secured grants for safety improvements and traffic congestion issues that we've had throughout the county. He's always looking at the next thing. He's proactive. That's what sets him apart, I think, from a lot of other people. We've created a strong team at Public Works, and one we can all be proud of. And you know, I think Nate's going to be the best county engineer Coconino County has ever had. And that's not a knock on me or Christopher. It's just, it's a recognition of what Nate brings to the table. So I just wanted to show my full support for this, and I will continue to serve as deputy director and support Nate and his team, support Todd Skinner and the road maintenance team, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks. And Nate, would you like to say a few words, please?
Chairman Horseman, Board of Supervisors, thank you very much. I'm humbled and honored to even be offered this position of county engineer for Coconino County. Like Chad said, I've worked with him for 11 years. I've worked with Christopher for probably close to that same amount. Whenever Christopher first moved here, I started working with him when I was at ADOT. I've known Andy for when I was in college. So I'm really proud of the team that we have, the success that Coconino County has set our engineering division up for in terms of our road maintenance sales tax, the way our divisions are kind of set up in terms of our org charts. Everything is set up for us to succeed. And without that prior vision, that prior knowledge of what we need to succeed, we wouldn't be in the situation that we are. So again, I'm very proud, honored, and humbled that this position is being offered to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And obviously, it's a big job to fill and a big job for our community. And we know you've been working so hard already serving our community. And so thank you. Thank you for taking the position. And, you know, Chad, for you as well. Thank you for the service. And Christopher, we know you all do a phenomenal job for us and for our community. And as a lumberjack and as a fellow lumberjack, of course, we only expect great things out of you. So thank you very much. Other comments from members of the board? Yes, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Tressler, for the presentation that you gave. I would just like to say that as I have listened to all of the words that were spoken, you guys exemplify teamwork, and thank you very much for that. And I think, Mr. Reisner, one thing that they forgot to say, wasn't it just not long ago we were here recognizing you as engineer of what was that this year? I know it was it peer approved?
Yeah, it was peer voted on as the Association of County Engineers.
Okay, yeah. So I just wanted to make that distinction as well, so or recognition as well. So thank all of you. Very supportive of you in this position.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Congratulations. Look forward to working with you as engineer. It's been a good time leading up to this, seeing you work and working alongside you. Definitely see the value in putting you in this position and look forward to working with you moving forward. Just wanted to thank Chad for his time there, and I think this reshuffle makes sense, and it's a good move for the county. And so congratulations. Look forward to working with you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, I just want to recognize, you know, when you're working with your colleagues, to say and come to a conclusion, I will step back and I like to have my colleague take this position. That is just amazing. That is a great, it's such a, and that's what we strive, that's what we hope for today now, amazingly enough. And here it's happening within the Public Works Department. I just want to recognize that. And thank you for your work and your amazing, just being able to work throughout the county like you've been doing. And now with this title, it just, it's just really gonna be just, I think the community already knows you, and then you coming in as a county engineer is gonna be really important. So thank you. And thank you, Chris, for recognizing this and working with your team in this way. Thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
Yeah, Chris. I just want to say thank you for acknowledging the work of your staff. You know, when you're a supervisor, you know who's putting the extra work in there, and you know, just really giving them more things to do, and you know, they can do it, you know, even to test that. So I just want to say thank you so much for bringing Nate and Chad, you know, to the their new jobs that they're going to be doing. And I think, to me, you know, I feel that's a good move on your part. And I just want to say congratulations to both of you. You know, keep on trucking and continue to make us shine. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here today. All right, we're moving along. We have now completed our consent agenda and the items that were separated. So we are now moving on, and we need to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
So move.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Ontiveros, second by Supervisor Fowler. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. We are now the directors of the Flood Control District. And we have with us a consent agenda item. With us, we do have our deputy, our director, I should say, Flood Control District Director, Lucinda Andriani. This is a consent agenda item. It's consideration and possible action to ratify an agreement between Trans-Western Pipeline Company and Coconino County Flood Control District for the reimbursement of $1,322,248 for the cost of protective measures associated with on-force long-term flood mitigation in the government tank corridor, and accept the reimbursement of funds and approve the corresponding budget amendment. This is a consent agenda item. Do we want to pull it or do we want to take a motion to accept it as a consent agenda item?
I like to pull it.
It is being pulled, and with that, it is pulled from the consent agenda for discussion. And I'd like to turn this over to our Flood Control District Director, Lucinda Andriani. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, board members, and thank you, board member and Director Fowler for bringing this forward. We've forged a lot of relationships through this process of the flood mitigation out in the pipeline flood area, and really began working with Transwestern during the fire, and then knowing once we started that modeling that flooding would impact their interstate, very large natural gas pipeline that runs, I believe, from Texas to California, and also serves portions of our communities as well here in the county. Because we knew that one of the larger corridors, flood watersheds, passed over that line. So we worked with them during the flooding on just kind of more immediate protection measures, which they did, but got some of our counsel, and it was a real challenge because that corridor, as you know, had a 31 times increase in flood flow. So it was a real challenge. And then once we had gone through that and began to look at that entire corridor on Forest, the watershed restoration measures identified that there was an opportunity there that was of mutual benefit to their facility and to our downstream communities by restoring a very large fan there, and that will both reduce the sediment it had eroded through, water was damaging the pipe, or could be damaging the pipe, and also to reduce the amount of sediment going into the neighborhood. So this is a win-win for both parties. We really appreciated the cooperation that they worked with us. It took a bit to get through that corporate process, but we did, and we really do appreciate the contribution to cover a portion of that cost that is benefiting their asset. A very important and frankly very valuable asset to them. So any other questions, I'm happy to answer.
Any questions, members of the board? Thank you for the overview. Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Lucinda. I just want to add that the flood district, as we've been talking about partnership all throughout the day, and the well-being of our communities, feeling like they're safe and they can come home and depend that their home is still there, and being able to know that the mitigation is helping them. Just want to thank you for all those partnerships that you have established through the years, and now we're at the tail end of all these projects, and which is you have overseen all of those projects from the very beginning when the shock came that there's actually fire, and then after that there's actually flooding that's coming through. So and then just calming the fear and being able to feel like people can live there again. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate
Supervisor Vasquez, you have some comments. I know you spent a lot of time out there.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for bringing this to us and giving us the opportunity to talk a little bit about it. It's really in the sense of, you think about that fire and the post-wildfire flooding 3 years ago to where we're at now, and this is really part of that final piece of the restoration of the watershed. And so just thank you to you and your team and everybody involved, the partners that helped get us to this point. And as Supervisor Fowler was saying, just that sense of peace that people can live in that area and not fear for a car-sized boulder coming through their front yard, as was the fear 3 years ago. And so we need to continue this work. It's so important. It's for the safety of our community. And so just want to say thank you, because it's been a long road, but it's been a successful one.
Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. And it's kind of remarkable to think that we're still only 2 years, just over 2 years from receiving the funding. And we've accomplished a lot. And it's been because of that team and those partnerships that we've been able to do that. And particularly want to thank Natural Channel Design Engineering, because they're the ones that come up with these concepts. They worked very closely with Transwestern and we're able to help facilitate securing the funding. Thank you.
And just in terms of this partnership, this also was a partnership with the federal government on getting this done and being able to deliver. And without the involvement of the state and the federal government, as well as the county and our private partners, this would not have gotten done. So
absolutely. And the funding for the remainder of that project and all the rest of the corridors on forest came from the Forest Service.
Which we thank you. Thank you for everything you and your staff do. Really appreciate this.
Thank you.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you, Lucinda. You know, I know you really, really know a lot about what needs to happen up there, either whether it be fire, floods, or whatever. You know, you're there. You can secure funds, left and right, and it's really amazing, that you're a forerunner in this whole thing. And then, of course, we have partners. We've got the people that are involved in Transwestern, so you really know who to work with to get things done. So I greatly appreciate all the projects that you have been working on and have had done, and then also the current ones that you're doing. And so I just wanted to reiterate to what my colleagues say, good job, well done.
Thank you.
Director Entreveros.
Thank you. Ms. Andriani, I would just like to publicly thank you and acknowledge the hard and excellent work you do, in addition to all of the other comments that have come from my fellow directors.
Thank you.
All right. With that, thank you for joining us. And I need a motion. Is there a motion to pass item number 23 as read?
So moved.
There's been a motion by Supervisor Vasquez, second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Director Begay, I'm so sorry. It's unanimous by the directors. So thank you so much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
that. All right. We now need to resolve back as the Board of Supervisors. Do I have a motion? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. We are now the Board of Supervisors. We have an action item. And with us, we have Lindsay. And Lindsay, this is item number 24. It's consideration of possible action to approve a recommendation of approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding a special event liquor license application for the event named Callan Mai. Is that it?
Correct.
Callan Mai from May 30th to the 31st, 2025. The applicant is Henke Kristen, and the nonprofit organization is the Book Blossom Foundation. The location is at 4535 Forest Service Road in Flagstaff, Arizona. And I think this is in Supervisor Entreveros' district. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, good. Well, I'm going to turn this over to you, Lindsay Daly, the clerk of the board, to give us an overview on this.
Thank you, Chair Horseman and Supervisors. I just wanted to provide a little bit of background. Typically, we have these special event applications done administratively through my office, but because this is a new applicant and a new event here in the county, it's an opportunity to provide outreach to the applicant about other requirements outside of the special event liquor license, such as the temporary use permit process through community development and also food licensing through HHS. So we wanted to work with the applicant to make sure they're aware of the other requirements within the county that goes along with the special event liquor license application. And we do have Mia Valdez here as a representative with the applicant, so she can speak if there's any questions regarding the event itself. But some of the things that we wanted to be aware of is the fact that up here we sometimes have fire restrictions by that time of the event. She's fully aware of that, and also through the TUP process. Although the property, this is a private parcel that the event will be on, and that private property owner has had events on their property in the past and has worked with community development in the past for TUPs for those events. So the applicant has worked with the property owner as well as community development staff. And we did hear from community development. Actually, Jess from community development is on the meeting virtually if there's any questions for him regarding the TUP, but they have worked and have been issued their TUP. So the TUP process looks at things such as dust mitigation, noise, fire protection, porta potties, hand washing stations. The applicant is looking to sell about 800 tickets if they can for the event. So again, if there's any questions, we did send this out to our departments, Sheriff's Office, Risk Manager, Health Department, and Community Development do not have any concerns now that they have gone through the requirements of the TUP process as well as the food licensing process. So the applicant has done, as well as the property owner, has done what is needed to have this event. And if there's any questions, Jess is here. If you have any questions regarding the TUP process, Eva's here. If there's any questions regarding the food licensing process, and Mia Valdez is here if there's any questions for the applicant about the event. And just as a note too, we did, Jen Hammond from District 3 office has provided information to the Forest Service. So they're aware of the event since it is off of a Forest Service road. And also our emergency management, we've made them aware of the event as well. And the applicant is working through the TUP process in partnership with the Pinewood Fire District on fire protection and resources. So they're aware of the event because the property is not within a fire district boundary. So as part of the TUP process, they have to have that partnership with a fire district that will help with fire protection and resources on site for the event.
So Lindsay, thank you for that thorough review. It sounds like they've been dotting their I's and crossing their T's for this event. So I really appreciate that. And I'd like to turn this over to Supervisor Ontiveros since this is in her district.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. I just would like to clarify, this is within the Mormon Lake Fire District, right?
It's actually, it's not within a fire district boundary. So it's in between Mormon Lake Fire District and Pinewood Fire District. So they've elected to work with the Pinewood Fire District because it's actually closer to the event.
Okay.
So that the resources will be there for the event.
Okay. And I know I have so much faith in both of the fire chiefs that are in this area, the Mormon Lake Fire Chief, Sean Western, that he is referenced in here is also his willingness to work with this group. And of course, Fire Chief Tope in Munns Park. And one of my biggest concerns was the issue of fire. Okay, I just want to share that with my other board members. And having the support of both of these fire chiefs has alleviated that. And I am perfectly okay moving forward with this.
Can I ask a question? And if the event coordinators are here, maybe they can answer it. I've never heard of the Book Blossom Foundation, but I'm intrigued. And it appears they're the nonprofit that's putting this on. Can maybe tell us what this is about.
Sure, Mia, if you can just unmute your microphone.
Yes, hello.
Hello, thank you for joining us.
Yes, hi, nice to join you. So
And I don't know if you heard that. I just was curious. The Book Blossom Foundation. I know this is a nonprofit organization that's putting this on. So I was just curious about who the Book Blossom Foundation is and if this is a fundraiser or the purpose for the event.
yes, so this is a fundraiser. So the Book Blossom Foundation, because we work with the community a lot, and one of our passions is just reading and bringing that to the community. So with this fundraiser, we're hoping to be able to put a library into a like a domestic violence shelter. So just to be able to build a library for them and to provide books for the women, just to help empower them and help, bring that community to them.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Any other questions or comments from members of the board? If not, I would entertain a motion on this to approve the recommendation of approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor License as set forth in agenda item number 24.
I will so move.
There is a motion from Supervisor Ontiveros and a second by Supervisor Begay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We are moving forward. Thank you so much, Lindsay, and for all the county departments that have been taking part of this and making sure that regulations were in fact done and followed. Really appreciate that. And I also want to say I appreciate the Book Blossom Foundation and the folks making sure that they have followed through and done what's necessary for these kinds of events. So thank you. All right. We are going forward. It's still you. Okay, we have number 25. Consideration and possible action to approve a recommendation of approval to the Arizona Department of Liquor Licenses and Control regarding an application for a permanent extension of premises for an existing liquor license for the Munns Park RV Camp at 17550 South Munns Ranch Road in Munns Park, Arizona. And the agent is Camilla Alarcon. I may have mispronounced that. I'm sorry, Camilla, if I did. And I believe this is also in Supervisor Entreveros' district. There's a pattern going on here. I want you to know that. Please, Lindsay, please take us through this.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. Camilla has actually come before. We've done administratively temporary extensions at the same location in the past. So she's just trying to make it permanent so that she doesn't have to keep coming back for a temporary extension. This is again in Munns Park. It's Munns Ranch Road at the Munns Park RV Camp. We did send it out to our departments, which included the Sheriff's Office, Community Development, Health Department, and Risk Manager. And they do not have any concerns regarding this being a permanent extension to an already existing liquor license. So the agent Camilla is on the meeting virtually. If there's any questions for her, she can answer any questions regarding that.
Thank you.
Again, the board does not issue the license, but provides the recommendation to the state as to whether you want to offer a recommendation of approval, disapproval, or no approval.
Thank you for that. And this again is in Supervisor Entreveros' district. So I'm going to turn this to her.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. There have been, obviously, they're doing something right by being able to have continuing temporary. So I have no problem supporting what they're requesting.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? If not, I would entertain a motion for item number 25.
I will so move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Vasquez. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. It is unanimous. So thank you and good luck to the folks out there at the Munns Park RV Camp. With that, we have come to the end of our regular board meeting. We are going to adjourn for the regular board meeting, and we're going to go forward on our budget meetings that I believe, is that coming right up next, Andy, or are we taking a break?
We can take a bit of a break. We are right where we need to be. We have Health and Human Services here waiting for us next, and a bio break is probably appropriate.
I think
and then
that's probably true.
Thank you.
True. So let's take a 10-minute break, members.
We do. Chair Horseman, we're starting with Health and Human Services, and then we'll have a lunch break. And then the afternoon at 1 starts with Public Fiduciary and then Superintendent of Schools. So that's our schedule for today, and then wrap up after.
Well, thank you for joining us, Supervisor Begay. And we're still missing a supervisor, but is she out there? Okay. It was. It was. All right, we're almost ready here. Just get another minute. Sorry. We know people that. I'll give you the gavel. Okay. And I know she'll be here a minute. I'll just start us. Thank you for being here. As you know, this is part of our special session budget meeting. We just had our regular board meeting, and we are now adjourning into the regular, the special session of the Board of Supervisors to continue our ongoing budget process. And with that, I would like to go ahead and do roll call just for the record. And I am Patrice Horseman. I am the chair and the supervisor for District 1, District 2.
Good morning, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2, and current Vice Chair.
District 3.
Good morning, Tammy Ontiveros, District 3.
And I know District 4. District 4. What is it with you?
District 4, Judy Gay, Board of Supervisor for District.
And District 5, Supervisor Fowler is right here. Look at this. Right on time. So I am, as you know, this is part of our budget process. I'm going to turn this over to our county manager to proceed.
Thank you, Chair Horseman, members of the board. And here to kick off this series of budget hearings is Kim Musselman, our Deputy County Manager, who is very intimately familiar with our Health and Human Services and the group. And so, Kim, thank you for taking the lead today on this.
Thanks, Andy. Thank you, Chair and members of the board. Just wanted to make a quick comment overall of all three of the departments that you're going to be hearing from today. This grouping of departments, and I know this is staying in the spirit of putting programs and departments together that do that their work kind of touches one another more so than maybe other departments. And we know all of our departments work incredibly collaboratively together, regardless of what they are. But this first group of departments, I know we've referred to them over the last couple of years in multiple different ways. And I know even on your pie charts that Siri was reviewing yesterday, you saw there was like a health and welfare piece that was called health and welfare. And so today I'm actually going to refer to this group not as that, but as our health education and our safety net. And those three departments that fall under that, of course, Health and Human Services, who you're going to hear from first, our Superintendent of Schools, which is obviously education, but also so much more in terms of safety net and other pieces. And then, of course, our Public Fiduciary's Office, who represents some of our most vulnerable populations who are not able to make decisions for themselves and serve in that capacity. So with that, looking forward to the rest of the day and all the departments, but I'm going to start off with Health and Human Services is here. And of course, as you all know, department very near and dear to my own heart. And having had the honor of serving as the director of that department. But today I'm going to be introducing Michelle Axland as the director to present their budget. And just a couple of things to touch on this. And you are all very fully aware because Michelle and her team have done an exceptional job of keeping all of us informed about the things that are going on related to funding. But there's a very large portion of the Health and Human Services Department that is funded by federal funds. Many of those funds pass through the state, as you're aware. And going into this next fiscal year, this current fiscal year, it was about 17 million. Going into this next budget, there's about $14 million of that, of their overall budget, which Michelle will be sharing more about, of federal funds that make up almost 47% of their budget, which is about 42 FTEs. So just putting that in perspective of the work that's done with other funding to support our communities. So with that, just want to give a quick little overview. I know in your notebooks, you'll see kind of what's been recommended by the manager's office in terms of the funding and of their requests. And so they're going to be receiving some additional motor pool and mechanical services funding to support their vehicles and their vehicle repair and the vehicles that they utilize to serve our communities. Their 5% CPI is comes out to just over $37,000 that they are going to be receiving with that 5% CPI, and about $22,000 to help cover the cost of their software. You know, that was one of the big areas as we were doing the overview yesterday. And then also in one-time funds, it's recommended to receive funding for the new medical examiner vehicle upfit and a 1-year extension on the grants coordinator position. And I just want to highlight that that grants coordinator position is not only supporting HHS, it's really a grant coordinator position for the entire county. And that position has been being utilized in that way for the last, certainly really extensively this last past year, but even prior to that. And will ultimately also be helping superintendent of schools when we talk about them a little bit this afternoon as well. So with that, I am going to go ahead and turn it over to Michelle.
Well, good morning again, Chair and Board of Supervisors. Thanks for having us today. And I first want to say my sincere thanks to you for your support through this, as we have now termed it, the uncertainty or the unknown time. Your support to our programs this past couple months and throughout the whole year have been immeasurable, and we really, truly are appreciative of that. And with that, I'd really like to introduce our team here. We have some amazing team members, and I am so honored that they're here and representing us. So I will start it off. They'll come up to the mic real quick, say their name and what program they work with.
Good morning. My name is Sunshine Kaufman, and I'm the Division Manager for Community Health and Prevention.
Good morning. I'm Amy Griffin, a Deputy Director.
Good morning, Eve Walters, Deputy Director.
Good morning, Andrea Merihue, Division Manager for Community Action.
Good morning, Jenica Phone-Kittle, Admin Manager.
Hello, Joel Bunis, Outbreak Response Division Manager.
Good morning, Angie Swart, Division Manager of Recovery and Resiliency.
I'm Mike Mattson. I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for the Medical Examiner's Office.
It's great to see them, and thank you for joining us. Good to see so many familiar faces.
And we have quite a few of our other staff from our other programs here as well as in support. So thank you. Ricky. And Ricky is our official turner of pages. Next slide. He is. We are very spoiled. So what you can see here is our HHS team on our organizational chart. Our divisions are set up after the social determinants of health that you just heard: our community action, administration, community health and prevention, our medical examiner's office, outbreak response, recovery and resiliency, regulatory, and population health. Next slide. Our HHS strategic priorities help guide our work to ensure we are meeting the needs of the community. Our strategic priorities are tied to one of these areas that you see on this slide, and we track them quarterly and report out for transparency to not only our staff, but also on our website, so the community knows also what is important and what are we working on to achieve those objectives. Next slide. So I know every time you see us come up here, we are always talking about the social determinants of health and how that affects every part of our lives. And here at HHS, we really feel that focusing on the whole health on a multi-systems approach is our best approach. As a department, we work on critical data tracking of health and safety of our communities, tracking communicable diseases like HIV, measles, to name a few. Our goal is prevention by looking to reduce the costly impact of chronic diseases such as heart disease and cancer. We work to address the ongoing opioid epidemic, administering services to educate the public on car seats, injury prevention to save lives. We work to provide maternal and child health services like Health Start, Healthy Families, First Things First that works with our childcare facilities, and WIC. We provide coordinated reentry crisis support for individuals facing eviction and utility assistance, and help to feed our seniors so they have at least one nutritious meal a day. Next slide. So what we've done is broken up our slides into these different divisions. So you can see on the far left or your right, whichever way you're looking, the number of staff that make up that and the different programs, what accomplishments they felt strongly about, and what our future looks like. So currently, HHS has approximately 47% of their total funding coming from external funding. So that means 19% is coming from the health district tax, and we'll talk about that a little bit later of what makes up those programs. This leaves the remaining revenue coming into the program at 33% from the general fund. Currently, HHS this fiscal year has a $33 million operating budget. Due to the stop orders and other funding cuts that we are looking at, we are requesting a budget for next year of a little over $25 million. Our fiscal year 26 budget makes up 85% of our staff funded under federal, state, private pay, and public health district taxes, making only 15% of our FTEs funded under the general fund. So it's a very small amount when you look at how big we are. We are approximately 150 employees made up of 50 different programs. So, yes. So our accomplishments is to continue to build the resiliency of our programs, track and implement our strategic plan, and building a no wrong door model to increase the community knowledge of our programs. Our preparations to open up a new youth behavioral health center and work with our regional behavioral health authority on bringing more mental health providers and services to our communities. Our vital records department has exploded over this past year for numerous reasons. And they have met creatively and come up with solutions by increasing hours, providing drop-in services and drop-off services so individuals can leave their application at the front desk, pay the fee, and then they'll get a call of when to come back and pick it up. So saving them time from sitting in our lobbies, as well as efficiency for them as well. And my favorite, we got all of our policies updated this past year, so thank goodness. Next slide. So talking about our strategic plan, we talked about that being a transparent piece. So in 2021, as part of our community health needs assessment, we looked at the community, identified gaps, our services, looked at our data, and came up with objectives that we were going to track for the next 5 years. This is refreshed quarterly. Our teams update this, and this is what we publish on our website and internal to our staff. So this is just a sneak peek. Next slide. Our Community Action Division. This includes our senior congregate in Williams and Flagstaff, our Meals on Wheels, empowerment programs that deliver diapers, SNAP, period poverty, rental and utility services, financial empowerment, home care, and forensic interviewing. Next slide. Our diaper program has delivered over 100,000 diapers to over 655 children since its inception. Currently, we are distributing over 16,800 diapers a month. This includes diapers as well as adult incontinence supplies. Our period products are being given out for free to individuals who qualify based on their income. We have passed out over 38,000 products this past year. We have just expanded our network and included Gray Hills High School out of Tuba City, which we just dropped off 2 weeks ago, as well as the Fredonia High School, which was just last week. A notable thing that this division has done is they were awarded the Arizona Department of Housing flexible funding. So what makes this different than some of our other programs is that this program is based on the average median income for a family versus the federal poverty limit. This is a last gap that this board approved for eviction. So when you're talking about numbers, what we're looking at is going by the average median income for a family of 4 here. They can make up to $90,000 and qualify to use this program. Just because you make $90,000 doesn't mean you're paying all your bills. So this really does open up a service array for a lot more individuals in our community. Most of the programs that we offer are based on the federal poverty limit, so that family of 4, in order to qualify for a lot of services, would have to make less than $32,000. That's not a lot of money for a family of 4. That's why we're really proud of programs that we can bring that bridge that gap in between those income thresholds. The number of families they have assisted with rental and utility assistance is that we have provided 21 HEPA filters, 907 rental and utility assistance, and you hear a lot in the news, and this will continue, about LIHEAP. So LIHEAP is Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program. This is a federal program that is on the chopping block for the budget for this next fiscal year. In a period of just the first half of Coconino County, our mighty team has processed over 325 applications to help people with their utility and rental assistance. When we look at it from a state level, that's almost $4.2 million that LIHEAP is used in just the first half of this year. So if you were to multiply that out, we're looking at over $8 million coming into our state to help low-income families pay that utility bill and rental. If that funding does get cut, that will be a devastation to our state. Our seniors. We have fed over 20,000 meals in fiscal year 25. Our Meals on Wheels program has grown this past year over last year. We didn't think that was possible, but we are continuing to find funds and resources to be able to feed our seniors. To give you an idea, we have 407 meals coming out of our Williams Senior Kitchen, feeding about 80 unduplicated seniors every day. 889 meals a month coming out of our Flagstaff Kitchen, feeding 116 unduplicated seniors. That's made up of 4 Meals on Wheels routes in Flagstaff and 1 in Williams. The CDBG funds that you approved recently for the county, and then the city of Flagstaff also approved CDBG funds, will help that senior program, Meals on Wheels program, continue with the resource navigation for our seniors, as well as moving into Williams, Fredonia, and Page, helping our Meals on Wheels seniors. The state Department of Economic Security has developed an A to Z portal that you'll be hearing about. This includes SNAP, TANF, Medicaid, childcare, and of course, LIHEAP that we just talked about. This is a one-stop shop portal that works for many who are tech savvy or have internet services. But we know in our community, that doesn't always exist. So looking at our data, only 7% of our population is able to utilize the portal. That left 92% of the applications submitted for LIHEAP this past year to Coconino County coming through our navigators, coming through a multiple of sources. So as technology increases and people want to push that venue, you still need navigators to help. We have a forensic interviewer, and this is for interviewing children who have been involved as a victim or witness in a crime or suspected abuse as part of our law enforcement investigations. This forensic interviewer had done over 158 interviews last year. This year, that number is increasing as we see more children falling into prey. On a positive note, we have expanded into our schools with teaching financial empowerment to students, discussing budgeting, and how to read an electric utility bill. If you've ever tried, there are something to look at. So we are very proud to be working with FUSD as well as Sharon Manor on educating our public. Next slide. Population health. This is our clinic who does wellness exams, sports physicals, vaccines, sexual health testing and treatment, our HIV program with Ryan White and case management coordination, medication adherence and treatment, and our teen pregnancy prevention education. And I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge that this is National Nurses Week. So a big shout out to all of our nurses out there. We're very proud of you. Next slide. Our teen pregnancy prevention program has done a phenomenal job this year working with FUSD in an opt-in class for 9th graders. This is to teach sexual health prevention, and this discussion has led FUSD to explore adding a 1.0 FTE later in the year potentially to continue that teaching so we can hit all the students that they're requesting. We have hired a nurse practitioner on our sexual health testing, and since she began, she has seen over 144 patients in the past 2 months. So this is a very needed service, and we're grateful to have her. Our big accomplishment coming out of our clinic is bringing our billing in-house. And this is part of our HHS mission of being fiscally responsible and looking at all options possible as we explore new programming and gaps. So as we look, we hired a third-party billing company to be able to take all of our insurance, and they would take 40% off the top of any revenue that came back into the clinic. So to give you an idea of what that cost was to us, in fiscal year 23, we paid out over $167,000 to this third-party company. In fiscal year 24, we began the process of bringing that billing in-house, knowing we could do a better job and keep the money more locally. We brought it down to $84,000. Excuse me. And I'm happy to report this year it is 100% in-house. So what does that mean? That investment in those dollars means we can buy more vaccines for our private pay clients. We can pre-stock up on those supplies and continue to provide that outreach support service that is so vital to our rural communities. This past season, we passed out 966 flu doses, and we administered 807 COVID tests or COVID vaccines. So what is our future? Continue billing in-house, provide the community with vaccines, which includes rabies. Many of you saw that last year we had a larger rabies concern in our communities, but that is really heart and center on our canyon areas. As canyoneers are going down and people are camping outside without tents, we don't mess with bats. That is 99% fatal if you are bitten by a bat and you have rabies. It is very expensive shots. It is a series of 4. We don't mess with rabies. So we are doing our education and promotion around that, working with our canyoneers as well as National Park Service. And then we're also working this next year in our future of working with our youth center to expand our mental health screening tools and clinical services. And we are very grateful for this board's support, which due to a stop order, some of our Vaccines for Children program was cut abruptly. Arizona Community Foundation was kind enough. They heard this on the radio, stopped by and gave us a check. So we are able to continue that this year. So thank you very much for your support. Next slide. Recovery and Resiliency Division. This is made up of our Pathways to Community, Opioid Crisis Response, and our new Youth Center. Next slide. And you guys know me, I love my data. So you're going to get a bunch of numbers, but hopefully you'll find it useful. Pathways to Community is screening and working with between 400 and 450 individuals each month. We have placed this current year, which we're talking about a half a year, 258 individuals entered mental health treatment, 375 received substance abuse treatment from a warm handoff straight from detention. Our recidivism rate is down to 10% for this current year. But when we look at, since the program's inception, we have some work to do still. That's 2.5 years this program has been operating. Our recidivism rate at the 2.5-year mark, looking at it as a whole picture, we're at 25%. Now that is still below the national average of 48%, but we have some work to do. So we began looking at the data. So what is that telling us? Where can we improve? Where are those gaps? So looking at the data, we know that the jail stay on average is 1.5 days. Native Americans make up 54% of the incarceration, and the age group most frequently incarcerated are our 25 to 34-year-olds. Violent crimes are up in Coconino County, countywide, and if you can keep someone out of jail for 30 days, we can reduce the recidivism rate in that first year by 50%. So those first 30 days are critical, and that's where recidivism programs like Pathways has a strong arm hold and can make such a difference. We know our population struggles with substance use, and over 52% of our screenings self-reported show that they report a self-problem of alcohol or other drugs. We are working with the county attorney in conjunction with the county detention center to continue to look at that data and for opportunities. 54% of those that are incarcerated at our detention center are locals. They are not from out of state. They're not from other countries. They are locals. 14% are unhoused or living in temporary housing. That leaves only 11% coming from outside our state. 10 of the most frequent charges among the bookings are public disorder and conduct. The second is failure to appear. 25% of the bookings involved are system-related charges. That means 1 in 4 are related to a system issue. We can do it. We can make that difference together, as are all of our departments working. The Sheriff's Association and our sheriff here are working to seek legislative funding so that Pathways can stay permanently funded going forward. We're hoping to have that governor signed by the end of the month. So we're very grateful to that. So our accomplishments. In May, we will finish the remodel, finally, of Pathways, and we'll be inviting you all to come and see it. We've enhanced our program to include partners like Southwest Behavioral, Veterans Finest, Catholic Charities for Housing, and Hope Lives for peer support. They are all working on site there with our community. We hired a new youth behavioral health clinical director, which Brandy, you have met at a previous board meeting, and we're excited about the work that she is doing. A entourage at the end of May or June will be headed to Stanford to go visit the Alcove model with NARBA Institute to go look at that model and be able to bring back some more information for us and develop that curriculum. We are working with Northern Arizona Healthcare and Southwest Behavior Health in conjunction with our teams to bring treatment through the emergency room. This is treatment related to medications for opioid use. So this will be a new partnership that we are working on this next year. Next slide. Our regulatory division. This includes environmental health, animal services, and smoke-free. Next slide. Due to the requirements to be a registered sanitarian, a little over a year ago, we were down to 1 registered sanitarian to oversee over 1,000 licensed facilities. That's not a lot. We are now up to 4. And each of those 1,000 facilities have to be inspected twice statutorily. So what does it take to become a sanitarian? Well, 5 years of apprenticeship or 30 science semester classes, and we all know how much we love science. So new legislation was just passed, and we're excited that after the sine die period, we'll be able to lower the apprenticeship piece down to 3 years, where hopefully this will help us with our recruitment and being able to bring more registered sanitarians to do the work. There are only statewide 555 as of February 25 registered sanitarians in Arizona. So when you eat out, definitely take a second thought. We don't have enough. Eve is currently working on new environmental health codes and educating the public on cottage food. We will be bringing those new code ordinances to you in late August is our plan. And there's a lot of new rules and legal items that are happening around THC and marijuana dispensaries being put in your drinks and food. And so that is being worked through with the county attorney's office as well as HHS here locally. Animal Services has that 24/7 licensing access, and over 1,400 people have taken use of the portal. So even if you wake up in the middle of the night because you can't sleep because you decided you need a register FIDO, Go ahead, you can. We are working again with our community on rabies education, as well as hantavirus. Hantavirus has made the news recently. In the past 24 months, we have had 3 cases of hantavirus, 2 have ended fatally. This is something that you can mask up. You can go a little slower in cleaning up that dust or around that wood pile. Mice feces is nothing to mess with. Next slide. Community Health Prevention Division. This has a lot of programs. We have Arizona Health Zone, breastfeeding peer support, dental days, first things first, quality first, Health Start, injury prevention, opioid overdose prevention, tobacco and chronic disease, and WIC. Next slide. You've heard us talk many times about our vending machines that are taking spots up throughout the county and working with our partners. Northern Arizona Healthcare has 2 of these. Canyonlands and Page has 1. And our juvenile detention center is looking at adding an additional. We have one at King Street. If you ever need Narcan or want a gun safety lock, you just have to walk in, push a button, no questions asked. It is yours. These vending machines, at least at King Street, can be customed, but we have included fentanyl testing kits, xylazine testing strips, Narcan, multivitamins for pregnant parents, and firearm safety locks for those that desire them. Under our First Things First, that is where we work with the child care facilities, and child care has been on the forefront of most of our minds as we helping families. There are now 29 centers that this one person works with countywide. That is up from last year of 25. The work this person does has increased to a 97% health and safety checklist. This means they get more stars, which means more funding from the state to help parents with scholarships. So this has a domino effect. So we're very proud of the work that she is doing and helping them improve their quality scores. We distributed in fiscal year 24 over 4,100 Narcan. And something new we haven't talked to you about is our mini dental clinics. So you've all heard down in Phoenix, the Missions of Mercy, where all the dentists down in Phoenix donate their time for a couple days and people get free dental work. We have our own up here. We have our local dentist in December. They called it Community Dental Days. This is a collaborative volunteer effort to provide no-cost dental care to our underserved. So in December, we had 90 volunteers help to provide over $81,000 of free dental to 89 patients. These services include 54 fillings, 47 extracts, and 26 hygiene services. We try to run these 3 times a year through NAU, our local dentists here all volunteering their time. And we have created this collaboration where it's not HHS running it. We did a community grassroots program, and that's what we do. So this program, if you're ever in need of community investment dollars, can always use your assistance. So we want to thank those partners for helping us create this event. Healthy Families received a play grant from the Family Spirit Grant up to $53,000. This play grant is going to create a play center in the middle of our newly remodeled Health and Human Service building. So we'll be excited to show you when that remodel is complete. Our WIC, as of right now, is set to be level funded next year. This is amazing news. We are very grateful for the work they have done and for the grants they applied for. So we will be around. Our future, continuing to bring resources to our community to assist with opioid use, policy work with the schools for healthy eating, and continue to expand our mini dental clinics with our amazing dentists. We were just notified yesterday that our opioid prevention program received a $75,000 grant that we will be bringing to the board called MapForce Grant, which is to work with our youth on substance use. So we're very excited about the continuing piece there. And that's a big thanks to our grant writer and the team that we're able to accomplish that. Next slide. Outbreak Response Division, Epidemiology, Communicable Disease, and Public Health Preparedness Response. Next slide. While I have a captured audience, you will see that on your social media, you may be getting alerts that there is a measles outbreak in our county or in the northern region. As of this moment, that is not true. So we won't send you an email. It is not true as of this moment. Always subject to change on an hour by hour. But we are continuing to monitor it. This team, this is what they do. They monitor and then they track down. This team looks at data from hospitals, the state, vital records, tracking measles, bird flu, rabies, whooping cough, which is coming out of Colorado City right now, are just a few of the things that they monitor. Over 90 reportable diseases is what this team looks at that our medical providers report. They produce community reports, including our respiratory virus report, which showed that we had a huge spike, as many of you were sick over this last winter with influenza. Surprise, that was the leader. They also assist with our suicide mortality review. And we just looked at our 2024 data, and we saw an increase, unfortunately, of 63 completed suicides, which was up from the previous year of 45. Residents made up 39 of those deaths, with firearm suicides as the leading method. The mortality rate is the highest among our elderly, 65 plus, with 20 to 44-year-olds following closely by. The future, continue tracking, providing surveillance. And just as an example, we don't know what's coming at us next. So do you know about dengue fever? Kind of interested, it's got a weird name. So this is a virus spread by mosquitoes biting humans. We've all had that mosquito bite. The symptoms, not great. High fever, headache, body aches, nausea, rash, abdominal pain, vomiting, rapid breathing, bleeding gums, and of course, fatigue. That sounds like a recipe for fun on a weekend. Mosquitoes breed around standing water, which we have after flooding events. So this is something that could very much happen in our community, and our teams monitor that and track it. We test for mosquitoes all throughout the summer. So here at Health and Human Services, we try to prevent the mosquito bite you never had. So when you're not scratching your legs for a mosquito bite, think of us. Currently, they're assisting our medical examiner on his annual report. And by looking at that data, we will be producing that report here shortly. Next slide. Our medical examiner. That one's a little self-explanatory of what that includes. Next slide. We are very excited to announce that we have hired Dr. Matson's new assistant, Dr. Lily Marston. We are referring to them as Dr. Mike and Dr. Lily, who is joining Dr. Mike from Utah. She brings a wealth of experience in pediatric cases, so we're very excited to have her. And we're also very grateful for our other departments. They have put together, under Matt Fowler, he has led together a group to include the county attorney, the sheriff's office, IT, and health and human services, focused to bring technology, to bring closure to loved ones that we have not been able to identify. So when we all started together, we had 72 individuals that were not, whose remains were not identified at that point. So their families did not have that closure. Because of this group working together in DNA testing and tracking, we have now lowered that number down to 53, and we continue to work on that and continue to work on outreach and testing for our loved ones so we can find that closure for them. Again, the annual medical examiner report is underway. There were over 1,200 deaths in our calendar year for 2024 in Coconino County, and I'll let Dr. Matson share the rest when the report is published. Next slide. So Health and Human Services, we see ourselves as kind of a maze, searching for health and well-being, looking at partnerships, collaborative thinking, community needs, always re-looking at how we fill those gaps and building that future together. We truly believe in looking and building that as a whole, as part of a whole group. And it's not just about us, it's about our partners, our departments, working together to make that change. We're partnering with the hospital, task force, and looking at funding opportunities every chance we get to continue the services that we have that are meeting a gap need or refining what we need. We believe in that strong strategic investment, which means working together. We recently identified in some of the data that we've looked at an opportunity to help find grants that could bring maybe portable virtual courtrooms to our northern areas Arizona areas that had a higher failure to appear rate. And so by working collaboratively with our other departments, as well as the Indigenous group through the CJCC, we were able to write a grant, and hopefully we'll bring good news in a month or two, that we were able to secure some technology to bring that on tribal land to our communities. So our future is building for the future of eyes on the needs while always looking at the data, funding, and capacity to make that lasting difference. This can only be done as we strategically invest and leverage the funds to help meet those needs. So we kept our promise to you when we came to you at the end of COVID and said, we have a lot of grants. We will continue to scale down that number of staff that we brought on during COVID. We were up to 54 additional staff that were brought up during COVID. And over the past years, as we looked at the data and our programming and the needs, we have scaled that down proportionately. So when the funding stop orders did hit us, it was not as devastating as it could have been. So we have kept that promise, maximizing that. So talking about that, we're just going to dive into a few numbers here because we haven't talked about this. And yesterday you talked a lot about the public health tax district. So what does that fund? Next slide. Yes, I just went scuba diving, so I was a little fish frenzy on the graphic. But sometimes our mandates feel like a shark, you know? It's tag, which mandate is it first? And so making fun of that a tiny bit. So the Public Health Task District, which you guys discussed yesterday, in 2024 brought $5.3 million to Health and Human Services. So where does that money get spent? A majority of it gets spent right off the top for Title 36 mandates, and we'll talk about that in more detail here in just a few minutes. There's some liability insurance because we all need to keep, good workman's comp and some liability to keep our staff safe. But then what you're looking at coming down is animal services, environmental health, medical examiners. So what are all those programs? They're all mandated to the counties to provide. A few of them have a percentage, so not the full amount. So the clinic and immunization you see at 65%. Only children vaccines for school-aged children are what are mandated by the state for a public health department to provide. So not the full budget. So the numbers there only represent the mandated sections of those. So all come and said, at the end of the day, when we hit our 5.3 million revenue that Siri graciously puts in our fund, we spend it all. And then we are left with a negative balance of just over $3.3 million. But again, it was all mandates that took that money off the top. We are not talking about any discretionary funding at this point. Then as part of it being a public health district, there is a maintenance of effort that the county has to contribute back to the health department. And you see that coming in at $3.7 million. This leaves us $384,000 to run our vital records, our epidemiology program, all those data that I spit out, that's those guys. Part of our clinic, our injury prevention, and those mini dental clinics that we are partnering on. That's a lot, as well as our admin. That's a lot with $384,000. So just as you look at what the tax does for us, it really serves a lot of need in our community. Next slide. So we're going to take a deeper dive into that biggest piece that takes up that mandate, which is crisis, Title 36. So what you're looking at here is October of 2022 to December of 2024. What are we doing at Health and Human Services along with our mental health providers to bring more awareness and help work on these issues? So you can see the number of crisis calls at Coconino County, and you can see they fluctuate over time, but we are still spiking like we did in October with a larger number of those calls coming in. Next slide. So in looking at, we're getting a lot of calls. What are they for? So on this slide, you're looking at 3 different color of years. The lightest color being fiscal year 23, the yellow is 24, and the darkest color of that green is 25. These are the number of calls coming in each month on average. So we're looking at self-harm, just below 160 calls a month coming into that crisis call. So, and you can look at the other ones for people calling for domestic violence, critical incidents. We're not saying those problems aren't there, They're just not the majority of those calls that are coming into that line. Next slide. The other aspect of not only understanding what are people calling in for that need help is who is calling in, so we can get the right resources to the right people. So you can see again, the color bars being yellow for 23, aqua for 24, and that darker blue for 25. People are calling for themselves. So the good news is people know that they can reach out. It's okay not to be okay and get the help that they need. But that average is just below 200 calls a month that are being self-called. Now, these could be duplicate numbers in all transparency, but that's a lot of calls a month coming in. Next slide. I know, a lot of numbers on this one, and I don't expect you to really look at it besides those are a lot of big dollar amounts. So our Title 36 contract is a statewide requirement for us to do. These are for people who are passing through our communities, whether they're residents or not, or on their spirit journey or unhoused, that are a danger to themselves or a danger to others. This is a requirement that we provide them with inpatient bed services. Unfortunately, this county only has 16 beds currently under contract. That is not enough for the amount of people. When you look at 50 people coming in per month that need that kind of level of service that have been admitted, these aren't the ones that were turned away due to substance abuse at the time. These are the ones that were admitted. They need longer than a couple hours for the medication assistance that they need. So the plan is to bring another provider to open up another additional 16 beds, which will allow individuals in need a higher level of care to be treated instead of letting them move to a voluntary status. So when you move to a voluntary status, that means you could lose your bed when the next person with a higher acuity is involuntary. So that bed swapping is happening a lot and people aren't getting the treatment they need. So by adding additional beds, which is the hope by bringing another provider in, we can actually reduce the number of individuals who may end up incarcerated for mental health issues, decrease law enforcement's interaction, and reduce the Rule 11 competency hearings because individuals will be treated with the hope that there'll be medication compliance upon release here. So this is the early solution problem that we are working on currently. Next slide. I promise I will not spend a lot of time, but the big point of this slide is that the green line is our budget over the different fiscal years, and the dotted line that you see at the bottom here is our actuals. The good news is we are not spending more than what we can afford to do. And that really has been our mantra from day one under Kim and has continued now as we want to be fiscally responsible for every dollar that we get and put it back into the community gap. And if we can't afford it, we look for creative solutions. Next slide. We are very grateful to our county manager's office for the recommendations to our department, for the creative thoughts that they put into the motor pool solutions that we were having for our public health district, for looking at our software needs as they're ever escalating. And this county managers came together with other departments to find those creative solutions for us with the recommendation they are proposing. So we are extremely grateful for that. It solved most of our problems. And of course, we'll always put in a plug for keeping our staff, and always a small raise is always wonderful and welcomed by our staff. And for the extension of our grant coordinator. And to give you an idea of the difference that this position has made, next slide. The grant coordinator's role here has made a huge difference to date. She has assisted us with over 43 grants county-wide. So that's not just HHS. That is over $40 million has been asked for, with over 23 million awarded to date. I think that number changed yesterday again, another award of 12.8 million. There was one large grant that we truly felt we had a good shot at, but got caught up in the EPA issues that are currently abounding. So that one is in a tentative hold for a while. So we are looking for creative ways to be able to repurpose that if other grants opportunities come aside. So with us becoming very lean during this time and working countywide with our other departments, this position is vital to our success. Our success its grants has improved greatly upon adding to this position a bigger collaboration we're seeing amongst departments working together because the pressure is off of who's submitting. How do we find all this information? By leaning on one person, we can make that difference. Next slide. To see which departments she has worked with over this year, you can see the county manager's office, elections, facilities, of course, health and human services with our multitude of programs, parks and recs, pathways, juvenile court, superior court, the county attorney, sustainability, and workforce development. Next slide. So the future. I think this is the big quotation of the unknown piece, and this graphic seemed to fit what we don't know. You can read 1 million articles on the current budget that Trump issued, and it doesn't give you a lot of insight. A lot of programs that we do and work under are buried under different names that aren't exactly the names of the federal funding. So we are working to identify those as quickly as possible. And then there's always the fear of another outbreak or disaster in our community that we need to be ready to respond to. So these are unknown times. You know that we had 9 grants cut that affected over 13 staff that did not allow us to spend an additional $1.8 million in our community. These are not funds that we did not collect on. To be clear, we were able to, for all expenses that we had spent prior to the stop order, we were able to get paid for. So the county is not out any money. We were not able to put the 1.8 million into our community services. As of today, there is a decision made in Rhode Island that we are waiting for the stop order to be finalized, where a judge heard initial arguments at the beginning of April, and we're waiting to hear back on that. Other programs at risk that you've heard us talk about are Meals on Wheels, LIHEAP assistance, DES funding, SNAP, Medicaid, that Kim shared with you the numbers yesterday, as well as other health programs deemed under the federal budget cuts. So when we look at what could happen, we know $33 billion is looking at being cut from our housing programs. That's a big hit for this community. $33 billion cut to federal health and human services, a $4 billion cut to LIHEAP, a cut to Ryan White and HIV. The CDC is looking at a $3.5 billion cut. Those funds go directly from CDC to the state to us. SAMHSA is looking at a $1 billion cut that works on substance abuse and opioid pandemic issues. And then CMS, a $6.74 billion cut. So what are we doing? We're educating, we're advocating, and we're learning quickly. But we're also preparing ourselves that maybe next year looks a little bit different for us, focused on maybe new opportunities, as well as resetting expectations of what health and human services can do under our budgeting numbers. Our biggest piece is keeping our staff whole, as well as continuing to meet the community needs. Next slide. We can only do this together with each of our divisions working together to make a difference in our community to improve the health and well-being of all our residents. We appreciate the board's support with our work that we do and continue to do in the next slide. So to leave you on a better feel-good moment, we have a small video, if you'll indulge us, of our clients talking about what we do and why we're here for you. Coconino County Health and Human Services offers a wide array of programs to enhance the well-being of our community. But our organization is more than a collection of programs. It's a lifeline that touches people's lives every day, leaving a profound and lasting impact. Our dedicated team is committed to improving the health of our residents, and our mission goes beyond what we do. It is the why of what we do. Today, we'll explore the heart in our work, stories that showcase our connection to people, and our dedication to individuals, families, and making neighborhoods thrive.
Coconino County Health and Human Services offers programs to support our county's senior citizens in maintaining independence and remaining in home as long as possible. We recently spoke with seniors at our congregate meal locations in Williams and Flagstaff. Here's what they had to say.
No, I just like to emphasize that it plays a really big part in my life. If I didn't have it, number one, I wouldn't get out as much, I wouldn't socialize as much, and I certainly wouldn't eat as well. So it does add health, both mental and physical. And I would greatly appreciate it.
In my 83 years of living, this past year has been the only year that I've lived alone. And the senior nutrition program has been a godsend to me. So for me, it has helped me get past the grief and so forth that is involved in losing a spouse.
The ability to get outside the, Williams and go to someplace else is really, really nice. We've been to Sedona, we've been to Flagstaff and trips like that. So it does kind of break up the monotony, and maybe every once in a while get some chocolate milk.
Our Northern Region office, located in Page, provides many resources through year-round outreach in communities like Kaibato, Inscription House, Tonalea, Tuba City, including both Mokopi villages and the San Juan Southern Paiute tribe, Cameron, Botaway Gap, Coppermine, Lachi, Page, and Fredonia. Merle Begay, one of our amazing team members, is here to talk to you about his experience providing outreach.
Working closely with the community to provide outreach and support resources has been an incredibly fulfilling experience for me. There's something deeply satisfying knowing you are making a tangible difference in people's lives. The real needs in our community are often hidden beneath the surface. Many people face isolation, struggle with economic hardships, or simply don't know where to turn for help. Knowing that someone's life is a little easier because of the resources or a helping hand, that's what truly makes our work so rewarding.
Pathways to Community is a collaborative partnership between the Copiahu County Sheriff's Office, Copiahu County Health and Human Services, and many other partner agencies. Pathways provides reentry support services for individuals leaving the Coconino County Jail. Let's listen to Christy, a Pathways client, express what Pathways did for her.
I think that Pathways is an essential factor to Coconino County and its community. So my experience with Pathways staff has always been great. Everyone is very personable, easy to talk to. My life today is dramatically different and better than it has been probably since I was like 18.
Vital Records provides convenient access to birth and death certificates that occur in Arizona. Arizona birth certificate services are available by mail and in person in Flagstaff, Page, and Tuba City. Margie, a licensed and certified professional midwife, had this to say about her experiences with Vital Records.
So I've delivered over 800 babies. I can deliver a baby really, really easily, but I don't always understand every part of the legal thing. I need the people who are the experts in that area to help me. I have actually enjoyed working with this Vital Records office. I just appreciate the fact that I can call any one of them and people are right there on the spot, ready to find out the answers for me if they don't know the answers off the top of their heads. So it's just been a good experience for me.
In addition to the programs and services we've just explored, Coconino County Health and Human Services is here for the citizens of Coconino County in many other ways. A public health harm reduction vending machine was recently installed in our Flagstaff office lobby, containing free life-saving supplies. We also supply Narcan for harm reduction resource distribution in other county locations. The AZ Health Zone supports communities across Coconino County to make healthy changes in homes and neighborhoods. Injury Prevention's goal is to reduce unintentional childhood injury. They work to achieve that goal by offering inspections and classes to ensure car seats are properly installed, providing cable gun locks to increase firearm safety and education, and much more.
The services provided by Coconino County Health and Human Services has a profound impact on the lives of our residents, supporting them through every phase of life. As we embrace the opportunities of another year dedicated to serving our community, we are inspired by the meaningful connections we foster with one another. These bonds drive our ongoing commitment to creating a healthier, safer, and more interconnected community, one where every individual is supported, valued, and empowered to thrive. And so with that, we wrap up our budget presentation to you and open it for any questions that you have. And thank you for your time today.
Wow.
All in an hour. We did good.
Really? Wow. I have some comments, but I'm going to turn it over to my colleagues first. Any Supervisor Begay?
Thank you for the presentation, Michelle. As you have mentioned, the budget, there's uncertainty and stuff like that. You mentioned something about mandated programs that is required, and those programs you have on page 24, I think it was. But anyway, it has a required mandates. Okay, so that I think as we do the budget, I think those mandates with fundings that are coming, we really need to make sure that we get those done. And then I know that it's going to be a hard decision for the board, because there's a lot of information that's going to come to the board, a lot of requests for funds. And I think right now we shouldn't be adding any services until we can get everything cleared, as far as funding. And you did mention that some of your program, some of the programs were cut too. So I just wanted to see, do you have a plan B if anything, comes up? What you would like to, what could be something you can work with, as far as getting the services out there. All the programs, all the services that are there is what we need. It's not what we want. It's something that we need and for our communities. But I'm going to be asking this question to all the supervisors, what's your plan B, if anything? Because each day we hear about something else being cut, 10% cut here, then, this and that cut, So, and then I know that we don't really have that much general fund. And I know, we're talking about how we're going to supplement that, if anything. And we do that for all the programs with all these cuts, then, we're not going to have any money left. And we have to have a cushion, of some type, for the county to operate, as we go on into the following years that we have. So I'm just sitting here thinking, it's exciting, but not exciting. I mean, this year is crazy, with all the information that's coming down, and it's not a good thing. And it's only going to hurt our constituents, and, as far as getting services out there. And so, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you're doing. And I just want, I guess that's my concern is, where in your program would be cut, if anything, all else fails, to have, not, I mean, like I said, general fund is there, but some of it, we're not, if we all use it up, then we're not going to have any money. And we have other projects that are mandatory that we need to get done too. But, all of this kind of plays a whole role into this whole thing. Last year we splurged, the year before we kind of did. And now, this is happening. So, and then you said you also go down to knowing how to, having people know how to read their APS bill. And so things like that, and that's information people need, and they want help with, and we're community servants. And so I just want to say that the presentation is good. I like the way, you made the presentation, and colored, really shows us, that a lot of work was put into it too. So that's a comment I want to make. But certainly we don't want to cut services anywhere. But we'll see. We have other programs and departments that are facing the same thing too. So, the mandates are the ones we're probably gonna have to prioritize what we need to do and then see where we go from there. So that's it. That's my comment for you and, for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. In answer to your question, we are always looking at Plan A, B, C, and D. We've even gone to Z, I think, in some cases. Every day, our leadership team looks at programs. We look at every vacancy. How can we do it smarter, better, or more with community coalition building? We are constantly reevaluating, and when private grants are coming up, we are applying for them, knowing that our reliance on federal funding is not a guarantee. And no, we are not asking the general fund for assistance. We did not ask for it when we received those stop order cuts recently, because we were already scoping down and scaling down appropriately to ensure that that effect did not hurt our community. We did see the writing on the wall sooner, so we were able to make measurable changes internally, and we hope to continue that. And an example I didn't include in the presentation was during the COVID pandemic. We have received this past year all of the funding reimbursed by FEMA back of 2.3 million back to the county funds. So all the money that was spent and we billed FEMA, we were awarded back and we're able to replace that back to the county. So we do keep our promise on financial viability and ensuring the county's health overall for all departments.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Ms. Axland, thank you for the excellent presentation. In fact, it was so good that I really don't have any questions. Supervisor Begay makes a very good point, and one that you are already acknowledging, which is in this day and age, we have to deal with the needs, not the wants. And because there is not one thing that you talked about that I am not supportive of. And I just want you to know that. I have toured the facility, I've toured several of them, and by doing those site visits, I got a better understanding and grasp of really the need that it is meeting. So I think I'm going to leave it there because it is yesterday, and you probably heard, we're talking about a very uncertain time, a very uncertain future. And I guess I'm just going to leave it with that Supervisor Begay's point of we have to deal with the mandates first and foremost. And that was this page with the tag, I'm it sharp.
Yes.
And I will just tell you that this is the first time that I've gone through the budget process, and it was very, I'm going to say, eye-opening to me, the mandates that are placed upon your department. So it's a very important department, and I think you're doing an excellent job, you and your entire team. And I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you, Supervisor. We'll probably leave the chocolate milk as one of those wants instead of needs off the list.
And last point, I promise, the many things that have kept me up at night, licensing FIDO has not been one of them. So just saying.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm next in line, so I'm just going to go ahead and jump in. And first and foremost, excellent presentation. And first, it needs to be said that all of you do incredible work. I mean, you all are right on the front lines. I like what you said, that you've got your eyes on the needs, and you take a look at what you just went through for us. You do have your eyes on the needs. And not only do you have your eyes on the needs, you're serving the needs, which I think is extremely important for us to acknowledge and recognize. And by the way, I don't see a whole lot of wants. I see a whole lot of needs. You know, you probably serve directly our community more directly than any other department we have here in Coconino County. And we're all here for service, and we're all serving the needs. And the number of people that get served through HHS is just amazing, you know, looking at your numbers. So I want to make that very clear. We did get a recommendation on the budget, and I know you're first up. Sometimes that's hard, sometimes that's good. Then we remember you. We remember you anyway, Michelle.
Thanks.
But I also, we've seen the recommendation from our county manager. I have absolutely no problem with the recommendation being made by the county manager. Here's what my concerns are. My concerns are not cutting what are so vital for the most fragile, the most vulnerable, the most needy parts of our community. My concerns are that we, as part of that, in serving our community, rely a lot, and especially HHS, on federal grants and federal monies. My concern is what's going to happen with those federal monies. And I know that's your concern too.
Yes.
And we've been talking about it. We've been talking to the community. We need to continue to talk to the community. Because of talking to the community, we've had nonprofits that have actually, stood up and said, we're going to help contribute to make sure that, for example, our children's vaccine program continues. Now, you read off, and I would love to get a copy of what, looking at the administration's budget, the potential cuts that may happen here in the effects, I should say, the effects on HHS. I'd really like that. I think that's information that we need to continue to get out in our community. I'm really appreciative of your grants writer, because we're going to have to rely more and more and become even more creative on bringing in the monies that are necessary. And we're serving real needs here. We're serving people that without this would lose their housing.
100%.
Without this would be not having a hot meal during the day. That we are not having people who will not get their children's vaccines for school. So, I really see this as, and as we go forward, and this is what my concern is, we go forward, I do not want to see people starving in the streets. I do not want to see our young people go without vaccines. I do not want to see our seniors without a place. So what does that mean? As we go forward and find out what these cuts mean, we, the Board of Supervisors, are going to have to be flexible and respond. And I know that's one of the reasons that our county manager's staff is recommending to have a stability fund and to have a little bit of money set aside. Because again, our most vulnerable people, we're responsible for this whole county, and it's one big county. And, the people who in Coconino County, we have a higher percentage of those below the poverty line than the national average. These are the people that are getting left behind and are getting left behind in this administration's budget. We have to make sure, to the extent that we can, we here in Coconino County, through the board, to the extent that we can, and we are limited, we're just a little local government. That's why we need partnerships. But what we can to do to make sure that our most vulnerable are taken care of. So I'd really like the list of the potential concerns that you rattled off there at the end, because I couldn't write fast enough.
Sorry, I do that.
And no, it's really important. And it's things that we as a board will have to deal with as we go forward. So excellent presentation. Thank you for your service. Thank you for being there for our community members. And we're going to continue to work together on this. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And our team is absolutely, the amazing work that they do is what makes it possible. So thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I'd like to start off by thanking you and all your team for all the hard work you do for the most vulnerable in our community. It's very comforting and reassuring to see all the services that are provided to our community and how important those are and how many folks actually benefit from those services. And the concern for me is the fact that as we see our economy changing, as we see the unknown, that we have less resources available and yet more people in need. And so as we go through, it sounds like our county manager's office has recommendations that will work for our budget, but there is always that fear of the unknown. And so I'm also glad that we have that stability fund to help make us nimble to be able to provide these services as much as possible, because our community needs them now more than ever. And so we are going to do the best we can to help support you to provide those services. It's great that there's a grant writing position, but the concern there is that even nonprofits or foundations that provide funding are providing less funding. We're blessed with the Arizona Community Foundation stepping up and supporting our children's services, we're not always going to have an angel like that for some of these programs. And so we do need to plan and think ahead and try to be creative so that we can continue to provide these vital services to all those vulnerable folks in our, well, all folks, but in particular are vulnerable in our communities. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Supervisor Fowler.
We need to invite our state legislators here. Have them come and see the work that you're doing, and then also the how the state mandates that are how it we don't have the funds for it, and they don't fund the state mandates. Every year we brace ourselves to see what they're going to require the counties to cover, and they stand there and say we balance our budget. And under the table is thrown to us, and you really pointed it out clearly in our health districts. It's always been that way ever since we created the health district. The creation of the health district was really to save the health programs that is going to be delivered out in the community. And after that was done, we really looked at the departments to see what is required, what is mandate, and what is not, and what can we do without. That was a really painful process that we went through. And today, the needs have changed, and really looking at the community assessment that is done. Community assessment really reveals where we are and what the needs are for our community, and just the even goes through the vehicle fatality, even goes through cancer, health needs, and just the major health needs that communities have, and your services that are provided here that help to extend the life of an individual, help children at home, and yet we are just providing a small portion of a greater family need. Housing, transportation, Medicaid, which is being cut. We just learned LGBT, which I'm really upset about, cannot provide health care for them. How do you segment people and say that you're not a human, this one's a human? Basically, that's what we're declaring, is that we have the discussion, the federal government has the right to say, you're okay, you're not, and you're gonna get the service and the others are not. That is really painful. It's really, really sad. And the sad thing though, is that you're the one that's going to have to deliver those messages to the community. We can no longer provide this service. We're really sorry. I remember when we had to stop the in-home visit care. That was really heartbreaking. It was hard. All I could do is just start crying when a gentleman came and said, I can't have that service anymore, and yet I need it and Paige. I didn't know what to do. And I just wonder how your staff and you can have that emotional strength to help and to deliver those messages at that time. I couldn't do it.
It is truly sad times and unfortunate for our community. And I am just grateful for our staff that we have, that they truly believe in our mission and the work that they do. And they are finding alternatives. They're finding ways to deliver those services.
And you're going to continue to do it with the minimal dollars that we have. And thank goodness for our partners, but they're also hurting as well. And I don't know what we can do from our side, except I think I really liked your video.
Thank you.
I think another video that says this is what's happening to our services. These are the cuts that are happening, and this is the impact. I think that is a really important delivery of community education. And that's going to be going out for every single department because EPA is being cut and there's all kinds of cuts across the board. And what does that mean? And how do we adjust that? And, that's where I think as a delivery of service, DEI is being attacked. We have always been DEI before DEI became a DEI, because
true.
we deliver services to everybody. It doesn't matter who it is. We don't wonder and look at someone when they apply. Are you a DEI or should I do a DEI policy check or what? No, that person is important. That person has a need. That person is part of our community, contributes to our community with their teachings, with the way they are. They're different. So maybe that difference really does just the different languages and the way people behave, they are contributing to our community. When somebody contribute, it's not just when we talk about someone being a contributor to our community, it's always based on finance. That's not the only gauge that we look at. It's people that are in who they are, just being a person.
Jesse Heath was a great example today of what he gave back to his community. So I
Yes,
100% agree,
just
Supervisor.
today, we had a great presentation, and we have a responsibility to turn that person around. That person is not just a DEI. And that I am so saddened that is the measure now. No, county services, all the health departments, every service that we provide, it is a need that is provided, not looking at anybody for who they, for their color or whatever that measurement is, because it seems to be changing these days. But we've always had that, and we're always going to deliver those services. And I want to just thank you and your staff for not classifying people, for not looking at people for looking at people for who they are and just addressing the need of their at that moment. Sometimes a person just needs a smile, and that right there relieves them of everything. I can do it.
It is
And
amazing.
That is what you all deliver, and I just want to thank you for that. I mean, the budget, it's a wonderful presentation. It's a great way to get the message out on what we do, what you all do. But yeah, we can't add. You even deliver diapers. We can't add to it. They're just passionate, and delivery of service is so important. And I think the education just needs to go out and from these presentations to the community to say, this is what's happening. And this is, we're going to have to figure out how,
And I think that's why it's going to be very helpful to have that list. That's what we as supervisors can do. And I know many of us have been doing, is to get that word out. And the community wants to know. So thank you.
Thank you for your support. We appreciate it.
Absolutely. And thank you for your time and all of you to be here. It's great to see so many familiar faces and to see a couple new faces. And thank you for all you do. Really appreciate it, Michelle. So, and with that, members of the board, we get lunch. Thank you.
Sure.
I'm so sorry. I should say that, shouldn't I? 1 o'clock back
Correct.
here.
Yep.
Is
Public
that right?
fiduciary, 1
1
o'clock.
o'clock. 1 o'clock is what you're saying. Thank
1
you.
o'clock. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, I think we're back on. And once again, I want to thank our staff for making sure that we're being fed over lunch. Really appreciate that. It's an action-packed day, so we really appreciate their assistance and help on this. And we had a great morning and started our department reviews with HHS. And I'm so pleased here this afternoon. We're going forward with the public fiduciary budget. And we have our public fiduciary with us. So thank you for being with us. And I'm going to turn this over to County Manager to do the intro and then look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, Chair Horseman, members of the board, and we are going to continue our good morning into the afternoon, beginning with Rashida and public fiduciary. Before we do that, Kim Musselman is going to talk a bit about our county manager's recommendation for this budget as a lead-in. So thank you.
All right, good afternoon, members of the board, and thank you, Rashida, Public Fiduciary Office and staff for being here. So if you, and I'm apologize for not directing you to this sheet this morning with HHS, but in your notebooks, if you turn to the department, so if you turn to public fiduciary, the very top sheet is the recommended budget or county manager's recommended budget with respect to the department and related to increments. So I'll just highlight a couple of things. You got it. Oh. So yes, so this page, the very first page under your public fiduciary tab, under the tab. Okay, good, thank you. And I'll just highlight a couple of specific things for the public fiduciary office. They are going to also benefit from the motor pool mechanical services repair support, and will be receiving a CPI, the 5% CPI. So that equates for their department to $3,615 or $3,615, maybe if I can read numbers correctly this afternoon. And in fiscal year 23, they were approved for a 3-year limited term FTE to support their increased caseloads that had gone up even more during the pandemic. And this position is recommended to be extended for a 4th year through fiscal year 26. And I know Rashida will speak to that as well. So those are the specific things related to the public fiduciaries increments and the recommended manager's budget. And as I had said this morning as well, you know, certainly the public fiduciary office is that office that truly their sole responsibility is to provide for the most vulnerable population that we have, because we also have a statutory duty to care for these individuals. So with that, I'm going to stop talking and turn it over to Rashida. So thank you.
There we go. That's much better. So again, our mission statement: to provide guardianship, conservatorship, and decedent estate services in a professional and compassionate manner when no other person or agency is qualified or willing to serve. So the Public Fiduciary's Office continues to act as court-appointed guardian for those who have been deemed incapacitated by the court. These are, like Kim said, the most vulnerable our most vulnerable community members that we serve. They consist of our seriously mentally ill, our developmentally disabled, our aged and elderly. And also we are many times appointed to investigate cases where there are individuals who are incarcerated who may have seriously mentally ill backgrounds that potentially would fit into a guardianship better than incarceration. Those are called our violent, non-competent, non-restorable population. So we are serving that population at a minimum at this point. The Public Fiduciary's Office also is, as Kim said, we are statutory. We're heavily mandated. Everything that we do is statutory. We are required. Every county in the state of Arizona has a Public Fiduciary's Office, and that public fiduciary is appointed by the Board of Supervisors. Additionally, what our department manages is the Indigent Decedent Services Program, which is, again, that's also statutory, where if someone dies in our county, regardless whether they are a resident or live here, it's all about jurisdiction. We are responsible for final arrangements if there is no family or the family is indigent. We work closely with 2 mortuaries in our county and make sure that that's, you know, ran through our office. So that program has been managed in my office since since I said far back as it goes. So our department, I break up into 3 different kind of programs, if you will. The first is our administration program. I'll go to the next slide. Oops. So starting with the administration department is responsible for compliance, oversight, transparency. The areas of work that fall under this is our legal department, our financial department, our benefits department, and our accounting. We have specialized positions in our department to focus on each of these areas because they are so critical. With our legal, we work closely with the county attorney's office. We do have a designated attorney that represents the public fiduciary in all legal proceedings, as well as our petitions that we are filing on a weekly basis and making sure that we are timely in our mandates. We have deadlines every year for annual accountings, annual guardian reports that go to the court. And it's essential that we have a strong grip on everything that's due. So my legal team consists of me, we have a legal specialist, and then our senior fiduciary manager who completes all of the annual accountings for each and every client that we are guardian of. And what annual accountings look like is basically a recap of every single penny spent out of the client's account, every penny received in, for full transparency. It's important to understand that transparency is so key in a time of exploitation and fraud amongst vulnerable adults. So we not only have oversight from the court, but also the court accountant who reviews every one of our accountings and then makes a recommendation to the court as to whether or not it should be approved. And then it's approved by court order. Our financial side is also another area where, so we have to distribute funds to clients regularly and also pay their bills. So our financial department manages all the check runs that are done. And again, those payments go out to their facilities, the placements. We also manage personal spending for our clients. We have a unique way of giving them funds by using a debit card system, which has really worked out well. We transitioned to that during the pandemic, so it was kind of a trial run, and then adopted it permanently. Not only is it a safer way for our client to have funds, but it also helps us track their spending. And in instances where we've had clients go AWOL, believe it or not, we've been able to track them down by their debit card because of where they're spending, and also to know, okay, they are out there. And so it's really been a great addition, I think. And also the clients feel independent having their own debit card, being able to spend their personal spending how they please. And it's not to say that we don't have some restrictions on them, such as there are certain clients that we don't allow them to purchase at liquor stores or things like that. But it's really turned out to be a great addition. Next is our benefits area. So we have approximately 130 clients. Each one is entitled to so many different forms of government entitlements that we have to pay or apply for, such as Social Security. If they come to us and they have no Social Security, we start that application process. VA benefits, Arizona long-term care, access. There's just any benefit that they are that qualify for, we make sure to obtain for them and maintain. The initial part of obtaining them is just the first hurdle. It's the ongoing maintaining, the reporting to different agencies like Social Security, for example. We have to update them monthly if a client is working, how much they made, whether they changed placements. So the ongoing management of those benefits, it's something that is perpetual. So, but it's a huge part of what we have, because without benefits, clients would not have placement, a payer source. And there's a lot of twists and turns around navigating application processes. And lastly, accounting. Like I said, our senior fiduciary manager, which I have with me, Laura Boyack, she manages to complete every annual accounting for every client in our office. It's a huge job. They're completed on a mandatory forms, is what they're called, where we do a first accounting, a final accounting, annual accounting. We have to do a budget and inventory. All that is submitted to the court, and everything must add up. She does a tremendous job in getting those done timely, and we work as a unit with our legal specialist to make sure that those are completed. Any questions so far?
Do you use legal from county attorneys or?
Yes. Next is case administration. So this is definitely our core part, where we have 4 case administrators. Well, I should say 3 case administrators, and my assistant director, Tanya Malias, she carries a full caseload as well. So we have 4 individuals managing all 130 of our clients. They do anything and everything to make sure that our clients are living a life that helps them thrive, that they are in an appropriate placement, that they like their placement, that they're receiving the personal spending that they have. They identify any needs medically. They make sure that any type of medical diagnoses that need attention, they're constantly in contact with the providers. Advocacy at the highest level, not only for just their placement and needs, but also for what they want. A lot of times people think guardianship is just we dictate what we think. No, we take into consideration their preferences always. They have a very large voice, and the case administrators do a great job advocating from, like I said, all the way from just personal spending to up to insurance that seemingly won't pay these days, especially in this SMI community. So the parts that they manage is case management, medical and health management, advocacy for the ward, residential placement management. They also complete annual guardian reports, which are annual reports that are mandated to the court, which gives an overview of how the client's done during the past year, if they've had hospitalizations, if they've gone inpatient for psychiatric needs, if they've experienced any severe health issues. Those reports report that, and they also include a medical report from their physician, also stating whether or not the guardianship should continue. That is also important because it's a way of oversight that we always welcome in. We have had instances where a client was able to transition independently and we were able to step off. It's not often, but we have had in a couple instances where they were at a level that their baseline was raised and they were able to become their own guardian again. And lastly, asset inventory management. Our clients, when they come to us, they have assets, some more than others. Some come to us with 3 houses. Some come to us with just the clothes on their back. So it varies when regarding what they actually own as assets. When they do have large estates, it becomes a much more complex case because then we're looking at selling the home, liquidating assets, so we can use all of those funds for their care and services, especially if they're being placed in an assisted living or a skilled nursing facility. The cost of placement is astronomical if they are not on Arizona long-term care. So clients that do have significant assets, those are liquidated and then they go private pay until they run out of funds, and then we transition them over to Arizona long-term care. Another area is investigation. So we get investigations from several sources. We'll get referrals from the Guidance Center, Flagstaff Medical Center, even the general public. United Healthcare will send us referrals. Anyone who's in contact with someone who's a vulnerable adult is typically a referral source. We do have a new referral source that's probably really ramped up in the last 6 months, and that's referrals to invest. Actually, it's not a referral, it's a court order to investigate from the criminal court when they have Rule 11 cases for individuals that have been incarcerated. And just quickly, a Rule 11 evaluation basically evaluates whether or not the person is competent or not competent, not restorable to stand trial. When that happens, then our office is appointed in order to investigate whether or not there's a need for a guardian. That's a new referral source for us. It's become constant, and we've been able to navigate it. But this is generally the violent, non-competent, non-restorable population that comes from the criminal court. And then our third area of work, again, like I said, is our indigent decedent services program. Right now, we work very closely with our mortuaries. We are working with them on a new pricing because of the cost of inflation. So one area, and I'll talk about this a bit more as I get into my slides, they were asking for an inflation adjustment. And we've been paying them $750 per cremation. So I did sample every county in the state to kind of see where we were at, and we were lagging tremendously. Some counties were paying as much as $2,200. But that, I really tried to look at counties that were comparable to us, which was kind of Yavapai, and they're more around $1,100 or $1,200. So what we're looking to do is increase from $750 to $1,100 to the mortuaries in an effort to be able to have them continue to handle our indigent decedents. They are the only two mortuaries in town, and they haven't had an increase since 2017. So I do find it appropriate. It's a 3%, about 3 or 4% increase. It's not astronomical, but I think it's in line with the rest of the state. Any questions? Okay, next we'll go to performance measures. This one I'll need my glasses for. Okay, so right now, our list, and when we did this list, we break it out by guardian, so it can get a little confusing, so I want to explain further. So we can act as guardian only, guardian and conservator, conservator only, a rep payee, so it's not all or nothing. They're all unique to what each case requires. So currently we are guardian only for, I'm sorry, let me back up. We are guardian for 120 clients. We are conservator for 50 clients. That 50 is contained in that 120 because we could be both. The total amount that we are serve as rep payee, and rep payee means that we are the rep payee on record with Social Security to receive in their Social Security payments. We do have to become rep payee by Social Security before we can start receiving in their income. So this is a total amount of our clients right now, 130, because we're rep payee for every client that we serve. Our closed estates that we settled, and those are estates that we were conservator of, we've settled 10 during this last fiscal year. I'm sorry, we settled 7 and we're projecting 10. Our indigent burials, we did 30, we're at 30 for FY25 and we're looking at 30 for FY26. There was a moment there where I'm sure you can see if you go back to FY20, we were only processing 13 cases, and then we started to spike a little, up to 30 and then 20, and there were several moments that I had to ask for contingency funds from the board because we did run out of money, and it was seamless. We were able to handle it. However, I thought this was going to continue to increase, but there's kind of not really a rhyme or reason in predicting deaths, but it looks like we're kind of tapering off at around 30. I do think that we'll probably sit right around there, but that is our new number that we kind of see as the average that we're going to be managing every year. Also, for limited conservatorships of minor assets, so we do not become guardian of minors. The Department of Child Services does that, but we do become conservator of minors who have estates, such as maybe grandma was in a car accident and passed away, and the the minor got a settlement or parents passed away. We will conserve those funds until they become the age of majority. And usually we are referred those cases from the Department of Child Services. And then lastly, our referral count. Our referrals, as you can see, are right now sitting at about 50. It is an increase, but we are managing it as best that we can. I do expect it to go up with the additional court-ordered investigations, but that's just the name of the game. So we will continue to streamline those and work them as best that we can. Anybody have questions about this slide? Okay, thank you. Okay, so challenges. Definitely the economic landscape, right? And ward remedies. Right now, we're concerned about Social Security. Not that it's going to stop or anything like that, but with the closing of the Social Security offices, our lead time on applications already is 6 to 9 months. So with the less amount of offices open and less employees, like even the Social Security office that we work with here in town, 3 of the individuals that we worked with, or 3 out of the 5, they all took the severance package and left. So it gives us a little bit of pause for concern, because if it's going to start increasing the lead time to a year and a half, that presents a problem because our clients don't have funds. They have 0 funds until we are able to secure the money. The county does not have a line item where we support our clients. So it's something we're definitely gauging. It's something too that my public fiduciary colleagues, we meet every other month to discuss issues, are also concerned about because of that lead time. It could cause problems, and we will have to figure out what we will do in the meantime. Fiduciary fees and ward deferments. So our fiduciary fees, we did a fee study back in fiscal year 22, I believe. Yes. And you can see our fees have increased. Not sure if you guys can flip to the page that shows our historical fees. And you'll see that from FY20, we were bringing in about 83,000, and flash forward to today, and we're hovering like around 150. And that is a result of our fee increase. Our fee increase, however, though, is handled in a way that we don't take fees if the client does not have the funds. I have many fee deferments for our clients who are truly indigent, who literally have $5 left after the end of the month, after all of their personal spending and their placement and their needs are met. We will make sure to do a fee deferment. If they do not have enough funds, we will not take fees for them. But we do track the fee deferment so we can realize for the county how much we have not charged for our indigent clients. But I am proud that we have seen an increase, even though we do have the amount of clients that can afford it, but also it's a certain amount. It's one fee that our monthly fee is what's giving us this additional amount of funds. You would see more if every client could afford it. But again, during the past year, we've had clients who didn't have enough money for food because the cost of food had gone up. So that's when we started issuing fee deferments. They pay $100 a month. That's their fee to the public fiduciary's office. I've done deferments on those fees just so they can, meet the needs of their groceries, because that's really what it's come down to in the past year. Indigent Decedent Services Program funding, again, I briefly talked about, we are raising it to $1,100. I do think that we will not have to ask for contingency funds. I have worked with Siri to come up with Siri actually came up with a great solution that will be able to just manage the cost easily. And just having a set amount of funds that we pull from, and whatever's left, it moves over next year. It is not a roll-up item or anything like that. It's specific for the indigent decedent program. So I do not expect us to run into any more issues with lack of funds moving forward. Financial exploitation is constantly rising. We're just seeing it more and more with the new cases that are coming in, family adding their names to loved ones' properties when the person is already incapacitated, selling the property without them knowing, and simply banking the funds. It doesn't stop. It's something that we're just seeing more and more. Each case come in have some kind of component of exploitation, and sadly, more than often, it's family members that are doing the exploitation or extremely close friends. Legislative changes and impacts. So this past year, we were involved in a case where voting rights were brought to the forefront for incapacitated adults. It was constitutional law that when you are deemed incapacitated by the court, you immediately lose your right to vote and you lose your right to your driver's license. That's constitutional law. It was challenged in a case of one of my clients who wanted to vote, and it did go all the way to the appellate court. And the appellate court did rule that vulnerable adults were being were the only group of individuals that had to be subjected to a litmus test, so to speak, in having the knowledge to vote. So as a result, the Court of Appeals did reverse it and allow for vulnerable adults to vote. And this last election, they all had the opportunity to vote. Yeah, and I will say we had about a handful vote, so it was great. But we have a spectrum of incapacitated adults. Mostly our high functioning incapacitated adults would be the ones who would give us any type of indication that they would even be interested in voting. But the law is that we are to make sure that they have the opportunity to vote. And that's how it stands. Other areas of legislative issues are the Arizona State Hospital. There's currently legislation going through the works so I'll explain this in a way that I think will make sense. So we're supposed to have a designated Arizona State Hospital for people that are violent criminals that necessarily shouldn't be in jail. And that is part of the violent, non-competent, non-restorable population. But as of right now, we do not have a designated state hospital to take in these individuals. So we have a law on the books, but there's no hospital that's designated or that will even take control over it. It's a problem. And the last draft of legislation that I saw is trying to get the Arizona Department of Health Services to either take control or custody of an individual when they go into the state hospital. But the state hospital is saying that they do not have the means or the resources, which I believe that because the funding has to be there for them to be able to take in any type of individuals that are dangerous to the community, but are mentally ill and not necessarily should be in jail. Until that happens, we have nowhere to put individuals like that. So when I get appointed on someone who, let's just say, for example, has committed a heinous crime, but they are non-competent, non-restorable, mentally ill, they can't just be placed in a group home setting or released to the general public. They need to be in a locked facility, and that does not exist right now for those individuals. It's quite a conundrum as everybody works together to try to figure out what the solution is. But that's ongoing, but that's something that is a challenge for us because we don't have an answer for it.
So what are you doing?
Well, I refuse those cases because there's nothing I can do for that. Yeah. They're basically the criminal court retains jurisdiction. My job is just to step in and assess whether or not they are incapacitated pursuant to statute for guardianship. Most of these cases that where they need to be in a secured environment like that do not meet the criteria of guardianship as far as the public fiduciary is concerned. So the court, it's remanded back to the court, and I'm not involved after that. It's a problem. It's a gap. And I will say that sometimes these individuals are released to the general public It's almost like there is no solution, but our office is used to try to solve it, but we're not the answer. We're not probation officers. We're not able to even place somebody who has a criminal record with 6 counts of sexual assault against a minor. It's cases like that, or assault against police officers, 16 years of violent acts and in and out of jail. That's not a vulnerable adult. It doesn't fit into our criteria. So we've tried to make it work best we can. And that's why we do the investigations, to see if we do find people who truly meet that criteria. And there have been individuals who are seriously mentally ill that we were able to get services, but their crimes were more of stealing from the liquor store or disorderly conduct in public, not violent crimes. Okay, I'll move on to our accomplishments. Oh, I'm okay. So nothing's happened with their checks or anything like that. We receive all Social Security benefits for our clients at the beginning of the month, like clockwork. Nothing's changed. That will not change because that's on an automatic system. Where I'm worried is when we do initial applications, and if we're now from 6 staff at the office down to 3, there's definitely going to be a delay in lead time on how quickly those applications can get processed. Correct. Typically what happens is we get them placed on Arizona long-term care at a minimum. And when they're in their placement, their needs are met. They're fed, they're clothed, they're housed, but they don't have personal spending money for things that they want, and they have to wait. That is the reality. We have no other option other than, because the county, like I said, the county doesn't, some people think we have a line item that we're like, okay, we support our clients. We don't. So while their quality of life, it's fine because all their needs are met, but they don't have money to go to Walmart or go shopping or enjoy things until we get that processed for them. So it's not ideal, but it is the reality. Thank you, Supervisor. Oh.
I'd like to go back to the violent individuals. How many do we have? And if they're back with the courts, that means we're still paying somewhere, maybe in detention center, or where is that in the judicial system? Where do they linger? Or
well, it's hard to say. The things that I know, or for example, we're getting at least 3 orders a week on these cases to investigate for. So that's the amount that's coming through. I do know, for example, that there's one I'm doing this week. We have decided to petition because he does have a long mental health history. But in court, if I didn't petition, like the comment was made, if the public fiduciary does not file a petition for guardianship in a week, then the public defender has asked that all charges be dropped. And that would happen if I don't step in. That's what happens now. They're released. Because legally, if they're deemed not competent, non-restorable, they cannot hold them in jail. That's against due process.
And if I might add, this is something that I know there has been attempts to have different bills go through to try to correct this, and this is a system issue in the sense of the state hospital is a component of this, or should be a component of this in terms of a secure location. And oftentimes the people who are deemed non-restorable, non-competent also may have a head injury, for example. Like a head injury is not something you treat with medication, because that you can't correct a head injury with medication. And so this is definitely a big gap in terms of what is happening. And I know certainly the county attorney can speak more to this. And maybe a good question for him when he's here later this week. But in terms of what they're doing with these cases, because oftentimes there are those situations where charges can't be pursued if you're not competent and you're not restorable. But we also don't have a legal mechanism to hold people in a safe and secure location. And I know there's a lot of efforts going on to try to change that. I'm not sure where they sit right now, but I know that it has been something pretty prominent recently, because this is happening across all of the state and certainly the country as well. But certainly Arizona, we have a issue with this because we haven't put a remedy in place for that protection of our community and the
Likely because
person.
there's a cost to it and they don't want to address the cost. Any other questions before we go to accomplishments?
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. So accomplishments, we were audited by Social Security, which we get audited triennially. But we actually had two because of the pandemic. They had not audited us. It was a site audit as well as a full-on reporting audit. I'm happy to say that we did pass our audit and we were recertified as the Office of Rep Payee for Coconino County with no findings, which is fantastic because you always expect there to be at least one finding, but we have such robust policies and procedures in place that I feel that attributes to it, along with my staff who make sure to handle everything to the T. So I was super proud of my staff that we made it through that, not one, but two that were dumped on us at once. The audit took about 3 months, and then it took another 3 months to get us the results. So I'm very proud to bring that to your attention. Also, so we, like I said before, we've seen some extreme exploitation. We worked with the Attorney General's office during this past year in trial because to bring the perpetrators of one of our clients to justice. They were convicted and restitution was ordered for the amount of $40,000, which we did receive in full, which was amazing because we thought we were going to get payments. But it was a husband and wife that were friends with our client. Extreme exploitation, stole his business, added their names to all of his properties. We had to recover everything for him. 40,000 might not sound like a lot, but it's very hard in restitution to prove an actual number, especially when we actually retrieved a lot of the property back, but we weren't able to recoup outside legal costs that we had to use to get everything back. The county attorney's office only represents the public fiduciary in matters, not our client. So whenever we have estates that have funds, we have to hire outside counsel to do any type of recovery actions. So I have to say that in my 18-year career, this is the first time I've been able to successfully bring someone to justice and actually have a conviction with the Attorney General's office and successfully receive $40,000 amount in restitution. So we were very happy to have that happen. And I'm very proud of my team. We worked very hard on this case and we brought justice for our client. And he's alive, doing well, very happy. So it's also one of those situations where we weren't doing it after the fact that the person passed away and he wasn't able to benefit from it. Another area, again, I call this an accomplishment because of this successful navigation of our increased investigations from the court. When we started it 6 months ago, it was a new way to handle referrals. It's a new referral source. We've come up with a pretty strong process. Turnaround time has to be quicker because the court has someone in jail. They're waiting for us to give a status update. So it puts a lot of pressure on my investigators. So we've come up with a really good plan on how we handle them, and they've been really pushing through them in a way that the court is happy and it's not putting too much pressure on our bandwidth. I will say though, if they do increase like they have been, bandwidth will become an issue. Just because of the sheer number of them. But we will continue to work through it as we have. And then we are always looking at maintaining our statutory compliance. That's everything. We work in an audit-ready mode. And again, that has to do with our robust policies and procedures that we follow. We know what to expect. We're always looking to make sure that if any day the AOC stepped into our office, that if we were audited that day, that we would be audit ready. You have to always make sure to run the department in that manner, especially just with what we do. And again, with all of the controversy that surrounds public-private fiduciaries and the exploitation that comes with it. Oops, I'm going the wrong way. Sorry. Okay, I just wanted to talk about the limited term position that Kim had mentioned. So again, of course, it ends June 2025. I can't say enough how critical this position is. We have 130 wards that are on a slew of government entitlements, and one benefit specialist cannot handle the amount of reporting of applications. It is a two-person job, and we have benefited from having this position for the past 3 years. When I had done kind of a little outlook and test of how many hours were being spent, and we observed over 90 days, both benefit specialists, we recorded 850 hours of work. That is not something one person can maintain. I've been requesting this position since 2021, and I was blessed to get it for a 3-year limited term, which we were very excited. And I know what we're up against with the budget. I understand that. But I just want to be clear that we are a statutory department. We are mandated to make sure that our clients maintain benefits with no lapse. And if we don't have enough staff to be able to keep up with the demand that Social Security, All Tax Access, all of these agencies put on us, I honestly cannot guarantee compliance. It would be at risk because at any time a deadline could be missed or something dropped. Right now, both benefit specialists have our cases split in half and they manage it that way. And it's a lot for them. But this position is so crucial. And I know that the county manager has recommended an additional year. And I just really hope that that's something that the board will truly consider, especially in light of just our statutory nature. And then this is our org chart for our department. We currently have 12 full-time staff, 1 temporary staff member, and 1 intern. We always bring in an intern from NAU. We work closely with their social work department, and it's been wonderful. This is probably our 7th intern since 2017. And what I like about it is it's given tremendous exposure about our department for the social work program at NAU. A lot of people don't realize that this is an area of social work that they can go into. We've hired in the past 1 intern that did intern for us. He worked with us for 2 years as the benefit specialist, and then Social Security, we trained him so well, Social Security took him from us. So, but we've wrapped up our another intern who left us last week, and we will be starting another intern in September who will be with us for an entire year. Usually we just get them for a semester. So we're very excited to continue that. And then last but not least, our department. Just wanted to put some friendly faces up there and their titles. And with that, I will leave it open for any questions that you have.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your presentation. It's great to see you again. And we certainly appreciate the great work you and your staff do for so many of the vulnerable in our community. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So with that, we as Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. Thanks for your presentation. Remind us where your clients live. 120 clients that you have. Remind us where they reside and how they became wards of your office.
So the majority of our clients live in a supervised environment, meaning they either live in a developmentally disabled group home through the Department of Economic Services. These are group homes that are licensed through the state, and they specialize in caring for individuals with developmental disabilities such as Down syndrome, cerebral palsy, fetal alcohol syndrome. And a lot of those placements are group homes here in Flagstaff. We also have placements that are called behavioral health residential facilities that the Guidance Center actually has their own placements, and then also placements like that are for the most part in the Valley. That is one area that we do not have a lot of placement. I would say about 40% of our clients reside in the Phoenix area because of the lack of placement. I think it was in 2018, because of the cost of, the minimum wage increase, we saw two major providers leave Flagstaff, CEPAS and Abrio, and go to the Valley, which then pushed our clients there as well. They also live in assisted living environments here, like the Peaks, Brookdale. It just depends on the level of care that they need. And then there's skilled nursing facilities as well that our clients live in. When they come to us, we basically assess what their needs are. And again, they come to us only by referral. We don't self-refer. We don't go out looking for people because of the nature of what we do. That's conflict of interest. The referral comes in, we go out and we do an assessment. It also has to be accompanied by a medical professional's report that attests to the fact that the person is incapacitated, typically tied to a diagnosis, specific diagnoses that makes them unable to make decisions on their own. But again, I'll stress that our region for clients goes all the way to Tucson, down to Kingman, to Page. We have a very large region that we have to cover for client visits because we are required to see our clients in person once a quarter, if not more, but statutorily no less than once a quarter. But our region that we have to cover is very, very vast, and it can be a bit challenging. Our travel budget line item is high. Thank you, Supervisor Fowler.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Nice to meet you too, Supervisor.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Let me start over again so that it can be recorded. Thank you for your presentation. It was very interesting to hear all of the different things that your office does. It's more than just meets the eye on public fiduciary written on a door at your office. And you were right in saying that the recommendation is to have let's see, what is it called? The public fiduciary is recommended to have their limited term benefit specialist extended for 1 year through 6/30/2026. You made a good argument for that. So I can see why the recommendation is there. And lastly, I just want to really congratulate you on the accomplishments that you outlined, and also to say thank you for the justice that you have sought and received on behalf of your clients that are vulnerable and exploited.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. This is a tough issue because you're working with folks that are some of our most vulnerable who need this support, and it's such crucial work that you do to help prevent these folks from ending up in our court system or in homeless situations or other areas. And so I just want to say thank you to you and your team, and I really hope that some of these funding changes that are happening on the federal level don't impact. It is a concern about the new enrollees. We hope that we're not hearing stories of people that are having to wait months because there's just not the staffing to be able to process these folks. But we appreciate your team and your diligent efforts to help get folks the support they need the best that you can with what you got. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you for the presentation. talk about vulnerability. I think this is more an in-depth type of a vulnerability, people in that category that you're working with. And it's going to take a lot, just planning, seeing how they're going to be fed and, and really just advocating for them. So I appreciate your department, being there for them. And it shows that, that you're doing something and that it's something that we need to continue with. And, if there's more funds that we need to go after, later on in the future, we need to really start looking at that. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor.
All right. And yes, thank you as always. Appreciate the work that you do. And I think that given these very difficult times, I appreciate you making a reasonable and absolutely necessary request. The limited term position, I know the recommendation is to continue it for a 1-year extension. I certainly support that. I think you've more than justified the need to add this person, to continue this person, I should say, on your staff in order to find and be able to provide the very basic level of services to the people that you're helping. So I support that. And it's great to see you again. Thank you to your staff members that you brought with for their wonderful work as well. Keep it up. We're all going to need to work together because the times are going to get even more difficult. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair. And thank you, Supervisors of the Board.
Sorry, Supervisor Fowler. And by the way, sometimes I'm not seeing the wings, so feel free just to jump in.
Yeah, we're the bookmarkers. It's really to the staff, we used to have like a flip chart where we write things out. I think we asked for a federal impact earlier report. I think the Social Security that was just all the impacts, just your department. I think that those need to be added to it.
I agree.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a direct impact to an individual and being delayed and then having to be rejected for certain services that they're eligible for. And yet, because there's the federal cuts, you're not able to help them. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And I'll make sure to get that in. And just to add to that, this was something we recently kind of discovered and talked about when I had my meeting with my other PF colleagues across the state that, wait a minute, this is going to be a problem. So I'll definitely make sure to get that in there. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all. Have a great afternoon. Turn it over to our county manager.
Thank you, Chair Horseman. Members of the board, here with us today is our Superintendent of Schools office. I see they're ready with charts, and it looks like, and so we'll have those unveiled. Kim will kick us off just to talk a little bit about, and as you know, we have our county manager's recommended budget, and just a lot of work has gone into conversations with our departments on that recommended budget. So Kim, take it away.
Thank you, Andy, and members of the board. And as our school superintendent comes up to the podium to get ready with her presentation, I just want, as I'd said this morning, and I know we've had several conversations with Cheryl, and I certainly have had many conversations with Cheryl over the years, and knowing that, as I was saying this morning about the grouping of departments, and that we've got health and education, and we've got the safety net. And really, one of the things that the superintendent of schools, and I know Cheryl will talk more about this, is her office and the things that they do are all of those things, health, safety, and education, and of course that safety net. And because they are on those front lines with our families and the kiddos, and we all know the valuable work that the superintendent of schools does as we were preparing for the budget conversations and recommendation, and I'll turn you to your first, underneath the tab, you'll see, underneath the superintendent of schools tab, you'll see the increments and what is recommended. But I just want to highlight these things that the superintendent of schools office is going to benefit from the motor pool mechanical services repair support, as well as receive a CPI increase of $4,600. There's also a recommendation to add 2 new copiers to the countywide copier replacement program for the superintendent of schools department. Additionally, the schools will be able to receive support from the grants coordinator position that was discussed earlier when Michelle was here. Because as you know, and Cheryl will make sure and provide additional information, her department is very, very heavily dependent upon grants. They've also been funded, as you know, through the federal forest fees or secure rural schools funding. And we know that that is certainly in jeopardy. And at this point in time, with respect to the recommendation, the recommendation for fiscal year 26 is to pick up funding for this office in the general fund in the amount above the reduced fiscal year 26 federal payment, without scaling or reducing the budget or staffing levels previously funded by these federal funds. We're hopeful that secure rural schools will be reauthorized, but the superintendent of schools office will not experience any service or funding interruptions as a result of the federal funding situation for fiscal year 26. And that is what is encompassed in this recommendation. A final recommendation for this department is to continue to keep the general fund indirect cost recovery with the department and carry over a $600,000 general fund bridge fund allocation from fiscal year 24, which the department can use as a backfill if the indirect cost recovery funds are not sufficient to sustain staff between grants or provide required match for grants for service continuation. And so if you have specific questions about that, I know Cheryl is prepared to answer those. But with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to
And if I may, because that's a mouthful.
Yes.
And it's a mouthful that's very complicated.
Yes.
And I think when we get through, I think we need to kind of break down that information. I think what you're saying is that given the uncertainty of SRS, and Cheryl and I were back in DC a couple of times and recently trying to get the SRS authorization, refunding authorization. I think what you're saying is, assuming there is no SRS funding, that it'll come out of the general fund to basically fund it at the same level as this current 2024 fiscal year. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
And to be, I had to look at Siri to make sure I was giving an affirmative yes. But to be clear too, that's because, as you, I think, are all aware, the current funding is for the 1908, what is the funding? 1908 funding. And so that's what's been that's currently what we're getting. Is that what it is, Siri? Sorry, I want to make sure we're clear on that.
Thank you. Yes, Chair and members of the board. So we're receiving a significantly reduced payment based on revenue shares rather than based on the formula funding. So for this year, it's a little over $300,000 compared to 2.8 million in the past. And I'll note that it also has that schools and roads component to it. So even though there is the schools part, we do have to have at least a nominal amount that we are demonstrating we're putting towards roads of that little over 300,000.
Okay, so what, and again, I just want to make sure, and then I know we'll be talking about this. So what you're saying is, because of the going to the formula and not the reauthorization of SRS, the loss will be picked up from the general fund to match this 2024 budget. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Chair. That is correct, as well as they are also eligible for the 5% CPI on top of that.
Got that. And then I do want, because I think we should talk about this. I'm somewhat familiar with the one-time allocation of a 600,000 in bridge funds, which I think we should talk about at the end as well. And Cheryl may be talking about that as we go forward anyway. So, but just wanted to make sure we know where we're starting from. So thank you. Thank you so much. And our superintendent of schools, it is always great to see you, and really look forward to your presentation.
I'm going to make sure the clicker works. Yep.
Just like a teacher, you brought visual aids. I love it.
We did. We brought visual aids. Is everybody ready? Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Horseman and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. And before I begin presenting, I want to introduce some members of the team. We've got Corey Lee here. He's our Mental Health Division Manager. Lee Irby, she's our Executive Director. And we've got Dr. Mark Williams, and he is our Business Manager. And she's running a few minutes late, but Nilda Sutton will be here joining us. She's our lead psychologist. Okay. You guys know what you're in for? Okay. So we'll begin. So we're going to start, as always, with our mission and our values. While our agency's vision and mission is rooted in education, our impact extends well beyond the classroom into the health, safety, and long-term well-being of county residents. The Education Service Agency does not operate in isolation. We are a key partner in advancing community, economic, and wellness, safety priorities, and health priorities as well, from improving youth mental health to building resilience in families to reducing barriers to services in rural communities. Every program we lead is designed to ensure that children and families of this county are not just educated, but healthy, supported, and equipped to thrive. I went the wrong way, sorry. Anilda, come on in. She's here. Everybody, that's Anilda. Schools serve at some time and in some capacity 100% of the citizens. Public schools have become the safety net for our society. The superintendent of schools, in partnership with all of our schools, are the first responders to the needs and problems faced by our citizens, whether they be students coming in with incarcerated parents, poverty, medical neglect, food insecurities, mental health issues, substance abuse, and more. Our schools respond to these needs of our families and our children. We are here today to show how our work is essential to the county's broader mission to create safe and healthy and thriving communities. Today, you're going to hear about the 3 divisions within the Superintendent of Schools Statutory Office: the Accommodation District, the Educational Support Services, and the Fiscals and Election Division. To begin, a quick overview is the Superintendent of Schools Office has Fiscal and Elections and Education Support Services with 21 employees, and 82% of them are funded in part or fully by grant funding. And then the rest of them, majority of them are funded by secure rural schools historically. Our accommodation district has an operating budget of about $2.5 million, and it supports 5 entities: Ponderosa High School, Seattle High School, Transition School, Juvenile Detention and Jail, and the online school. This school district serves some of our most vulnerable families and students in Coconino County, many facing homelessness, medical neglect, poverty, substance abuse, past obstacles in schools, poor academic performance are just a few examples. However, due to the very strong team we have within the accommodation district, these students are finding success. And I want to provide a few highlights from the accommodation district. It's very important to note that over the last somewhere between 3 and 4 years, all schools have achieved an A and B rating and are Cognia accredited. We just this past fiscal year even got juvenile detention and jail accredited. It's also important to note that Seattle High School is ranked top 5% in the world for alternative high schools. As you know, this district works in establishing partnerships with our local school districts. And we are now in communication with Page Unified School District as to how can we combine services and resources so that Manson Mesa, which is their alternative school, how can we combine our resources and be under one roof at Seattle High School? So that is a partnership, and we're hoping to have that active in 2027. Recently, we were selected by Wells Fargo Innovation Incubator and the National Renewable Energy Laboratory to pilot cutting-edge energy technologies and serve as a state model for model green schools. This is really important because one of the reasons we pursued this funding was because we have a 20-year-old building that is in need of capital projects. We have more than one. And so this was going to allow us to not only be more responsible citizens to our environment, but to replace our HVAC systems at no cost to us, as well as to provide green workforce development initiatives for our students. We've received partial of that award, but one of the partners that we presented with has offered to pay for the cost of a full HVAC system at Ponderosa High School. Our kids just received the Windy City Judges Choice Award in the last 2 weeks. And our principal at Seattle High School is a Lifetime Achievement Award winner, which you guys funded for us for Coconino County, Miss Tracy Parker. As we look at the outlook of the accommodation district, I want to bring back to your attention, if you remember last year, discovered that the State Facility Board in 2014, we got dropped, even though they built the accommodation districts, the legislature used information that wasn't exactly accurate and dropped them from the State Facility Board to fund capital and projects. And so we put forth a bill, the county superintendents, and it was HB 2302. And that bill, unfortunately, was not supported by the Educational Committee Chair, Mr. Gress. He felt accommodation districts should not be supported by the State Facility Board. So we've been trying to get it in as a striker or as a part of a burb. Not sure if that's going to happen, but we're going to do a different approach and resubmit that bill next year if nothing happens, because our buildings are 20 years old. Another thing we're doing is, again, going after money, because I feel like that's the majority of our job is money grabbing, is that because our buildings are in decay, is we are pursuing it's multifaceted school safety grant that was actually approved by the current administration just last week. And so we're submitting, we've been working on it all year, to replace our doors, our locks, our windows. We don't currently have any outdoor lighting monitoring systems, and we don't have like a burglar and a whole bunch of other stuff or a PA system that works anymore at both of our buildings that we have. So we're pursuing that grant, and thank you for your letter of support, both from county management as well as the Board of Supervisors. So those were some things. And then the other big thing is as you know, currently the accommodation district is not supported by any local tax dollars at all. It is just average daily membership cost per pupil with no frills, our transportation funds, and impact aid and secure rural schools. And impact aid and secure rural schools there's a good chance that we're not going to have that anymore, or there's going to be initiatives that tied to it, like with the safety grant, that you're going to have to attest, and we'll, as a governing board, have to talk about that on immigration issues and stuff, because expect a lot of the federal funding to have a lot of those attachments coming forward. So the last thing I want to bring to your attention, and I brought the last 2 years, the two county management's attention, And I'm doing this because budget is tight, but in all transparency, is that ARS 15-308 changed in 2010. And this law requires each county boards of supervisors to budget annually for a special fund to support various initiatives. And I really got into that. And some of it's transportation from our elementary district, which is Maine Consolidated, to their high schools, transportation for students in areas outside of our school districts, expenses for operating an accommodation district, and some special county special education programs. I have, and after I'm done here today, I will bring the full statute to everybody. But I just wanted to summarize that and put that in the back, because as a county, we have not had that reserve fund to the best of my knowledge. And so now I'd like to hand you off to Dr. Mark Williams to just tell you a little bit about our funding and our current budget.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to be here. Let's talk some numbers. This screen gives you a visual representation of expenditures through the superintendent of schools. Superintendent of schools has 3 branches: fiscal and elections, educational support agency, and the accommodation district. The overall expenditures exceeded $10 million. $2.6 million were used to fund the accommodation school, which has 5 schools. More on that later. Fiscal and elections were funded to the tune of $786,000. Fiscal and elections provides support and provides fiscal services to most of the public districts within the county, including tax rate generation, payroll support, and general monetary oversight. F&E also provides support for elections, including election filing office and election promotion. Another event sponsored by Superintendent of Schools is Teacher of the Year and Rookie of the Year. This includes the review and selection of the candidates and the event coordination and presentation. I did attend this year's Teacher of the Year. It was fabulous, and a lot of hard work does go into that event. This slide highlights some examples of where our funding goes and to whom. These funds provide direct services to county schools and districts. More on that will be articulated later. For example, FUSD, $1.3 million. Grand Canyon Unified School District, $254,000. Maine Consolidated School District, a little bit over $1 million. Tuba City Unified School District, $498,000. Page Unified School District, $668,000. We also provide services to some of the county charter schools. Flag Montessori at $77,000, Pine Forest at $80,000 or $40,000, and Flag Junior Academy at $63,000. The budget for Fiscal and Elections Department and the Educational Support Agency Department for the Superintendent of Schools exceeded $10 million. 82% of these monies were grant funded, the largest being ARPA and ESSER 3. These grants specifically funded literacy training, provided mental health professional placement for schools, crisis response training, and building of teacherages as a part of a wider teacher retention program. 4% of this budget is generated from fee-for-service, $345,000. These services include psychology services in a broader context, evaluations, meeting with school admin, teachers, parents, recommendations for IEP and support services. Additionally, fee-for-services provides counseling service both directly to students and to schools. Another part of fee-for-service is professional development branch. Professional development includes classes on literacy, crisis response and intervention, family wellness and mental health, and these will be highlighted momentarily. The last slide is a specific breakdown of funding within each division. The fiscal and elections is funded at $790,000 or 8% of the overall budget. To reiterate, F&E facilitates local school board elections and provides county school district financial services like payroll, which is important. Their overall budget was $867,000, of which $790,000 or 91% comes from secure rural schools for forest fees. This has not yet been reauthorized, as we've discussed, and we will wait to see what Congress does. Forest fee monies are used to support the statutorily required positions within the superintendent of schools office. Within the ESA division, 90% or around $8 million are grant funded. The other 4% comes from fee for service of $345,000. And the balance is made up of forest fees and indirect costs. Thank you.
Can I? Sorry, breakdown of the finance chart of services dollars to school.
Yes.
And the educational services, what are we looking at? Can you give us kind of a overview of the kind of services provided to the school districts here?
Cheryl will hand.
All right. So, so for example, we'll just look at the top one, is if we look at educational services for Flagstaff Unified, that $1,300,000 is encompassed of the literacy professional development required by Senate Bill 1572, or teachers lose their licenses by 2028. That's K-5 teachers. It encompasses providing counseling and mental health support services that we are offering them, other professional development services. If you look at like Grand Canyon Unified, that would be special ed and mental health supports, as well as we do all the processing of their payroll vouchers. We do all of their bank reconciliations. We keep them fiscally responsible. We monitor for, as you've read about, the receivership and provide guidance on there, making sure that all of their finances are going to pass audit, as well as the election work and homeschool affidavits to get to that total. And so this is just a sample. There's a lot more schools that get services, but that chart would have been even harder to read.
I just wanted to kind of get an idea of the kind of services you were talking about. Other than that one school district, I'm assuming you are not doing accounting or finance other than for that one school?
No, we do that for all of the school districts.
So that's included in here.
Yes, that is. And that is a rough estimate, the 98,000, because we divided up our duties and payroll to come up with that. So some school districts receive a lot more because we work with them a lot more than the other school districts, but that's it in a nutshell.
So you provide special ed and probably some related services for special ed and my question is, do they then reimburse for related service providers through you?
Okay, we've had the mental health grants that have supported all the mental health supports and the counseling and all that. But yes, fee for service is special ed.
Got it. Thank you.
And it's just showing what's making up our budget and where the dollars go. Okay. So to just do a few highlights from fiscal and election, because it's not as exciting.
I think we have some other questions.
Oh, sorry. I apologize.
Supervisor Begay.
And looking at the chart, you have educational services and Flagstaff Montessori, FJA, Pine Forest. Those amounts are high. How does that work?
Okay, so these are just a couple samples from the charter schools. We do more charter schools. I want to make sure that's clear. but this is either through our mental health supports, because if you notice, they don't have the finance category. There is just a zero or a dash, or it's fee for service providing special education services or professional development.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, please proceed. Sorry, sir. Cheryl, thanks. Oh, oops, I'm sorry. Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. So I want to just staying back with the service that you provide. Prior to having you provide the services, the schools used to hire their own contractors, and can you explain that part? How this actually helps the schools save money?
Well, the school saved money. Yes, what we did was back in 2012, 2013, noticing and getting a lot of calls from our schools as far as the special education goes. I'll use that as an example. That they were being charged very high fees, as well as people were being passed around that maybe should not have been servicing our students. So we set up a special education consortium, and they do pay for those services, but we're not charging those exorbitant fees because we're not for profit. We cover our cost. And that's the same with professional development. So like if you were to hire a big company like Solution Tree or Marzano, just for one day, you pay $10,000 to $15,000. And again, we cover our cost because we are an education service agency.
And a lot of these school districts couldn't even find the special.
That is correct. Thank you for bringing that up. Yes, at one time, Page was behind over 300 and some kids who had not received their psychoeducational assessments.
Yeah, and they were being cited at the same time.
Yes.
And it was a great challenge, and you all just came together. This is a really good solution.
Yeah, and that's an exciting thing. We're really working with the NAU practicum and internship program, so they're going to even be able to provide more supports to Page Unified in this upcoming year. So it's really exciting. All right. So the Fiscal and Elections Division, which I said is not as exciting, dramatic, but not as exciting, has a lot of services that we do provide. And just some real quick highlights is, as you know, statutorily, we are the election filing office for our districts. And this past year, we had 42 seats that were available. And we went out and did lots of outreach and allowed them to file their statement of interest and then file to actually be in office in each community rather than having travel be a barrier. And we actually had elections at 6 of our districts. And we had people who were at least deemed elected versus being appointed by the county superintendent. At this time, we only have 2 vacancies, one in Fredonia and one at Native, which is like the JTED, our caveat for Tuba City. And over the last fiscal year, if you remember my first year, I made close to 30 or 31 governing board appointments and only had to do 4 this past year. So that's exciting for those communities. That's very important. Moving on is governing boards. I just wanted to highlight, in case you did not know, that there'll be potentially a special election for the community college. They have asked for one in November of 2025 to seek voter approval for a general obligation bond to fund capital construction projects in Coconino County. So I wanted to put that on your radar. And then we just received in the last 2 or 3 days another notice of elections from Williams Unified School District for an override to extend their 2021 7-year maintenance and operation at 10% for a revenue control limit. There's still notices of elections out there. But that is what is on our radar for bonds and overrides coming up. And Mark highlighted our Teacher of the Year program. We had our teacher of the year is Dawn. She's already in the truck. She must have known. But Dawn from Loop Public School, she is our teacher of the year and she's phenomenal. I hope you all have an opportunity to meet her. Our rookie teacher of the year came from Knowles Elementary, and the Lifetime Achievement Awards, which you guys support, were, as I said, Tracy Parker, Seattle High School, and preschool director. And can't have to at least highlight the spelling bee. The spelling bee had the most number of participants since COVID by about 10. And our winner came from Maine Consolidated this year.
Good afternoon. Today, I'm honored to share an overview of the work being led by the Coconino County Superintendent of Schools. The Coconino County Education Service Agency is advancing educational progress across our region by providing foundational services. And this supports the county's strategic priority of community vitality because we provide essential and foundational support services throughout Coconino County. First, let me talk about family engagement. This remains a critical focus of our department. Our agency continues to offer a wide range of programming that empowers parents and caregivers to actively support their children's education. And this focus helps build stronger connections between home and school. As an agency, we know the importance of mental health in our schools. We have expanded services that provide meaningful supports to students, staff, and families. Corey is going to be discussing this in more detail. Another priority of our agency is to ensure our students receive tailored support services through our special education services. Like Cheryl mentioned, we've collaborated with 24 schools to ensure that students with diverse learning needs receive the individualized learning they deserve. Now let's talk about our STEM education innovation. Through our Let's Talk Code program, this was a collaborative initiative through the Navajo Technical University and the National Science Foundation. This effort equipped Dene teachers across Navajo Nation in bringing coding and the science of learning to classrooms throughout the Navajo Nation. As mentioned before, our office has helped address the critical issue of teacher retention and recruitment. Our agency secured $6.8 million through the Teacherage Grant. Through this funding, we were able to develop 38 housing units across 8 school districts, providing much needed affordable housing for educators serving our rural communities. Lastly, to support educator development and increase learner capacity, the agencies offered a plethora of professional development learning opportunities that enhance instructional practices. This includes targeted efforts in literacy, which I am going to discuss in detail. So let me talk about our literacy initiatives. First, let me just say thank you. Through ARPA funding, right, through Coconino County, and our ability to secure funding through the Literacy Capacity Grant, we have been able to make incredible gains in Coconino County. Our division used the ARPA funds to address literacy gaps, especially after COVID-19. We realized that we really needed to hone in on educator training, student support, family engagement, and leadership development. This initiative aimed to increase literacy outcomes across rural and urban areas. In response to the literacy gaps, CCSA hired a full-time literacy coordinator, expanded Letters, which is a science of reading program, trained over 200 K-5 educators, including those in remote areas. These educators now are equipped to meet state literacy requirements, like Cheryl mentioned, but also support students who may have dyslexia and dysgraphia. We have also trained 30 leaders in Letters to support long-term literacy improvements and also provide coaching and support in the schools. Additionally, because of this funding, we're also able to train 35 educators in early childhood literacy. Plus, one school even noted that they moved from a letter D to a C, showing major improvement last year. Now, one thing I want to mention, while progress has been made in Coconino County, challenges still remain, as indicated by declining NAEP reading scores, and we can see that across the country. However, states like Louisiana and their local education service agencies are invested in evidence-based literacy strategies, showing that long-term investments can lead to transformative results locally and statewide. So our agency is committed to continuing these efforts to ensure all students in Coconino County thrive. Now I'm going to let Cordy talk a little bit more about our mental health initiatives.
Hello, Chair and members of the board. Schools department always likes to bring a big crew, so thanks for having all of us. The Superintendent of Schools Department used ARPA funds to establish a mental health division manager, myself, and wellness team focusing on youth resilience and mental health support in high poverty communities. Our department also secured a $4.8 million federal grant to enhance these efforts, which included funding counselor positions at several schools from Flagstaff to Page to Grand Canyon to Williams, which vastly expanded mental health services for the schools that needed them most. Key projects led by the Mental Health Division Manager included the Building Resilient Youth in Schools, or BURS project, and Trauma-Informed Substance Use Prevention Program initiatives. These projects provided almost 680 hours of professional development across 19 schools and allowed us to hold 2 conferences called HEAL, or Helping Empower All Learners, in 2023 and 2024, both of which were highly well received. These conferences focused on integrating mental health strategies, trauma-informed practices, and behavior management into classrooms. We were able to offer these conferences to our county educators and bring in nationally renowned speakers thanks to federal grant funding. Additional outcomes of the BURS initiative included addressing absenteeism, promoting mental health awareness, offering counseling services, and engaging families. The Trauma-Informed Substance Use Prevention Project, funded by the Arizona Governor's Office, created a mental health program, a trauma-informed care plan, and sustainable substance use prevention programs in our schools. This project, which continues through FY26, marks a collaborative effort with the county's Health and Human Services Department, where we fund half a position in order to advance substance use prevention and cross-agency coordination efforts. Leveraging kind of a different funding source for our office, we received the Gila River Indian Community Grant, which comes from tribal gaming funds, and we've used these funds to provide counseling services to teachers and other educators throughout the county at no cost to them. One other notable success from our mental health team was the creation of the Coconino County Schools Incident Response Team, which also received continued funding through 2026. Our team has deployed as far as Fredonia to provide crisis support and mental health support when schools are addressing issues like teacher deaths, student deaths, and even parental deaths that affect the whole school community. We're really excited about what we've done to support the mental health of our community so far, and it's uplifting to see that county leadership has identified strengthening mental and behavioral health as a strategic priority for the next 5 years. Thank you.
Just wanted to provide a few legislative updates. Keith does a really good job, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time here, but I thought I would highlight HCR 2003, the expenditure limit. Unfortunately, the aggregate expenditure limit was not fixed for the long term. It was just given another Band-Aid for up through 2026. So as you know, like the county has the expenditure limit, we've had this impacting our schools for 4 years. In fact, at one point in time, we didn't know if we'd have to close some of our schools in March because we could not continue to fund them because we had reached the expenditure limit, even though they had the funds. Another big one to have on your radar, if you're not already following, is Prop 123. So far, it's not been, I guess the word would be, it expires in just a few months. And it provides the additional funding to the K-12 education-based state aid formula, which is really used for salaries. And depending on who you're talking to, the trajectory does not look good for Prop 123. And then lastly, I'll just pay a nod to it, is the future of the Department of Education at the federal level that is under debate. And then from past legislation, oh, I'm sorry.
We have Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you. I'd like to go back to your mental health. I'm trying to see how you provide the services and in the school systems. Because that is one area that keeps coming when I receive when I talk to parents, that's what comes up. Yeah, is mental health and the need for that, and the counselors are saying that. So I'm just wondering how do you deliver the service, and where are these services provided?
Okay, I'll start, and Corey, I might ask you to chime in, is when the current administration at the Arizona Department of Education came in, they cut the funding for counselors and just went to school safety officers. Now there's a little bit of a balance. So many of our districts did not have the funds, and I'm not talking about the academic counselors. I'm talking more like social work, therapy. And so we provided the services either through our psychologists and counselors directly by going to them. So I have people that go to Grand Canyon Unified School District, pulling one example, every single day of the week, except for Fridays. And then we also helped fund some of those positions that were cut because they didn't have the funds, because I don't have enough counselors and psychologists either. We also partnered with such as using NAU and their intern and practicum over the years. And then we partnered with one group off the top of my head is Everybody Matters. I always want to say everybody succeeds, but Everybody Matters. And what they do is they provide interns in our schools, and they also offer virtual services. Some of our counselors or some of our schools are not comfortable with virtual services, so that has to be face-to-face. And even with all these initiatives, we are still not completely meeting all the needs that we are requested to meet on a sometimes daily and weekly basis.
Just a follow-up, Madam Chair. Just a follow-up, how do you work with the health department? Because they just came and presented on their behavioral health center and really a program for youth mental health and behavioral health.
Well, we wrote a grant that Corey alluded to, and he can talk to you in detail. So we're funding a position for Health and Human Services is a part of one of our grants, and have brought them in to help deliver some of the substance abuse information that we provide to our schools and some of that professional development. We also have talked with them about funding and future grants. And then when that behavioral health unit is opened, what I envision is that we will be that direct link that shows that resource. And so, for example, one of our counselors, she sees individuals, but because of the load, we then, I think the right word is triage them and get them the referrals, but we hold them in that gap time where they're not getting services, and she provides those services, and then we get them for long term. So I see it working kind of that with the adolescent unit.
Thank you. I'm just thinking about how to respond to future issues that are brought to us. Thank you.
So in our legislature, you know, the empowerment scholarships, hot topic. And so I just want to do a quick high-level overview of the impact of the ESAs. And what I did was I broke these down by zip code, and this is just Q2 data. I have not received any data past Q2 for 2025. And you can see the number of students here within the Coconino County or who we serve, like part of it's like Moccasin over there in Mojave, is that are receiving the empowerment scholarships. These numbers have gone up since Q2, but I wanted to make sure I had the evidence to show you. At the state level, 83,819 students as of Q2 were receiving empowerment scholarship dollars in an amount of $860 million. So, and change. So that is where we're at with the empowerment scholarships, hoping to possibly legislation on some, they're not going to go away, but some better checks and balances.
You could please go back to that slide. Yeah. What area is 86021 zip code? Right.
Okay, I did not have the write that down, but I think 860, that might be more the Moccasin area.
It's Colorado City.
Colorado City Moccasin, because we service those kids.
Oh, that's fine. I was just wondering because
Mhm.
besides 86004, which is east side of Flagstaff,
Yes.
that was the highest number out there. So I was
Mhm.
just curious where that was at. Thank you.
Okay. All right, and I'm just going to highlight some of the challenges here. You already know that a lot of grants have been clawed back. We've been fortunate. Daily, weekly calls by all staff members. We have received all of our funds or have said that it's processed, so we're doing okay so far. As far as that goes, where we're limited is there's no funding available really for us to apply. The secure rural schools is a big issue. That is a challenge for our school districts as well as our office because it supports a lot of positions. And then the executive orders that keep impacting our schools.
Okay, go ahead. I do
I'm
have a
good.
question. You're done, okay. Remind us, which schools, the amount the schools receive in secure rural schools?
All right, there's a formula based on ADM and acreage. And so you take that formula. So FEOSD receives the largest amount, and theirs is more $500,000 to a little bit more to some of our smaller districts receiving more like $100,000. So the range is between $600,000-700,000 and $100,000, $50,000 with some of our small charters.
And the impact on those? And how they're
If
used?
they don't receive those, the impact impacts those dollars fund programs, they fund positions, they fund positions such as some of their parapros. Certain programs will be canceled.
I'm asking because we need to advocate for this.
Yes.
And the better story that we tell, the better, we need really good stories about our schools, the amount they really just the impact to the schools. If we don't receive this is what's going to happen. Because most likely we're going to be writing another letter to asking our congressional delegation to be able to, keep this on the books. We have meetings, upcoming meetings. It's just really important. So I'm just wondering again, back to the federal dollars, see what the stories are so that we can have that in our pocket when we have an opportunity to talk about it.
And I know I've provided some of that to our government affairs office, but I can redo it since there's been a little bit of a change in organization over there. And then just so you know, I've put together multiple templates of letters that our county superintendents and principals have utilized to send to Congress members and Senate members in all states. Keith provided me with the email or contact information on some of those. And then I've been working with the Yavapai County new superintendent and Mojave superintendent and providing them with those templates and helping them get the news out in their communities as well.
Yes, County Manager.
Thank you, Chair Horseman, Supervisor Fowler, and Superintendent Mango Pageant. I think we can sort of drill in to give specific examples, because when you think about, let's say it's $500,000 for FUSD, with the tightness of their budget, that's significant, and it means real programs. And so we can sort of work to refine that message as we need to. And $100,000 is significant for some of the smaller districts, no
Absolutely.
doubt about it. And so we can sort of work to drill in and refine that message a little bit. It means real service and real programming.
Yeah, like Fredonia Moccasin, as far as a unified school district and not a charter, $100,000 is a significantly high portion of their budget, especially with their decreasing enrollment and their cross-border issues into Utah. I'd like to bring up Anilda.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Can you hear me okay?
I'm not sure if is your mic on?
I'm not,
I-
it seems like it
there
is. I
you
needed
go.
to move
Now-
it up.
Yeah,
I
now we
could
hear
tell
you.
that wasn't broadcasting the way it needed to.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, good. Just to let you know, from earlier on, I was a little delayed, and this, I think, goes to Supervisor Fowler's question about the types of direct services that we provide in the schools. I was just lucky enough to leave Flagstaff Junior Academy after providing direct counseling services for individual students there at that campus, and also providing group counseling. So I just have to say, there's a beautiful example of the types of supports that we provide as an office. Okay, to begin more formally, everyone who's gone to school knows that not all students arrive at schools with the same opportunities. I'm sure that you can think in your own minds of specific students that you've known or have heard about who face adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs, such as the ones listed here in front of you. These may include things like trauma and poverty, abuse and neglect, and can deeply affect any student's ability to learn, grow, and thrive. At the Superintendent of Schools office, we are proud to serve on the front lines of student mental health, partnering with families, with schools and communities to help children overcome these challenges. As schools have become the safety net for our society, right? This work reflects the county's core values: integrity in honoring our commitments to vulnerable students, a collaboration in working across agencies, and respect for the dignity and potential of every child. We believe in the county's commitment to making decisions that improve the outcomes for children and families. The work of our office transforms lives. For example, a very real example of one young student facing deep depression from early trauma. He had stopped attending school, lost motivation, and could not care for his basic needs like his hygiene. With the right support from our mental health team, the same student began attending regularly, re-engaged in his learning, and now thrives in a supportive school environment. This is just one of countless stories. The work of our office directly supports the county's 2025-2030 strategic priorities, especially health and human services, by strengthening mental and behavioral health support and addressing the needs of our at-risk youth, community vitality by fostering educational environments where students are able to learn and teachers are able to teach, public safety by supporting early interventions and crisis response for the safety of our students and our schools, and organizational and fiscal health by partnering efficiently and transparently to provide essential long-term services. Together, we're building a safer, healthier, and more resilient future, one student at a time. Thank you.
All right. So to address these challenges and maintain future economic sustainability, we have 4 site improvement requests. As CCESA continues to apply for new grants to support our work with county schools, many of these opportunities require a cost match of $250,000. In some cases, we've offset these costs with in-kind services when allowable. However, finance has asked that we avoid using personnel time as in-kind due to the additional workload it creates for their team. Now let me get into our second request. Sorry about that. To continue our much-needed mental health services in our schools, the superintendent of schools is respectfully requesting approval to partially fund the limited term appointments through June 30th, 2026. These positions have been vital in providing mental health and special education supports to rural and high-need schools, like we've mentioned, many which face persistent staffing shortages. Funding has primarily been through grants and fee-for-service models. With the conclusion of ARPA and ESSER funds in 2024, CCSA is currently has partial funding to sustain these roles through 2026, but is actively pursuing new grants. As we know what the federal funding landscape is looking like, especially for mental health, it's not looking positive. One thing I want to remind the board is healthy schools equal healthy families, which equals healthy communities. Our third service improvement request is the funding for our mental health division manager from being a limited appointment to a full-time assistant director of mental health. This is to ensure continuity of programming and to make sure that services are not fragmented. Lastly, our fourth service improvement request is for a grant writer. We request partial funding for this to expand our capacity to secure and manage grants. As applications grow more complex, current staff can no longer meet demand without sacrificing quality services or missing opportunities. Thank you for taking our service improvement requests into consideration.
As we're wrapping up on the financial side, I want to you may remember a couple years ago, my concern on secure rural schools. It was twofold. One, the spirit of the law, that it was direct services to our students so that they had the same equitable education as suburban students, and that funding statutory positions was not in the spirit of the law. And then the other one is, what if it goes away? And so in 21 and 2022, I presented a 10-year rollback plan that had 25% for 2 or 3 years. Then, so we had time to plan for the general fund picking up at least the statutory positions, which are 4, because we pay for one of the statutory positions out of our IDC account. So we did not move forward with that, but here we are today. And it's my understanding that our increment requests were not supported by or recommended by county management. However, if secure rural schools are reauthorized, it's my hope, if we're not going to receive the increment request, is that the money is not used to offset general fund dollars for statutory positions, but that will go to direct services that would help us with providing the mental health supports and our coordinator type of positions. If we see that they are reauthorized for the long term, because there has been talk, except I'm not sure it's very positive anymore, that they might look at a 10-year, is that we look at that and again, not do 10 years of rolling it back, but rolling it back for 4 years with that funds directly supporting the direct services we provide to students that help with that stopgap of when there aren't grants available for us to apply for or to obtain. I hope that is clear as to what I'm understanding, is what I'm asking for there. And so that goes into our FY27 considerations. Today, schools have become the de facto providers of mental health support, medical services, food assistance, crisis stabilization, trauma-informed care, and even housing. These are essential services, yet they were never part of the original mission of public schools. What was once extra is now urgent. But schools cannot do this alone, and we do not have a current federal administration that's willing to help us, nor at the state level. That's why I'm here and my team's here on behalf of our schools, and I asked the superintendents if I could say that. Is that why I'm here is I'm asking for your partnership in funding the work of a statutory office, the superintendent of schools, in a way that aligns directly with Coconino County's strategic priorities, economic vitality, because if we don't get to the root cause, then we spend our money on the jail. We spend our money elsewhere. The community well-being, the safety and health. Schools are now central to all four, and without adequate funding, the safety net they've become will fray. My request, as we move in, and that's done on purpose, FY27, that is not a typo. If FY26 is set, we need to start in the next couple of weeks conversations about FY27. And we need to reimagine the funding of the superintendent of schools office to meet the realities of it being a safety net. We are a partner. We are in our schools every day. It was said to me, well, the schools are more impacted. Well, the schools are impacted by all of this. However, your education service agency is what is in your schools. Remember, I talked to you guys a long time ago. We listen, we innovate, we serve. And so what I'd like you to imagine is that if Secure Rural Schools is reauthorized, that we leverage that and the historically allocated dollars that have gone directly to the superintendent of schools office does not support statutory positions, but direct support services to schools. That you consider our FY26 increment request to stabilize our county-wide education infrastructure. And then the conversations is, by statute, what are we doing about establishing a general reserve fund for the accommodation district? The FY27 funding request originates from prior budget conversations where the ask was to fund this superintendent of schools statutory division via the county general fund, recognizing that secure rural school funds are not guaranteed year to year. This approach would secure staffing for core constitutional responsibilities while reserving the SRS funds to provide direct support services to our students and families.
As we close our presentation, I want to again emphasize that our schools serve 100% of our county's youth in some way or another. Similarly, every person in our county has interacted with schools or been impacted by education at some point in their lives. Education continues to be the pathway out of poverty, and in a community that's rife with poverty, we simply must make education a priority. Our schools are the first line of prevention and response to a host of issues facing our community. Did you know that 70% of children and youth receiving mental health services access them through their schools? Not through community health providers, therapy offices, or hospitals, but through school. As this graphic illustrates, schools are not just there to teach kids how to read and write and do their math. They do so much more for our students and for our community. Our county leadership recently identified safety as a strategic priority through 2030, and it's important to note that the school is the safest place that a person can be. But with that being said, we need to be doing more to keep our schools safe and our children healthy. We need our students to feel safe in school, and right now we know those perceptions of safety are on the decline. If we want to address all of these things on this poster that my lovely colleagues have been holding up for the past 30 minutes, we need to prioritize our schools. And it's imperative that we continue to support our community schools to the very best of our ability. At this point, we would like to once again thank the chair and members of the board for giving us this opportunity to present, and we'll go ahead and take any questions you may have.
Any questions? And you may ask them. I am going to ask a question of our staff. with regards to their proposal in terms of that 600,000 bridge grant, what that means. But before we do that, some of you might have some other questions, or of course, I'm sure you'll all be with us through this discussion. So any burning, or should we let's do the 600,000 bridge, what that means? Let's look at that if I can.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. So a few pieces I think of background are important in understanding the bridge fund. So we do have a special arrangement in place, first and foremost, with the superintendent of schools office. Has been a longstanding agreement to where if the department receives indirect costs back from the grant, which is really, so when you have just kind of 101 on grants, when you have a grant, oftentimes they'll allow for what's called indirect, which is that baseline support that's hard to directly allocate. So for example, the support a grant receives through using county facilities or our IT infrastructure, recruiting through HR, receiving payroll processed through finance, those kinds of core fundamental things. Many grants allow for what's called indirect to help support that. And the superintendent of schools office, it is the only department in the county where when they receive grant funding, they are able to retain that indirect cost recovery in the department. And it's been really helpful, I think, and beneficial for the department because as they've had grants that come and go to supplement their programs, then they're able to have kind of some funds to draw from for consistency so that they're not laying staff off, rehiring them, laying them off as grants come and go. And instead, they can use that as kind of a stability fund, if you will, to keep employees on payroll until a new funding source is in place. Sometimes there's a gap. So over time, then a few years ago, in doing some forecasting, there was some uncertainty if that funding would be sufficient for continuing the staff that we had while other grants were coming on. So at that point, the superintendent of schools had made an increment request. And similarly, we were in a pretty tight budget year, as we have been. And so the agreement at the time was to set aside up to $600,000 to supplement that in bridge funding. So that's why we're calling it the bridge fund. But also, it was with the understanding that first, those additional general fund supplemental dollars in the form of the indirect that is retained by the department would be the first dollars used because they are already set aside for that purpose. So those dollars, as they're drawn from, if it is not sufficient, then that's where that 600,000 would come into play upon request, of course, of the department with a plan of how long, which positions, that kind of thing. So that was a few years ago, and to date, it has not been utilized. Right now, when we look at those fund balances, and it fluctuates, and I don't know where we are point in time this fiscal year, but when we started this fiscal year, we still had about $1 million of that first indirect in fund balances to cover for bridge funding purposes. And so we hadn't gotten to the point yet of utilizing that 600,000. And so we're recommending to carry that over to make it continue additionally available to meet some of the requests that were specifically outlined in the increment requests by the department. Again, at the point of where it's necessary because the indirect cost bucket first has been exhausted. And then the other part, though, of the request was to look at perhaps drawing from that for grant match. So very similarly, it doesn't just need to be for service continuation of staff. If the department has a proposal that would allow them to receive another federal grant fund or state grant fund or any funding source that requires a match, they're also able to, again, first utilize those indirects, but secondly, go to that bridge fund in order to meet that requirement.
Yes, and some more background is I believe it was 2 fiscal years ago is I had requested, or we did the bridge funds, and we have not had to dip into that because we've been pursuing grants and we've had grants. And with our indirects, we only get those if there are grants available. And sometimes, like our indirects for one of our statutory positions are just like 1% that we get. So that's not very much. This last time, since we had so many grants because of the ESSER funding, we were able to build up that balance. And Lee, are we still at about $500,000 in there? We do have about $500,000 in there. But as I stood before many of you 2 years ago when we talked about the bridge funds, I gave you my word and the office's words that we would only use it if we were in dire straits. And so we have been able to, by continuing to pursue grants and secure grants, because it's two things, we've been, I feel, good stewards of the money and have honored the fact that we're not just going to ask for that money unless we're in dire straits.
So if we're in dire straits, which I can guarantee you we are,
I know.
and that there is a recommendation from our county management that some of the requests that you're asking for could be use fund balance and bridge fund.
That is correct.
So which would then be able to provide for at least some of the requests that you're making, correct?
That is correct.
You know, and I just want to, and I know other people will as well. I mean, I don't think there is a person here that is not absolutely supportive of our public schools and absolutely supported of what you do. And I want to tell you and your staff, you know, I've been in Coconino County a really long time, and I've been in public education for over 40 years. And I can tell you that the job that you do and your staff do is the best I have ever seen for the superintendent of public schools office, superintendent of schools office here in Coconino County in all of the years that I've lived here. So I want to give you great kudos for what you have been able to accomplish. You do provide those foundational services for our school districts. And as we know, it is the responsibility of the state of Arizona to provide public education for our students. That seems to be going down and down and down every year. And then they come up with things like vouchers to make sure that the money for charter schools, and not that there aren't some good charter schools out there, but it does take away the funding, of course, to the traditional public school system. So I've seen that you and your office really have stepped up and provided those foundational services and really stepped in to help bridge the gap, if you will. So, you know, I am for the recommendation that is being made by our county staff on those bridge funds. And I'm going to also make a promise to you and your staff that, you know, certainly I, and I'm sure I speak for the rest of this board, are going to do everything we can to get that SRS funding. And you're right. You know, we in the past have been able to use the SRS funding for your office because it was there and because we could use it for that purpose. So it made a lot of sense. And then it freed up our general funds for other departments, et cetera, that could not use the funding through SRS. So it made good sense at the time. Quite frankly, SRS has been funded over and over and over and over and over again for decades because since the 1970s, I think, because that made good sense. It still makes good sense. It's not money out of the pockets of Congress. It's a matter of how it's allocated and how it is being used across the country. So we're going to continue to advocate for that. And I want to thank you.
Thank you, Chair Horstman.
Supervisor Begay.
Thank you for your presentation and very thorough. We expect to hear this from all the departments. We have a great county here. Employers are great and our employees are great and they're very knowledgeable and they implement things and, you know, they show us a lot of things that they're working on that's very beneficial to our communities. So as I'm almost a supervisor, as Chair Horstman said, you know, if there's a will, there's always a way. And hopefully, you know, the SRS portion of the fundings will come through and that, you know, you would be able to also be able to use the $600,000 that's sitting there too. So I just want to say thank you so much to you and your staff for doing the presentation here. And being a school board member for the Tuba City Unified School District for a long time, it's always been like that. We've always been faced with budgets, you know, needing more money here and there. But one thing that I really, really miss is that we used to have a grandparent program where they came in and taught our students their native language. And I think right now, we need to go back to that somehow too, and get that back going, you know, in the school districts that they want, because it can take them a long ways. So I just want to say that that's always bothered me. It's been some years that it's been taken out, or it's not, the services aren't there anymore, but it's very important to all our people and the majority of the people that live out in the boonies. So thank you so much.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation and just sharing with us all the great things that your department does. Thank you, all of you that are working with our children, because it's so important. Education. We in Arizona need to fund education better. We don't. You do the best you can with what you got. Thank God we have this bridge fund that's allowing us to get some of these covered. I would like to see in the future, since we have to use this bridge fund, it has been kind of our rainy day fund, if even incrementally we can recharge it, because we know this isn't going to be the only
And that was
time.
discussed in 22 or 23.
We know that this isn't the only time that we're going to have to tap into these funds. Unfortunately, right now we're at that space where we need to, but I don't want that bridge fund to go away completely. So I would like us to look at and strategize on ways that we can recoup some of that funding moving forward. Hopefully the situation doesn't get worse and we have to tap into our stability fund. But if there's a way that we can slowly recharge that bridge fund, that would be great, because this isn't the last time that we're going to encounter a need like this. So with that, I just want to say thank you for all your hard work. And it was great to be at the Teacher of the Year Award. Your Teacher of the Year worked for me at Killip. And apparently I was her first teaching job in my after school program. So that was kind of cool. Yeah, so. And she stayed in it, yeah.
She's amazing. I've worked with her for the 15, 17 years I've been here. She's amazing.
So congratulations on great
One of my
teachers.
favorites.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you, Chair. I very much am in agreement with the comments made by Chair Horseman and Vice Chair Vasquez, especially talking about the bridge fund, the use of that, the need for the use of it, and recharging it, as he stated. Boy, the needs are great and the funds are few. And it's not just, I mean, I know you know this, it's not just your department. You know,
Oh,
that is-
I'm well aware.
I
yes.
know you are. And boy, we've talked, boy, if we were gazillionaires, we would just wave our wands and grant all of the wishes and the requests that came before us. So I will just say that I am supportive of our county manager's recommendation in this. And I think it is a good solution for the tough times that we are in. So, and thank you for the presentation and all that you guys do.
Supervisor Fowler.
Yeah, this is so painful. We're talking about our children barely starting, coming from a lot of them coming from really challenging families, and with all that security not being there, and the schools end up picking it up. I see this, it's what's happening. A jail used to be a jail at one time, but now today we're providing medical service, we're providing all the services that individual needs. The school has become that now too. And so it is a huge challenge for government. So how do we talk about wraparound services, and how do we deliver that, and how do we do that? And now, you know, like you just presented, you know, the one child providing service, the school providing service for the whole family.
Yeah.
And that is a huge challenge. And I'd like to see the bridge fund be replenished along the way. I wish we could do more. You know, we just don't. We're such a great challenge. It's just telling our story again about the SRS. I think that's really important. and for all of us to have in our pocket. You never know who you walk into, meet up with. Hopefully, we're not walking into people or meeting with. So that's really important. I know that this is the SRS is across the country, and all the counties that receive SRS fully understand the impact. And I know that they're advocating for it. You and Supervisor Horseman's been our champion from here. That really thankful for that. So you're all team that Coconino from my. So I just want to thank you and all the staff that are not here. You all have done amazing job and are doing amazing job. We're here to just help you in any way that we can do it. And you can stuff in our pockets to go tell our stories. Please do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. And just in closing is I hope you take to heart that that we, as we look into FY27, that we reimagine how the superintendent of schools did, and if reauthorized, what does secure rural schools support? And that we start those conversations, sometime later this summer when all this is done, take July off and maybe start that and plan for the future. And I want to thank you for recommending that the bridge funds be recharged. And I hope we take that to heart also as we look at reimagining how we fund the superintendent of schools office. Thank you.
I think we need to go back to Washington, DC.
I'll go.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
I just want to thank you for your very forward-looking vision. Like I realize, we are dealing with 26 and you are already looking at 27. And I appreciate kind of that larger vision. So I just wanted to thank you for that.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. As I sit down and look to exit, I promised I would do the whole statute.
Yeah, we'll take a break after. Thanks, Cheryl. All right, thank you again for being here and a very informative afternoon. And with that, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Would that work? All right, thank you.
superintendent of schools office, and really in the superintendent of schools advocacy, establishing that reserve fund. It's interesting. I think we need a legal review because it's referenced in the materials that were handed out, and you'll notice that funding, if any, allocated to the accommodation school. Again, I'm not an attorney, but I know what "if any" means, and so yeah.
There is a lot of language in there that there's no mandatory at all, is may, shall, could, no, not even shall, may, possibly.
Yeah.
I know it's,
Yeah.
so we just need to find out
Thank
what
you,
that
Chair
really
Horstman.
means,
Yeah.
what, make sure we're fulfilling our responsibility.
Yeah. But great question, Supervisor Begay, because as we got to reading this, like, oh, this clearly needs legal review. There is a lot of that type language in it. Also, on the bridge fund discussion, you'll note that we put it on our follow-up items. A couple of things. The county does have an emergency reserve fund, right? And then we have ensuring that we're managing the bridge fund. So if they, and great for the superintendent of schools office for advocating for that. And this is the year, if it's going to get used, this might be it, as you've all noted. So on the follow-up items, and it's we'll work at your discretion if you want to talk about the Board of Supervisors budget or not today. If not, we'll have to find time for it later. But the follow-up items that we currently have are the compensation discussion, federal impacts report, HHS, public fiduciary, and then the bridge fund management. This list will certainly get added to over. This is our first day on the wall. Yeah.
And thanks for keeping that together. I
Yeah.
was actually going to ask about that. So thank
Mhm.
you.
Yep. And so every day, is there anything else to add? Because every day staff will after we break up from these meetings, we all get together and then start working on our follow-up items and things that we need to present to you. I think legal review of superintendent of
Yeah.
school documents is
I think that's
prudent. Yeah.
statutory on accommodation schools.
Yeah.
What is health and welfare services?
Oh, yeah. That-
So so what that is,
Yeah.
like all of the program, all the departments that we just heard
Got it.
from
All right,
is
got it.
all, and that's what one of the things I said this morning is
All right.
we've called it different things, trying to
You
what
sure
the
did.
group is. And
No,
I
just
know,
kidding.
sorry. And yes, because that ended up, that also confused me when I saw this. I was like, what is health and welfare? I mean, I know what it is, but yeah, is it another one? So it's just talking about all three of the grouping of departments that you've heard from so far.
And-
How are we wrapping? Yes.
And then we can continue to look at, as superintendent of schools, Mango Pageant has advocated a revisioning of how we fund the superintendent of schools office. I have a off and on 26-year history with the county budget and the study of it. And we've utilized the secure rural schools, the forest fees, to fund that office for as long as I've been associated with this budget, and then even longer, depending on how long that funding source goes back. And so that's just been the funding source that we've utilized for that office.
We're limited in how we use SRS funds. It can be used for roads on federal lands, or taking care of our federal lands, or our schools.
Yeah.
So it just made sense. And because it was in the past pretty secure.
Yeah.
That's why I said secure. No, but it was pretty secure. And so it really made sense. But she's right. Every year she called into question the possibility of how secure was it. And this year we found out it wasn't so secure. So,
And then there has been changes over time. I recall when there was Title 1, 2, and 3. 1 and 3 was Title 3 was a percentage. We utilized Title 3 predominantly for search and rescue activities, if I remember correctly. So there's been some changes to it over time. Nothing as drastic as what we're looking at today.
Since we're talking about secure rural school, I know we have them, portioned to the roads and then the schools, and sheriff. Could we change that around at some point, or are those so needed in those departments that we can't do that?
Supervisor Fowler, in fact, the history of we did. Yeah, so it used to be, I think, 50% roads in schools, and we've adjusted over time. We've adjusted that percentage to where a predominant portion of that does indeed go to the schools, because we were able to secure funding with the road maintenance initiative and the use of those funds, and so the board over time we adjusted that percentage. We still are obligated to allocate a portion to roads, but it's not specifically defined. And so we've sort of defined that for ourselves, right? So you're at 10%, yeah. 90-10. Used to be 50-50.
The whole thing about timber sales, but what we're now thinking of is secure rural schools, the formula 2000.
In retrospect, we've made some good fiscal decisions in changing that allocation formula from 90-10. Now the concern clearly is what it is, and that's a non-reauthorization, and we've relied on it heavily for our schools.
Comment. Supervisor Begay.
Yes, Andy, I just kind of wonder, each department has mandates or requirements. Is there a way that you guys can list those out for us separately, like when they're, and then also just the need and everything else down to where you've, where, remember I said, the least areas to look at, or what did there's a word I use, I don't remember that, but I think that would be good to know that, because we want to make sure if we're mandated or, told that those funds are strictly for that, we need to address those up front.
Yeah. Supervisor Begay, I think in our presentation yesterday, when we sort of broke out and we should, the increment, we could probably create a second document for or a separate document rather, the increment funding. Some of those are mandated or statutory obligations, right? And the thing about mandates that can be difficult is, well, a service may be required, service levels aren't at all times. And Siri, if you'd like to elaborate on that.
No, that's really great.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I would love to also kind of elaborate on this a little bit, because we have so many flavors of what might be considered a mandate that coming up with that is incredibly challenging. We have some clear-cut ones where we have a mandated payment to the state, where we get a bill, we are required to pay it, or they withhold money from us anyway. An example of that would be the contribution to access, medical services. Another one might be that has a service level is our Title 36. So whatever it costs for however many patients, we can't predict it. We can't necessarily budget for it. We have to pay the invoice from the service provider on Title 36, which is a mandated service and a mandated service level. When we have other mandates that are also statutorily driven, such as animal management service, I think it's a good one because we are required to provide some animal management services, but we also supplement that. We've chosen to do that to supplement those services. But then taking that further, I'm just going to use the finance department as an example. We have things that the IRS requires us to do. That's not defined as a mandate. It's not in statute, right? So it's not a statutory mandate, but it certainly is a requirement, for example. And so the definition of mandate truly can go from a small kind of view of what is a mandated payment or what is a mandated service level, all the way into you are mandated to do certain things, and it's really hard to capture all of those things that may be something that's not just state statute, but maybe it's OSHA, maybe it's the Fair Labor Standards Act. There's just such a plethora of things that really most things we do, you could hypothetically tie back to some sort of mandate. We just don't do that many discretionary things.
There's probably some areas that we don't even get any funds for, but we're required to do that. Law enforcement? The court service, yeah.
Supervisor Fowler.
Just talking about mandates, we used to try to figure out what is mandate. What's 100%? What's 10%? Can we do 1% and we fulfill that? That was that sliding scale. where are we and how much are we really mandated to do this? You know, that was, and then, but when you're doing that, you got to always think about the need of the community. How, where is it? If that funding isn't there from the state, well, you know, what can you do? You got to fund it, even though you think you can only do 1%, but the need is over here. So you end up having to pay for it anyway.
Supervisor Fowler, unfunded mandates was a term that we used to use a lot. And that was the state, counties are political subdivision of the state would say counties shall, but not provide the appropriate funding for us to provide that service. Health and Human Services in many cases would experience that.
Yeah, and for several years there, we really took on the state legislators on this unfunded mandates. And I don't think we make headway at all on it.
But you were heard. But
Well-
you know, an example is the specialty courts.
Yes,
You know,
absolutely.
And we think that they've been so beneficial for our community, and quite frankly, saves us money in other areas because we have them, and lowering recidivism, you know, bringing people to become fully involved community members. I mean, there's wonderful things involved with those courts, and those are not funded by the state. So.
Well, and I think too, I would just add that whether it's community development, health and human services, there are those things that are then what the state is required to do, but they have, and as Andy was saying, they have then the counties take on those responsibilities, and we have agreements that we don't necessarily get to opt in or out of. I know occasionally, and most recently, community development did just that, and we were able to push back something because of the staffing. But I know, like on the environmental health side of things, those are things that really the state is the entity that is responsible for those things, but they delegate that authority, making it sound as though like we suddenly got some other power and abilities to do things. They delegate that to the county without the money to do that work. General funded mandates that are, you know, not necessarily look to be the same kind of mandate or mandates that we get money for. Outside of when they say, oh, well, you're getting a share of the sales tax revenue, right? I mean, that's where that continues to circle. So hopefully one of the things I think most of the departments will do this. And I know you heard it today from all three departments of what are their varying degrees of what they consider a mandate that comes with a price tag, or a big price tag. I mean, like I said, you didn't hear that from HHS of all the different things that are delegated that don't come with any money, but you definitely will hear from the departments about those things that have those statutory obligations. And I think one of the big ones is, as Michelle was talking about, the Title 36 mandate, if you will, and the county's responsibility. One of the things I just wanted to add that I had as a follow-up, when you were asking Supervisor Fowler about, and many of you were asking about, what happens to those clients that are deemed non-competent, non-restorable, and you know what's happening with them. I think one of the things that Michelle was talking about, and I know our CJCC group is working on this as well, and we're working on it with our behavioral health authority, is how we're doing a better job on the front end of actually addressing people's mental health issues and not just having them back, not getting the inpatient care that they need, because then they're getting put right back out in vulnerable situations where then they're, you know, maybe committing crimes, becoming victims themselves, and then potentially becoming some of those cases that are not competent, non-restorable. And so we continue to create this bigger problem that we've got to put some focus up front on how we're treating and caring for people so they don't become those folks that are our violent offenders. I mean, there's, you know, varying degrees to that. So I just wanted to make that comment that that's another big piece to trying to get additional providers to have inpatient mental health care in our community.
You know, I don't see the public fiduciary in the CJCC meetings. And I don't know if you do, Lena, but I don't. And she should be, because to me, I understand she's doing her job. but doing your job sometimes means being involved in a broader community to answer some of these bigger questions.
Yes, and I will, thank you, Chair Horseman. I'll reach back out to Rashida. I know she has participated in the past. I know when I was serving in that role as the public fiduciary in some past lives of things that I've done at the county, I participated on CJCC in that capacity, and I know she has. So I'll circle back with her because I agree. I think that's a really important table for her to be at as well.
Supervisor Ontiveros? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Supervisor Fowler.
So I just want to, we're talking about the state and mandates. I still have a hard time funding Division 7. That is a state responsibility. And then we have adult probation. The state doesn't pay enough. We decide we want to do this. So, there's those decisions that what is good for us and what is it that the state should be doing, but, we end up having to do things that we kind of don't want to do, but need to do.
All with the lowest property tax rate of all the counties.
So with this wrap up, the intent is after every day we have a wrap up, and then we do have a full day on the 16th on a Friday to sort of summarize all of the wrap up items, bring back any follow up. Again, we'll be preparing that information with the follow up as we go along. And one of them on here, for example, federal impact report and that we have, and the discussions today sort of triggered that thought. And Health and Human Services, we know such great leadership with Michelle and that team. The important thing is that we continue to track together. So you as a board are aware of what our departments are tracking, and if there's any political advocacy that needs to happen, then we're ensuring that you have that information so you're able to do that policy work on your end. So that's probably the biggest work that we need to ensure needs to continue to happen, because we see that as we get the word out in that advocacy, it can be helpful. Yeah.
And that's why, and I did get a response. I think it's not the full response when Michelle was speaking and talking about the given the administration's budgets, the potential cuts and how that could potentially affect Coconino County. I did get something that was specifically related to Medicaid, but it's more than Medicaid.
Yes, and I know that initially when the administration's budget was released, and this is something that that happens honestly, every year when the budget is released at the federal level, initially stuff comes out and there's all of these cuts that are on the table, and then that fleshes out in different ways. So I absolutely know they will be tracking that, and we'll make sure that you're getting that in terms of as that starts to unfold, what it looks like right now on paper versus what it looks like as it goes through its different iterations.
And so the next 2 days, as we talk about our Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, we're jumping in. Both Wednesday and Thursday is all Criminal Justice Coordinating Council groupings. And so it's going to be very, very robust day. And we expect the follow-up item list to be added to. And so we're looking forward to the next 2 days. But the intent of the wrap-up is really just so we're all making our list, but this is so it's comprehensive that nothing gets lost.
A question. I don't know, along the way, we might have had more services added to our departments. I'm trying to figure out something here that we started off with something. There's a lot of departments that have different functions and maybe 5, 6, 7 things going at one time. And I'm just kind of wondering, I don't know, like I said, if we've been adding services as we went along, that, where it just seems like it's a big department now, and we're trying to figure out where we're going to get dollars and then fund, what we were going into, what we're dealing with right now is the budget thing, crisis thing. And so it's just kind of hard. From the get-go, And I know that, I wonder how much of each of the departments, in all areas of their services, what's really, really beneficial to the communities. Maybe, not all of them or all of them, or which is more successful, which is more, it just kind of driving me all over the place, just the conversations that we're having today. So I just wanted to throw my thought out, just get it off of my chest so I can sleep tonight.
Supervisor Begay, I think a few examples, and Chair Horseman noted this. This is probably the most active superintendent of schools that I've ever experienced in my time with Coconino County. And with that, you have this expression of service that is probably a bit more than what I've ever experienced, and that's been filling a need of community. Another example, or a couple more over time, emergency management. And that's been a service that unfortunately we've needed more than what we had needed before. And that department sprouted out of Sheriff Driscoll starting it in public. It was in public works, same with flood control district. And so those services have grown based on needs in the community. So you have a few examples of how we've sort of responded to those demands for service over time.
And if I may, ARPA gave us an incredible opportunity to plug in some needs that were long needed in our community, but we didn't have the funding for. And when we set them up, not because it was extra, but because these were services that we finally had the funds. And I'll tell you, behavioral health is an example of that, what we were able to accomplish. But at the time, we said, if we're going to do that, if we're going to expand, you've got to, either you have to remember it's going to come to an end, or you've got to come up with another way to keep it moving forward. And so, I think everybody's trying, but and sometimes they got funding for other things that they could even expand the existing program, which is fabulous. Providing services we're never going to complain about. It's just that it grew to the point where now it's not sustainable. And I think that's Supervisor Begay, what some of your concerns are. And now it's hard because we think these are good services. But how are we going to pay for them?
Yeah. Sorry. Okay, and we'll experience that in the next 2 days when we talk about the courts, right? And the use of ARPA funds and all the ancillary service. A court system, if you have a new division, that also requires work of a public defender, for example. So we'll have those discussions over the next couple of days.
It's going to make a comment that because I'm new to this, I've appreciated listening to this conversation about how some of these programs came in with the understanding that, this isn't fully funded. This is just a temporary thing that we apparently all got used to and wanted them to continue, but there's just no funding for them anymore. And it's the hard part is figuring out what the priorities are for this county. And that's, for each department, what the real priorities are. Just talking about like recovery court, for example, the money saved. I forget what is the amount, if you can remember this, county manager, but the amount to pay for annually for an incarcerated person, I think the most expensive one, and that was maybe through recovery court, was $6,500. The full amount to incarcerate, the $6,500 was pennies on the dollar of what that was going to be.
Yeah, and we honored someone today that's a living, breathing example of that.
I know.
And so Jesse could rattle off those numbers right now if we ask him. But it's significant.
It is, and it's not just you can't just look at this in dollar figures. Like there's a balance that goes with it. Looking at it more comprehensively, like that's a really good example of that. So those were just my thoughts. That I appreciate the history and what I'm learning.
Another question I have is on employees the number of employees and how many vacancies there may be, and how long they have been vacant. I think we really need to take a hard look at that too. Some of those dollars we might have to reshuffle here and there to help, with the requests that are coming in. So that's another area I think we need to look at and see, because we don't want to discontinue services, and especially if there's a need and people are, like today we had a recognition, and that's the end result of it. And we need, diapers and all this stuff too is coming up, we need all of that. And so maybe that was an area that somebody can look into and see what can be done. If the vacancies have been existing for 6-7 years, there's been no need to, we have it on the books, and we're content, hopefully continue thinking that we're going to fill that vacancy. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm a little fried. It's been a long day. But with that said, I just wanted to right. I just wanted to.
It's up next. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, what I was trying to say was basically that we are looking at a situation where we don't have enough funding to do everything we want. One thing that I'm grateful for over the last 4 years, when we were going in consideration of new funding that we did have available, that we didn't expand too much. The problem is we're getting funding pooled in a way that's forcing us to contract faster than we're ready to. And that's the problem. Fortunately, like I said, we planned well enough that we didn't expand so much that the contraction is so difficult, but now we're having to contract beyond what we planned for. And that's where it gets hard, because we were ready for the loss of ARPA funds. We were ready for some of those things, but not retroactively, right? Not immediately. And so these are new factors. We're in new waters now. And so as we're going through this, we really want to look at the whole picture. And as was said before, budgets are values, right? You put your money where you value. And so we have to have those conversations on what do we truly value? Are we going to continue to support programs that are getting cutting, like the superintendent of schools program? The reason why I want to see the bridge fund expanded or recharged is because, they were good stewards of that money, and now they're having to use it for things that weren't originally planned for. Like that money was actually for grants when we're looking between grants, not funding cuts from SRS. And so as we're trying to be flexible, we want to try to make sure that we're supporting those programs that have been doing what we asked them to do over the years, but the circumstances have changed. And so now we have to look and be creative of what do we really want to support? What do we truly value? So thank you.
Well said. Any other comments? And I think what we had said about the board, board budget, which we absolutely want to go over, since we've had some discussions on that, is I would recommend we do that tomorrow morning. I know there's a time period on there for just, what is it, 8:30 to 9 o'clock. So why don't we do it 8:30 and 9:15, and if we're going to start it, I'm going to end it. I don't like that. Okay.
We're not posted for it.
Yes, and opening comments. Lindsay. Okay. I know, but we can continue it. We can open it and we can continue it, right? You can, but no, we'll ask legal.
Just one suggestion, if you wouldn't mind, board. We could forego the presentation piece, because it really is kind of similar to what you've seen, accomplishments, outcomes, those kinds of things, which hopefully, you guys are fairly familiar with. We could just spend 10 minutes right now with a familiarizing, or if we want.
Let's just do it. I don't care. Let's just do it. We're big people. We'll put on our big boy and girl pants and we'll do it. So let's just go forward as you've got it listed. You don't need. Well, it's a good thing that the face of the Board of Supervisors budget is Lindsay Daly.
I don't know about that. Okay, Chair Horseman and Supervisors, I'll move through the PowerPoint quickly so Siri can address a few things regarding specific details of the budget. Yes, it's in the packet. There's our beautiful board, and I put the mission, values, and vision that the board worked so hard on up there. And the org chart, you all are familiar with that. I did break down what I call programs under the board between the board districts, and then the clerk's office. So just the functions, fiscal responsibility, advocacy, federal and state legislative priorities, creating and approving county policies, plans and ordinances, board meetings and business, collaboration and cooperation with agencies. And you're also the board of directors for flood, library, health district, jail district, board of equalization. So there's a lot that comes with that. And I wanted to just put that under the function of the board. Under the districts, district office for what the district directors work on a lot behind the scenes to support the board budget, travel, district specific issues and outreach, including newsletters, district meetings, chapter meetings, community initiative support, merit selection, and county committee appointments. And then in the clerk's office, board meetings, agendas and packets, minutes, resolutions, ordinances, contract routing for the contracts for the departments, Board of Equalization appeals and hearings, liquor licenses, information requests, special district annual reports, budgets, and claims that come in, claims that come in through, they come to our office for legal and for risk manager, and then administrative duties. I wanted to go over quickly just the accomplishments for the board, and it kind of ties into your strategic priorities for the past year as well. Financial responsibility. This has been evident through the voter support for permanent adjustment to the county's base expenditure limit, Prop 482, that this board worked on, annual budget process, congressionally directed spending, advocacy, the county's state and federal legislative agendas and advocacy through resolutions, meetings, letters, Hill visits, and committee assignments. I just want to acknowledge too that the advocacy of our board is just not just for the county organization. We are also advocating for your partners. So we heard it at the joint meeting on Friday that the city really appreciated the impact our board made when they went on the Hill visits, that also is advocating for the various cities within the county and their needs, the Forest Service, the Park Service. They can't advocate for themselves. So our board is also advocating for their partners. And then organizational stability, strategic planning. That was a huge effort by the board this past year. County management transition, succession planning, onboarding for the new district supervisor for District 3, employee compensation plan, travel and purchasing policy updates, and then the facilities master plan. Also addressing emergencies, reducing risks to the organization and community. I would say our board is very proactive in this regard when it comes to forest restoration and also flood mitigation in preparation for fires and flood season, and assistance with the Tucson Drainage Master Plan project and updating the HHS ordinances. And then land planning and environmental stewardship. The board has been working with the city on the Flagstaff Regional Land Use Plan, County Comprehensive Plan, planning and zoning cases that have come before you, and then the Frontier Master Plan that just came before you, as well as the Fort Tut Hill Master Plan that the board just took action on. And then community vitality, the 2024 primary and general elections that our board is responsible for canvassing, community initiative funding distributions, partnerships and collaboration with cooperative agreements for services, which we just saw one today with CJCC and the city of Flagstaff.
Accomplishments for districts, community initiative support, community outreach engagement, filling vacancies on county committees, citizen district specific issues. So a lot going on within the districts themselves, the district directors are actively involved in. And then for clerk's office, improve workflow. I just want to give a shout out to Val and Nico's on virtual. Just that we know what we have to do each day of the week. And if one of us is out, we can still continue to do what we need to do smoothly. Board meetings. This is a huge effort to have a board meeting. I want to just thank the manager's office, Andy, Kim, and Erica. We have such great support from the manager's office, and I really appreciate that. And all of our approvers. So there's behind the scenes, we have approvers from legal, Siri from finance, and Scott from purchasing, as well as risk manager. They're all looking at the items that come before the board. So there's a lot of review that takes place that goes into what you see on your agenda, that goes through a review process. And I just appreciate our approvers and helping with that process to ensure that the items that come before you are what they need to be, and that they're done legally, and that there aren't any issues, and we're all on the same page. I also want to give a big shout out to Steven behind the scenes, because he helps us with technology, streaming. That's very important for us to provide hybrid meetings, which helps with transparency, as well as our IT department. They're a huge partner for us in getting board meetings to be able to function in what we need. Fulfilling statutory requirements, that's along the lines of all the things we do with special districts, liquor licenses, Board of Equalization. And then organization of records. This has been a huge part that we've done starting this past summer. You're welcome to take a look at the vault in the basement, where we've been organizing the records and also identifying what are our permanent records and making sure that we are preserving those to the best that we can. So some of the things we're doing right now is working with the IT department. Shout out to Matt Malik. The business analyst group is building a share base for us, so that with those records that we have to keep permanently, we have paper records, but we want to digitize them, and we want to send the paper to the state, because they have the facility to keep them safe and I think where they need to be. We don't have that storage facility type area for the county. So, but if we digitize them and make them accessible to the departments, that's our goal. We've got them all organized and we're ready for it. So we're working with IT. So once that share base is up and running, we'll have them to be able to dump into that system. And then we have the organized paper, what I consider the permanent record, organized, and we can give to the state to keep them safe. They have a great facility. If you ever down there at the Library and Archives department, they have a great facility that's worth checking out.
And we have the capacity to do that, turn our paper into and digitize that.
Correct. We've already pretty much digitized them already. The problem is they're not, the state has a very strict requirement for what they consider an electronic record. So at some point we can start to do that in the future once we have scanners that scan to those specifications that the state requires. But all the past, like your normal PDF doesn't meet those specifications. But that's what I call digitized for what we have, where we can dump in the drive that has some backup safety and they're not just sitting in the S drive. And it provides some security for it as well. Trends and challenges that we see for the board. Collaboration partnerships to address issues. I think our board's already doing that. So the board's aware of that. Inflationary pressures, uncertainty around federally funded programs, which all of you are talking about in these budget meetings. Economic impacts as federal plans fluctuate, and emergency events that we know will occur. Revenues do not support any new program expansions, competing priorities, affordable housing, capital investment needs. So these are all things our board is faced with, challenges. For the districts, increase in events and travel, various new outreach trends that they're trying to keep up with, and increased costs, inflation impacts that impact budget and travel. And then clerk's office, we've seen a reduced Board of Equalization appeals, but more complex cases. We've also seen an uptick in the special event liquor licenses, while the permanent liquor license activity still remain somewhat low compared to previous years. We've seen an increase requested of us for input on legislation, a lot of them tied to board meetings and how our board runs the meetings, mostly wanting to take control away from our board, whether it's regarding public comment. So we're advocating still for the board control of their own meetings. And then special district activity, we get a lot of phone calls regarding people interested in how do you create a special district, annexation of properties within fire districts. So we see that as a trend. We've seen over the last couple of years more DWIDs being created. So that will probably be a trend moving into the future. I know we've gotten a call from the Valley area of a developer that's interested in wanting to do a DWID, a fire district, and a road district. So keeping them in touch with knowing where to go for statutes. Obviously, our office doesn't provide legal advice, but there's a lack of understanding of how people go about doing that, how citizens go about doing that. So we get a lot of those phone calls. And then outlook for fiscal year 26, we see the implementation of the strategic plan, representation of the new supervisor district boundaries. So as of January 1st, some of you have had changes in the district boundaries that you have historically represented. So it's just getting to know more of your constituents out there in those new areas that you have. And then advocacy, always, our board is always advocating for federal and state legislative agendas that they've adopted. Collaboration and partnerships to address regional issues, financial planning, the budgeting process, and then land planning. A big one coming up is the comprehensive plan. And then fiscal year outlook for districts, community outreach and engagement, district-specific issues that are going on in each of your districts. Community initiative support will continue. And then also merit selection committee appointment process and filling vacancies on those committees. And then for the clerk's office, board meeting tasks that we do before, during, and after those meetings, trainings to attend and provide, writing guides for instructional resources, so that they're ready. So if there's turnover, it's pretty, like I said, we know what we each need to do. The three of us in our office, each day of the week, we know what our tasks are and have those written down so that it's a smooth process when one of us is out of the office or we have turnover in the office. And we're also hoping to include this with the on-base guide for the various departments in the county that utilize on-base. So we've got a draft of that guide done. But now that we've got new legal in the attorney's office, we want them to lay eyes on that as well. So it's something that can be rolled out to the departments for them to have an easier process on entering things in on-base for the agenda. And then also continue with organization and preservation of our permanent records. So that's going to be a huge effort this summer as well. I put the slide up just to acknowledge the board's involvement and participation on the various local, state, and national committees that the board sits on and participates in. So I think it's important that for the public to understand all the work that the supervisors are doing on these committees as well. And that's all I have for the presentation. I'm going to turn it over to Siri.
Thanks, Lindsay. So just very quickly on the board's budget, if you wouldn't mind turning to the start of your.
Before you get there, I'm just going to stop just a minute here for a couple of things. Number one, I think one of the big strengths that we did was identify a civil attorney to actually be here for the board. And that was a big change. And I know, Tammy, you weren't involved the first 4 years, but let me tell you, it's nice that we do have somebody from the county attorney's office that's been designated. That may be something to add. And then before we go too much further, we have to acknowledge the incredible work that's done in your office. You know, Lindsay, you, Val, Nico, I mean, you make it look easy and we know it isn't. And we know how difficult we are. And we also know the importance of staying organized, and you keep on top of it. You keep on top of us, and we really appreciate that. And probably another thing we probably need to talk about in terms of strength should be added is our district directors, and you know the incredible. And by the way, you help keep that together too. and help to keep them together, keep them communicating, do some training when necessary. And we really do appreciate that. And that also isn't in some of your job duties and responsibilities, and it should be added. And we need to acknowledge the incredible work done by our district directors, and what a great team. And again, they help get the work, they help keep us organized and help us look good and help us with our constituent outreach. So we should definitely talk about them as well. Yes, Supervisor Ontiveros.
And I would like to second everything she just said. I'll leave it there. And you know what? I was walking to my office and we have a framed mission, like an old one that's hanging on the wall. Have you seen that? It's like right by my office. Yeah, I know why you're laughing. Because it's kind of old. Yeah. Is that going to be updated? It's not high priority. It's not like, were you
We
already
have our
thinking
mission,
that?
vision, values, and we'll look at it. I haven't read it in a while, but the new ones.
The
Yeah.
new ones are gonna replace what.
That's-
That one.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Melissa's
I'm trying
getting
to-
all those
Good.
printed so that, because those are in every building in the county,
Yeah.
actually. So we're gonna update them with what you all have. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
What?
like a,
Yeah. It has like
an
the-
archive.
Yeah, it definitely.
Oh yeah,
is.
we'll give
I
that
think
to
it's
Lindsay
signed-
to put in the, in
I think
the
it's signed by
records.
Paul Babbitt as the chair, if I remember correctly. So it goes back a ways, Supervisor Ontiveros. Yeah.
We should have ours, vision, mission, and values here in our boardroom as well. So,
I think
any other
right
comments
here.
before we move on?
Since
Supervisor
we're
Begay.
since we're replacing things, I want someone to go in my office and replace Matt Ryan's picture.
So this is just another thing. And it's not really a big deal, but here I go. Okay, so I come to the front doors and I come in every time. Have you guys seen the stuff on there that you have to come in with a mask and you got to be CDC compliant? Have you guys seen that on the front doors? Is that still applicable?
Only
Okay. Glad I asked. Thank you. Okay.
Supervisor Vasquez.
You can see we're all getting a little snippy. We're almost done. But I just wanted to thank Lindsay and her team for all their support in making sure that we have smooth meetings, that we get everything that we're supposed to have on the agendas or not, and making sure that we're moving forward. So I just wanted to put a shout out to you and say thank you for your leadership there. Thank you.
Fowler.
I don't know how much to add, but the just the amount of work that you do. When we meet, we are a board that meets more often than other boards in the state of Arizona and probably in the country. So, and that adds a lot of work for you and all the staff. That every decision that we make, the staff have to carry it out. And so that creates a lot more work when we're meeting all the time. So just want to thank you for keeping up. And it's just really huge challenge for just the three of you. And then everything else that you have to do in addition to the board meetings and getting the board and be on time with everything. So just want to thank you and acknowledge just the amount of workability that you.
Supervisor Begay.
Yeah, Lindsay, thank you for you and your staff. If you need signature, you catch us, you make sure you find us. So, just things like that, you make your a priority on a lot of things, and you're communicating with all of us and making sure and reminding us of things too. So it means a lot. It's just, the job that you have is something that requires. And, and Val and then Nico, they pretty much know, all the functions that you guys need to do. And when you ask them, they'll answer you. They don't say, wait for Lindsay, So I just want to say thank you. I greatly appreciate all the services that you have. You're pretty much like the hub of Coconino County. And we might have to give you another title with a big raise. But anyway, it is true, you know what the left hand's doing, the right hand, even our district directors. So even funding wise and all these policies and everything, just like top of your head. So thank you so much for all the work that you do.
All right, now please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. So again, very quickly, but if you can go to the Board of Supervisors section, the first 2 pages, this is something I will acknowledge, we haven't really done with the board in the past. And so I know with recent conversations, there's been a request to just sort of understand the breadth of the board budget and what's in there. So I'm going to be speaking from this overview page. And just to let you know, there are 4 sections to the board budget. And 3 of them I think you're all very familiar with. So I will hit on those first. The first one is the operating budget that you each have that's distinct to your district. We had some recent resolutions. So for fiscal year 26, all of you will start with an operations budget of 40,000, with the exception of districts 4 and 5, which will start with a budget of 45,000 in operations.
Plus carryover.
In CI, yes. Yep, that's okay. So it's good we're doing this, and just make sure. So that's part 1, operating. Everyone will start with 40 or 45,000. Part 2 then is CI, and Chair Horstman is exactly right. You'll start with a budget of 25,000 of new funding, plus whatever unexpended funds you had from last year as a carryover. So those budgets will look different by district. Some budgets will start with 25,000 and some may be over 100,000 just based on some history. And so that's what it will look like for next fiscal year.
But the carryover will be not only CI, but any unused
Operating will roll into, yes, exactly. And so during the year also, if needs arise in CI, there will be a mechanism as determined by this board to do a budget amendment, similar to what we talked about on yesterday. It was just yesterday, day 1, about budget amendments of moving funds from operating to CI if you so choose. But the other way around by resolution will not be approved or not be brought to the board. So again, you'll have a minimum of 25,000 in CI. You can supplement that with operating if you choose. The third part that you're also, I believe, familiar with, that we're actually moving into a new account string to make it easier for you all to see it. So you'll also see this as a district budget, is the NACO specific travel allocation of $5,500. So each district receives that annually to help support the cost of travel for NACO specific purposes. So it can't be used for some other activity if you choose not to attend NACO activities, but NACO might be also, it might include WIR or other, NACO adjacent things. And so 5,500 also supports that specifically and for your advocacy there. Generally, the Washington, D.C. trip utilizes those funds. So those are the 3 that really the supervisors have for their operating purposes, those 3 buckets. And then the 4th one that we don't really hit on year over year. So just to kind of explain is that Lindsay, as the department director for the clerk of the board's area, also has a budget. What she does, and she noted this on the program map, is she sort of takes care of all of the financial elements of those requirements that live under the elected or under the clerk's area. A good example of that is there are a lot of statutorily required publishings that are required for the Board of Supervisors to do for notifications. We have to publish the budget. There are all sorts of things that need to, by statute, be in the newspaper. So part of her budget is $46,000 for professional services, which covers those publishings. It also covers all of the charges to use the copy machine to provide the books for everyone, every board meeting, the Zoom streaming service that we're using right now, and other, miscellaneous software licenses that again support, creating the board documents and things like that. And then the attorney fees for when, so Board of Equalization, for example, so specific attorney fees that are separate from the county attorney's representation of the board. So Board of Equalization, I think, is the main one there. But that's so 46,000 for professional services. And now I'm on, and actually just to help you follow along, if you turn to page 2 under budget narrative, This is what I'm speaking to. So you also have this for reference. I'm just kind of elaborating on that. So in the very first bullet there where it says 46 for professional services, that's what I just covered. Kind of the plug number, if you will, or the catch-all is office supplies, printing, and postage. And again, sometimes special districts, for example, require some mailings. And so she has postage and printing there. And then other miscellaneous office supplies. So again, the cost of the binders and the paper, unrelated to just, the copier itself, but the other peripheral supplies there. So that's what the office supply budget covers. And then 6,000 for utilities. So this is where, so speaking of kind of support services, the Tuba City support is also included both in office supplies and then in the utilities because there's a phone line, for example. The clerk of the board and their staff also has cell phones, which many departments do. So that's what that utilities covers, is support for both the flag staff and the Tuba City board offices. Then there's a small budget for clerk professional development and travel, $4,500. A couple other notes on that. In the board budget are 13 FTEs. So each board member and their district director are 10. And then, of course, Lindsay, Val, and Nico are the other 3 FTEs. And then there are also temp wages that cover part-time coverage up at Tuba City. That's also included again in that budget that's under Lindsay's area, that's been allocated to her for her management. One change for fiscal year 26 is that her budget used to be $10,000 higher because we were paying for motor pool vehicles. That 10,000 was reallocated to districts 4 and 5 that I mentioned earlier, where they're starting with 5,000 more in operating. So we didn't lose that 10,000. It just got repurposed into the district operating. And so it's the same budget as last year with the exception of the CPI increase for, again, those publishings and office supplies and things like that that support the board office. But again, so when it comes to management of this, sorry, do you need me to pause? Okay.
She's giving me a very hard time.
Okay. When it comes to management of it, just so you know, generally
Can we change where we're sitting up here?
this is the operating budget that we just talked about is really under Lindsay's control as, the department head of the clerk of the board's office. So it isn't something that we haven't talked about it in the past because it's not necessarily something that the board actually manages. The board has, obviously you manage the whole county budget as part of setting the budget, but in terms of day-to-day and decision-making and all of that, there's the district budgets for operating and for CI. This is separate from that and really, is up to Lindsay to determine allocations as far as how much is needed for publishing versus, can we replace this piece of office supplies or things like that. It's up to her to manage within her budget, just like any other department director. So that's just a clarification.
Can we ask a question and probably really of Lindsay? Lindsay, given the fact that it doesn't sound like this has changed over the years, and I'm not suggesting that we want to change it. We're asking everybody else to cut back. But I'm just asking you, is this doable for you to continue to manage the Board of Supervisors office, if you will, at the current level?
Yes, I believe it is. I was just talking to Val the other day because I was like, well, what if we ever get in a situation where we don't have enough money? Everything we do is a function for the board. These board meetings, paying for Zoom, paying for a BOE hearing officer. So if it gets to a point of that, I'd come to the board to say, this is where our restraints are and what decisions does the board want to do, because it affects the board ultimately, everything that we're doing in our office, down to the paper that we're buying for the board packets, color copies for the machine. It truly is a function for the board. So I see it as if we get down to a critical moment, I'm going to come to the board and say, where do we need to adjust or cut back or whatever it might be.
Because we've certainly seen paper going up, licensing going up,
Correct.
all that kind of things. Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Sorry.
Question? Yeah.
So the 5,000 plus the 5,000 that was added to District 4 and 5 came from us turning in our vehicles.
Correct.
Okay.
one clarification that I just wanted to make on,
No,
sorry.
okay.
I was just going to make a clarification when you were asking Lindsay about her budget. I just wanted to remind you that but her budget is also getting the 5% CPI.
Yep, right,
Yeah, just so.
right. That's great, but we want to make sure that, and I'm going to say this, with the exception of districts 4 and 5, and even though that 5,000 actually came from something that had been allocated by the board in past years, the board's budget and the Board of Supervisor as a department has not gone up for I don't know how many years. Our historian on the board could probably tell us. And yet everything, as we know, has gone up. I know you get the CPI, but that really doesn't go into the district budgets. And I'm not suggesting that it should at this point, but I just want to basically point that out since, at least the last decade, even though everything's gone up, we have not increased the Board of Supervisor district budgets with the exception of 4 and 5, which I think we did last year. And we're just rolling that over in a different format for 4 and 5. What we have done is we have reduced our CI funds and put a set amount as budget is maintenance and operations for the districts. So I want to make that clear. They always say, the cobbler's children are the ones that go without shoes. Well, we in the board have in fact not raised, and we don't want to, that's not the point, but yet we are the public officials of the district that are responsible for overseeing the district. And Lindsay, thank you for doing a very good overview on, really what our responsibilities are. So I think that's worth noting. This is certainly not the time to be putting any money in the Board of Supervisors budget, but I think that should be recognized, and it should be recognized by the community. And I think we can watch that as we move forward, because we do want to make sure that we are able to serve our districts and serve our county. So thanks. Yes.
So if I may, I just want to make one clarification to that, and Siri, correct me if I'm wrong. We actually did increase the board's district budgets in fiscal year 25 with the CPI, correct?
That is correct.
That's the first time that we got it. Wait, that's the first time we got a CPI.
Well,
No,
no,
actually,
no.
no, actually, we increased the boards, and I'll let you give the exact years of the numbers, because we did increase your operating budgets in a previous year as well, along with.
We've done a few CI, but
yeah.
not significant. But
Well, and by the way, CPI is for all the departments. So I'm not,
Yes.
so I don't think that's a change. In other words, we have not had any additions to our budget. If that's not the case, I'd like to know when it was and when the change was made, other than that 5,000 for 4 and 5, recognizing out of Flagstaff travel.
we can pull the history. There was one CI increase, but it has been quite some time aside from what was discussed on the CPI.
Not since I've been on this board.
No. It's been a few.
Way before.
Yeah.
Supervisor Fowler.
So just want, so the CPI that is noted here on this page, that is for Lindsay's office. I just want to.
Correct.
I just want to make sure
Yes.
it is. Yeah, that's what I thought. But
Mhm.
I just wanted to just double check on that, the reoccurring. Okay, good, Lindsay.
Supervisor Brigade, did you have a question?
I guess whatever the board approves and with the amounts, we really need to be careful about how we spend our dollars, making sure that priority travel, we just want to make sure that that's happening. Because a lot of times I want to do this and that, and the mileage is the part that I'm really, trying to work with, even though I don't claim some mileage and buy my own lodging sometimes, but I just want to say this is very limited. We have a lot of places to go, and people invite us here and there, and then we're on some committees, and there's a lot of stuff that is being done. So I just want to let the board know that we have to be all extra careful, in setting priorities as far as what we want to really do. We can't do anything like we used to do, just up and leave and, just spend. So that's all I have to say too. So thank you so much.
Any other comments? Supervisor Ontiveros.
Very, very brief. And it really just goes to the ones that have already been made. But I have said several times that this board is the one that sets the direction for the county. We set the example. And I believe that we are doing this with this budget. We're not asking for an increase. We are saying we are willing to live within the budget that we have had for years now. And I think that I just think that we're setting the example that we're asking all of the other departments to be doing. I think we are setting the example for that. And it goes to, we have a budget, we have to live within it, and we have to prioritize what is important to the districts that we serve.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Another comment.
Yes.
I think districts may request a budget amendment to move operation dollars to CI during the fiscal year. Can we get that clarified? What can and what can we not do with those dollars? And when is the only time that we can request to have that? Andy?
So during the fiscal year, if you have operational funds, and based on historical expenditures, some board members may not expend their operational funds or their travel funds. And if they so chose to want to utilize that for a community initiative funding request, a board member would be able to make that request to the board. It would be on an agenda. Similar, we had the agenda this morning had several community initiative funding request on it. So it would be a process similar to that, but first transferring from operations and travel to community initiatives to then utilize for a community initiative.
Supervisor Ontiveros.
Thank you. But we cannot, going forward, move CI into operations and travel.
That's correct, Supervisor Ontiveros.
Okay, and just something that I really don't know. You know how we get 5,500 for NACO travel? If we don't use that, do we lose it? Okay, thank you.
One other thing, and I've said this before, but I do not want July 1 to come here and find out this didn't happen. So we definitely need to put on the agenda the transfer from every single district. I do not think anybody wants to lose any of their operation and maintenance, and I don't think they want to lose any of their CI funds. So for each district, we need to put on that transfer into next year's CI funds. Okay. We don't want, I don't want to hear, oh, we didn't do it right, or we forgot to do it, or we need to make sure that is prioritized, that gets done, give it to legal first, make sure legal signs off, so we're good to go and we can get that done before July 1.
Chair Horstman, I also want to note we should do that also as a board action for the travel stipend amounts for each of the districts and the DDs.
That sounds fabulous.
Another comment. For the district separately receives $5,500 specifically. As we know, there's twice a year, we probably have to go to NACO. Then sometimes, there's reps and stuff like that. So I'm just thinking, everything has gone up. Motels, everything. I don't even know if that 5,500 is enough for 2 trips out to Washington, DC and back. So I think we need to talk about that because it's going to take out of our regular funds, and so we need to talk about that.
I'm not sure. We may want to have a year go by and see how we're doing, and you're exactly right. And some of us I sit on Western Interstate Region, as well as, public lands, as well as chair of a subcommittee for public lands. And so it requires that I go more than just twice a year. It requires I go to the WIR business meeting, WI national meeting. And I know Supervisor Fowler has a similar situation, and so does Supervisor Vasquez sitting on immigration. So we have to decide which meetings can we go to, which meetings can't. And after that 5,500 is used, which gets used up pretty quickly, then it goes into our 40s, our what is it, 40,000 for me, 45,000 for District 4 and 5. It goes into that. And so it is a matter of planning and prioritizing. And, you know, some of us have to be at these meetings. And when we don't have to be at the meetings, or maybe we look to be there through the internet, through Zoom, or if somebody is going out, you know, if Supervisor Vasquez is going out, maybe he represents the board. And I'm just throwing out ideas just so that we can be more financially, I guess, prudent and how we use our funds. It's just that simple. And it's hard, but we're the Board of Supervisors. We are not the governor of the state of Arizona, right? And so we've got to be realistic on setting our sights and are setting our budget.
Can I make one comment?
Supervisor Ontiveros.
You're good. I'm just saying, and again, I'm just going to underscore the point I'm making, but we are asking every department to tighten their belt, and we have got to lead by example. So to ask for any more money in any of the funds that we have, I could not be a part of that. We got to tighten our belts like everybody else has to.
So if we don't go, maybe just to one and then save that for the following year, will that be carry over? So we can go all the way to Washington DC, spend $3,000, then we have $1,500 left. Then the next trip, I know we have to use our funds, but maybe we should just go out there halfway and come right back.
Or you can use it all and then supplement the rest with your other travel.
We're dropping
funds.
her off in Missouri.
So supervisors, just to wrap up on this, I wanted to let you know we will also be doing a training for your staff given the new resolutions. We have that on the calendar. So for all of the district directors, if we can highly encourage them all to attend that so we can go over, when do you use CI? How does the travel stipend work? Those kinds of questions, any questions that they have on it, that kind of thing. We have a time set up to tackle that with them.
Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. My question is about the CI with the new rules or whatnot. Is there a possibility, because traditionally it's always been you partner up with a community organization, you fund their project directly. Is through the new system, will we be able to say Health and Human Services has a program that's going on that's serving children that we would like to transfer CI funds to that program to an internal agency in the county? Can we do that? Or does it have to be with outside partners?
No, thank you. That's a great question. And we do have a history of doing that for internal support. The Teacher of the Year is one example where CI has been used to transfer to a department to support one of their initiatives. There's been some transportation initiatives in different districts as well. So supporting county departments is absolutely part of the existing structure and something you can continue.
If I could just add a caveat to that, though, I think because over the years that became an issue with departments of then for operating their programs. And so I would just caution, and I know we don't have legal here right now, but I would just caution that we look at it for specific events of things that a department may be wanting to put on or is putting on. And I think one of those, not just continuing to sustain an ongoing program, because we need to do that through the budget process. If your priorities are to fund a department program, whatever that might be, then we need that direction as to then put that into their operating budget as opposed to CI funds that are funding a specific initiative or some specific things that are, and I guess one of the examples I would use is the green waste. Is that one of the ones you were talking about from like Public Works where CI funds had been?
Or one where recycling at the fair, where it's like my thinking was, well, we need to figure this out and be able to have a recycling program at the fair and not ask the board for the CI funds. So a few examples like that I think you're right. We need to work into our budgets and as opposed to departments asking specifically for those community initiative funds from you, the board.
In community wildfire, we wanted to do community wildfire meetings out in various districts. You know, another example for the flood control district and for Fry. So
Recommendation, maybe we could come up with a list that we feel as a board one of these days, and then just kind of stay within those parameters. I think that would be good instead of questioning if we can or cannot do that.
And I also think it's a really good idea, besides training for our district directors, maybe just do a general overview or questions and answers for the new in-state travel stipend. Because I know there's been a question of, okay, what can the stipend be used for and what needs to come out of our general operating funds? So.
Yes, and I know that's what's planned. We've been working on a FAQ with that to not only meet with your district directors, but also you as a board so that you have that same information and that the understanding is the same for you and for your district.
On this. Oh, so we're, and any other comments, questions, members of the board? Okay, all right, we're good. We're 15 minutes early. I just love that. Again, thank you all for your incredible work on this, and also really appreciate the district directors and the staff getting lunches together and you know, taking care of us while we're down there. We really appreciate that. So, Siri, I hope you're getting a good night's sleep when you get home. So, and really thank you all so much, my colleagues here. We've got such a great board who really cares so much about our community and so much, you know, about all of Coconino County. And thanks for all of your wonderful efforts. You know, you guys rock, and you make Coconino County the best there is, in my opinion, in this country.
Mm-hmm. And thank you for your leadership, Chair Horseman.
Patrice works. Patrice works.
I'm trying to call everyone by the right title now, but you know what I meant.